They say a guy with a perm can't beat a guy with tattoos. After I died suddenly in an internet cafe, I was reborn as a national treasure, a tiger. Being a tiger is actually pretty great. No studying. No exams. No work. I don't have to do a thing. I've been lying flat for 2 years and have grown to 600 pounds. I became the Tiger King of the wildlife park, with over 30 underlings. The only downside is the short lifespan. If only I could live to be 100, then I could lie flat for 100 years. This life of being served food is just too comfortable. To prevent obesity, I also get regular exercise. Mommy. That big tiger is huge. Just then, a little girl's voice came from a distance. Is she talking about me? I tilted my massive head and looked in the direction of the voice. The window of a black SUV was rolled down halfway, revealing a small head. It really was a little girl, about 5 years old, with 2 pigtails. Her face was full of collagen. Absolutely adorable. I made a funny face at the little girl. Mommy. The big tiger is so cute, the little girl exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, my 2 underlings started to move. Seemingly interested in the SUV, I let out a roar, telling them not to make any sudden moves. The SUV got closer and closer, finally stopping about 20 meters away from me. Big tear. Big tiger, the little girl shouted with excitement. I smiled faintly, stood up from the ground, and stretched lazily. This tiger is huge. It wasn't just the little girl. The others in the car were also watching me with excitement. Another sightseeing bus drove over, and the 20+ people inside started shouting like excited children. This big tiger must be over 500 pounds. Whoa. He's way bigger than the lions next door. Who do you guys think is stronger? A tiger or a lion? A female tourist in her 40s suddenly asked. A young man in his 20s immediately answered. Of course. The tiger is stronger. Look at this big guy. He could easily take down the lion next door. Bullshit. How could a tiger possibly be a match for a lion? A young woman with a mole near her eye retorted. The young man, unconvinced, immediately shot back. Look at this tiger's limbs. They're so thick. Besides, a tiger's bone density and bite force both surpass a lion's. How could a lion possibly be a match for this tiger? Nonsense. A male lion abuk and s covered in a thick mane. Even if this bearded dog has a strong bite, it's useless. He'll just get a mouthful of fur. A male lion could pin this bearded dog to the ground and mop the floor with him in 2 moves. The young woman said to the young man with disdain, All right. Everyone. Let's not argue. As for whether the lion or the tiger is stronger, I think the lion is stronger. The tour guide quickly interjected to smooth things over. The young man sat down resentfully, muttering under his breath. How is a lion stronger than a tiger? In every aspect, it's inferior to a tiger. Lions are closer to canines. Tigers are the most perfectly evolved felines. The young woman, seeing the tour guide, sighed with her, smiled triumphantly. Look at this dumb tiger. He's not nearly as majestic as the Lion King next door. She called me a bearded dog. Does she even know what a lion dog is? I'm the Tiger King. Taking down those lion dogs would be a piece of cake. Just as I was feeling indignant, I suddenly sensed something. An extremely terrifying sound traveled from a distance. I instantly felt a horrifying, murderous aura, ferocious and violent. What kind of creature was this? Many vehicles were speeding in this direction, and one car even crashed directly into a tree. What's happening? The tourists on the sightseeing bus looked around in confusion. No one knew what was going on, but a sense of panic and fear of the unknown filled their hearts. Go. Quickly, a male lion from the lion enclosure next door has gone crazy and entered the tiger enclosure. A white sedan shouted at the numerous stopped vehicles before speeding away. A lion's gone crazy. We're safe in the car. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, lions are righteous. They don't bite people. We shouldn't be scared. The young woman who had called me a bearded dog spoke up again. Hey, didn't you say a lion is no match for a bearded dog? Now, the lion has charged into the tiger's territory. Watch closely with both your eyes and see how the lion mops the floor with the bearded dog. The young woman with the mole near her eye once again directed her antagonism toward the young man who had just praised the tiger. The young man was speechless. But he was also curious as to how a lion could appear in the tiger enclosure. With a roar, an incredibly terrifying male lion appeared. It was much larger than an ordinary male lion, and its mane was an unusual golden color and exceptionally long. I saw a murderous intent in this lion's eyes, a terrifying killing aura. Its cold eyes were enough to make one's blood run cold, and this lion's weight was definitely no less than mine. It must have also reached 600 pounds. I recognized this lion. It was Kara, the Lion King from the enclosure next door, who had a rather nice name. But this lion, Kara, his mane had changed, as if he had evolved. Something was wrong. Very wrong. What a majestic Lion King. This Lion King will definitely crush that bearded dog. The young woman with the mole couldn't help but take out her phone and snap pictures of the lion. The young man also looked at the lion. He saw its cold eyes. Don't take pictures, the young man quickly tried to stop her. What are you doing? I'm taking pictures. What's it to you? Go take pictures of your bearded dog. I'm going to photograph my guardian deity, the Golden Lion King. The young woman with the mole near her eye scolded the young man and continued to take pictures of the lion. The young man grew anxious, hoping this terrifying lion wouldn't come after their sightseeing bus. Everyone, come take pictures. This Lion King is so domineering. He's definitely going to crush those bearded dogs later. If I record this, it's sure to go viral, the woman said excitedly. I didn't move. Just waited for the Lion King Kara to attack. I knew that Kara had his eyes on me. However, just as I was waiting for the attack, Kara seemed to be provoked by something and charged straight for the tourist bus, abandoning his attack on me. In just a few breaths, Kara reached the side of the bus. With a swipe of his paw, wham, the terrifying paw struck the sightseeing bus, shattering the glass. Even the protective bars were dented. Help somebody. Help. The woman who was taking pictures was so scared by Kara's attack that she burst into tears, collapsing onto her seat and screaming. The others were also stunned by the lion's actions. It was terrifying. He had actually dented the protective bars. Luckily, they didn't break, or it would have been extremely dangerous. The Lion King Kara, having failed to break through the protective bars, went completely berserk. He began to furiously pound on the huge sightseeing bus. All the glass shattered, and even the metal panels were dented. The dozens of people on the bus were trembling, too scared to move. The driver's legs had turned to jelly from fear. Quick. Go, find the others. The woman pointed with a trembling finger at the black SUV next to them. The Lion King Kara's eyes were cold and cruel. He gave up on the tourist bus and looked at the SUV beside it. The young man sighed helplessly. This was a classic case of diverting disaster. The people in that black SUV were likely going to die, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't possibly lure the lion back to them. Could he? There were 5 people in the SUV. The little girl's mother urged, "Hurry. Go, that lion is coming over." The little girl's father was on the verge of tears. He fumbled, trying to start the SUV, but it kept stalling, driving him to despair. The sightseeing bus had protective bars, but their private car didn't. Given the lion's strength, a single swipe could crush the car door. The Lion King Kara charged toward the black SUV. With a powerful swipe, he struck the left rear door. With a loud bang, the window shattered and the door caved in. Then, with a hook of his sharp claws, the Lion King Kara actually tore the door clean off. He saw 3 people in the back seat, 2 children, and a woman in her 30s. The 3 of them were now face to face with the Lion King Kara. I could see the terror in their eyes. This lion is highly intelligent. He even knows how to use his claws to pry open a car door. I can't just be a spectator. Or that little girl. Her mother and her brother will surely die. With a furious roar, I charged toward the Lion King Kara. No matter what, I had to save those people. Although Kara is intelligent, he's too ferocious and can't distinguish between good and bad people. My speed was incredible. Like a flash of lightning. A tiger commands the wind. A dragon, the clouds. An aura of invincible might erupted from my body and fell upon the Lion King Kara. The Lion King Kara was about to enjoy a meal when he heard the roar from behind him. He was furious. Kara turned and rushed toward me. The Lion King and the Tiger King were about to collide. Quick. Take a picture. The lion is beating up the bearded dog. That woman got excited again. Taking out her phone to record. Under the excited gazes of the crowd, the tiger, collided with the lion. The two massive creatures crashed into each other, then tumbled to the ground. Without a moment's pause, they launched another ferocious attack on each other. I directly pierced the mad Kara's eye, while my neck was scratched by Kara's claws. Fortunately, I wasn't bitten. I didn't have time to wonder why this Lion King Kara's claws were so long. At this moment, I was driven only by the urge to kill him. His combat power was formidable, on par with mine. The slightest lapse in concentration could very well mean death in the jaws of this Lion King. Go, big tire. Go from the SUV with the missing door. The little girl shouted encouragement to me. I can't lose to this lion dog. I have to end this fight in 3 rounds and kill the Lion King Kara. I sensed something was wrong with Kara. His wounds were healing. He was getting stronger. As if he was using a cheat. I moved like lightning, instantly pouncing on the Lion King Kara. My target was Kara's other eye. Kara roared in fury. He wanted revenge. He wanted to bite this tiger to death and then eat him. He felt that if he ate this tiger, he would become even stronger. The second round of their clash began. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The battle of the beasts, the terrifying Golden Lion King versus the Tiger King of the enclosure, was a fierce struggle. The brutal scene stunned everyone present. Even my underlings surrounded us, wanting to attack the Lion King Kara. In the second round, I left a long gash on the Lion King Kara's face and several deep bloody marks on his back, but I failed to take out Kara's other eye. I wasn't in good shape either. My abdomen was torn open. The Lion King Kara was definitely the most powerful Lion King, far surpassing those wild lions on the Great Plains. The Lion King Kara was now blind in one eye. He had become the one-eyed Lion King. That terrifying eye stared at me fiercely. He let out a furious roar at the sky, then fled. I licked my wounds and didn't give chase. In the Lion King Kara's remaining eye, I saw resentment, hatred, surprise, and disbelief. This was an intelligent lion. Kara's intelligence was very high. I started to worry. I was worried this lion would become even stronger and come back to seek revenge. I lay on the ground, motionless. All I could do now was wait for the zoo's medical staff to arrive and stitch up my wounds. That bearded dog is so despicable, he actually attacked the Lion King's eye, the woman shouted angrily at the young man next to her. He was furious when he heard this. The lion was about to kill people. If it weren't for this big tiger, the people in that black SUV would surely be dead. And all of this happened because this woman was taking pictures and diverted the disaster, leading the lion to the black SUV. And now she was calling the tiger despicable. He had recorded everything. He would post it online later. In the black SUV, the little girl looked at me bleeding and was extremely worried. Big tire, are you hurt? I heard her voice. I turned my head to look at the little girl and gave her a smile. Was this a genuine smile, Mommy? The big tiger smiled. The big tiger smiled. The little girl shouted excitedly, "Congratulations, host, for gaining a true love fan. The invincible luck system is activating. Do you wish to receive the novice gift package?" I wondered if something was wrong with my brain. Why else would I be hearing a voice in my head? It wasn't until the voice repeated itself several times that I was sure. I was overjoyed. So I have a system too, no. I'm a tiger with a system. Receive novice gift package. Congratulations, host, for receiving the novice gift package. Reward 1 drop of white tiger blood essence. It has been stored and can be claimed at any time. Claim it, I said impatiently. I wondered if this white tiger blood essence came from the white tiger of mythological legends. The moment I claimed the white tiger blood essence, a drop of blood appeared in my heart. The ancient aura it emitted made me feel an urge to submit. I felt that if this drop of white tiger blood essence were to appear in the outside world, it could almost destroy the world. As expected of the system's novice gift package. To give something so terrifying, detecting that host's strength is too weak to digest the white tiger blood essence. The white tiger blood essence will be retracted and stored. It can be claimed again when the host is stronger. The white tiger blood essence disappeared from my heart. I breathed a sigh of relief. But soon I realized the novice gift package was gone. Damn it. System, you only give me useless things. Hurry up and give me something I can use. Host. Please acquire luck points as soon as possible to use for the lottery. Currently, the host has one chance to draw from the black iron treasure chest. What luck points? How do I get luck points? I was a bit confused. For example, by gaining a true love fan. The host can draw from the black iron treasure chest once. By receiving 100 likes. The host can also draw from the black iron treasure chest once. I see. So that little girl is the true love fan. Zhou Xiaomeng. Right, I'll remember her. This little kid helped me activate the system. I'll have to thank her properly in the future. Draw. Ding host has drawn 1 pound of spirit stones. It has been stored and can be claimed at any time. I was overjoyed. I actually drew the legendary spirit stones. If I absorb these spirit stones, that will I become stronger. How do I absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stones? Host can consume them directly. Consume them directly, that's a good method. Claim 1 tael of spirit stones. I thought it would be better to start with a small amount, in case it upset my stomach. The next moment, a very small stone appeared in my stomach. It appeared directly in my stomach, which was great. It saved me the trouble of having to chew it. Soon, I felt a warm current flowing from my stomach throughout my body. The torn wound was healing, and my bones were absorbing the warm current, becoming stronger. But after just a few seconds, the warm current disappeared. Claim all spirit stones. A large stone appeared in my stomach again. It was a bit bloating, but the warm current was 9 times stronger than before. I felt a pleasant warmth all over. My strength had increased by at least 10%. That's pretty good. I can get stronger just by lying down. Only a few minutes had passed since I activated the system and claimed the spirit stones. However, in those few minutes, the Wildlife Park's rescue vehicle arrived. In fact, after the Lion King Kara mutated, the park's security guards had noticed and rushed to the lion enclosure immediately. But who knew that the lion Kara was so fierce, he actually flipped their vehicle and ran off to who knows where. So they had to search everywhere. Finally, in the monitoring room, they saw that the lion Kara had entered the tiger enclosure. They immediately rushed over. The security is here, some of the car owners, who had been so nervous they could barely breathe, shouted with excitement. They had just felt like they were going to die. The closest they had ever been to death. Security, security, kill that tiger, he was about to eat someone, that woman shouted at the security guards. When the security guards heard the tourist on the bus shouting that a tiger was eating people, they immediately became tense. If a tiger really ate someone, the zoo would be held responsible, and a man-eating tiger had to be killed, no matter what. However, the decision was up to the leadership. A security guard raised a tranquilizer gun and aimed it at me. Don't kill the tiger. That tiger saved people. He saved that family from the lion's mouth. If you don't believe me, go ask them, the young man shouted at the security guards. The security guards felt their heads spin. The woman said the tiger was about to eat people, and the man said the tiger saved people. What was going on? Uncle, this big tiger saved us. He drove away the lion and saved us, the 5-year-old Zhou Xiaomeng shouted. That's right, officer. If it weren't for this tiger, my whole family would be dead. You need to kill that lion quickly, and this tiger is injured. You have to treat him. Zhou Xiaomeng's father loudly recounted what had just happened. All right. The security guard nodded. Don't worry. I'll tranquilize this big tiger first and have the medical staff come take a look. With that, the security guard fired a shot. The tranquilizer dart hit my butt. This time, I didn't dodge. Otherwise, the tranquilizer gun wouldn't have been able to hit me. This tranquilizer had no effect on me at all. But to avoid getting shot again, I had to pretend to pass out. Very well. You wanted the security guards to kill me. I'll remember you. I hope you don't die too quickly. I made a mental note of this woman. I'm usually easygoing. But for someone who wants me dead, I can't be so forgiving. 2 medical staff from the wildlife park arrived. When they saw me, they were startled. It's okay. We've already tranquilized this big tiger. He won't move. The security captain, Liu Ming, said with confidence. Okay. Let's treat this big tiger now. The 2 doctors braced themselves and approached me. Their legs trembling. This tiger was too big. 3 meters long from head to tail. If you included the tail, it was a full 4 meters. Even though he was unconscious, no one wasn't afraid. Attention, all tourists. Please leave the area immediately. Security Captain Liu Ming shouted through a megaphone at the surrounding crowd. We want to see the big tiger. Will he be okay? Stop looking. He's fine. Liu Ming shouted again. Okay. Okay. We'll just take a quick look and leave. Security Captain Liu Ming had a headache. The escaped lion, Kara, still hadn't been caught. They were worried that Kara would hurt someone again. Someone had already been killed. The zoo's management had already called the police and were now negotiating with the victim's family. As for them, the security guards, their mission was to ensure the safety of all tourists and find that lion, Kara, as soon as possible. When we find Kara, all we have is a tranquilizer gun. We shot Kara earlier, but it had no effect on him at all. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. This tiger was able to defeat the Lion King Kara. Could he also be immune to tranquilizers? At this thought, Security Captain Liu Ming broke out in a cold sweat, his legs trembling. If the tiger went on a rampage again, it would be his failure of duty. Liu Ming turned with difficulty. He saw the 2 medical staff carefully stopping the tiger's bleeding. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the tranquilizer worked, but suddenly, he saw the tiger's eyelid twitching, as if in pain. No way, this tiger is awake. Could he be faking it? Security Captain Liu Ming was so scared he didn't dare to breathe. Captain, what's wrong? A young security guard next to Liu Ming saw him trembling and quickly asked. Liu Ming shakily pulled a cigarette from his pocket and tried to light it. But his hand was trembling so much he couldn't get the lighter to work. The young guard quickly lit it for him. He thought the captain was worried because someone had just been killed. To be honest, he had never seen such a ferocious and violent lion before. It had flipped a car and dragged the driver out, killing him with a single bite. Fortunately, the security rescue was timely. Otherwise, the other people in the car would have all been killed by that lion, and the sightseeing bus here was smashed up, and the SUV's door was torn off. It was terrifying, but such a terrifying lion was still defeated by this big tiger, and even had one of its eyes gouged out. This tiger was also incredibly powerful. Xiao Li, this tiger is awake, Liu Ming said in a very soft voice after taking a deep drag from his cigarette. With a clatter, the lighter in the young security guard's hand fell to the ground. He knew exactly what the captain meant and what the consequences would be if this tiger went berserk. The 2 medical staff would surely die. Captain, how do you know the tiger is awake? The young guard, Xiao Li, asked, his voice trembling. The tiger's eyelid has been twitching. Security Captain Liu Ming said softly. For now, we can only hope that the big tiger doesn't move. Captain, what should we do now? Should we call the 2 doctors back? Don't do anything. That big tiger is very smart. He didn't even move when they were stitching him up just now, Liu Ming said, reassuring him and himself at the same time. Big tear. Big tiger. Just as Liu Ming was waiting in agony, a little girl suddenly got out of the car with the missing door. She walked right up to me. Liu Ming was shocked and wanted to shout for the little girl to get away, but he didn't dare to make a sound. His legs were still trembling. He saw Zhou Xiaomeng walk around behind me and suddenly reach out and grab my tail. The moment my tail was grabbed, I almost jumped up. It tickled so much I really wanted to move. The medical staff smiled at Zhou Xiaomeng and said, Little girl, go back. It's very dangerous here. It's not dangerous, Uncle. The big tiger is protecting me. Zhou Xiaoming said with a sweet smile. With that, she even gave my tail a hard tug. I was about to lose it. Why does this little brat love pulling my tail so much? It's not a big deal. But it's just so itchy. I really wanted to move. Beep. 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 Just then, a black sedan entered the tiger enclosure. When security captain Liu Ming saw the black car, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the black car stopped near the patrol car. A woman got out. She looked to be about 22 or 23 years old, with an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and skin as white as snow. Her figure was just right. Not too fat. Not too thin. Although she wasn't dressed elegantly, she was still a super beauty. Xiao Luo. You're here, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Anki saw the big tiger being treated, and her beautiful brows furrowed. Captain Liu. I heard the lion Kara broke into the tiger enclosure. What exactly happened, and how did Panda get hurt? Luo Anki asked. She was on her day off. At a gathering with classmates. When her boss called and told her there was trouble at the tiger enclosure and that Panda, the tiger she raised, was seriously injured, the moment she heard I was in trouble, she became extremely anxious. She had raised me since I was a cub. For a full 2 years, Lu Ming quickly told Luo Anqi what had happened and added, Panda is fine now. He seems to be pretending to be asleep. Pretending to be asleep, Luo Anqi walked towards me, staring intently. One look was all it took. She realized I really was pretending. Seeing the 2 medical staff stitching up my wound and a little girl pulling my tail, the corners of her mouth twitched. She really broke a sweat for the 2 medical staff and the little girl. But now that she was here, everything would be fine. Luo Anqi came up behind me, casually picked up the little girl, and said with a smile, Little sister, don't just pull a tiger's tail. It's very dangerous. Zhou Xiaoming let go of my tail, pouted, and retorted, It's not dangerous at all. Big sister. The big tiger loves playing with Xiaoming. Really, Luo Anqi was speechless. Kids these days are so bold. Your name is Xiaoming. Right, let me tell you today. What you just did was very dangerous. Luo Anqi carried Zhou Xiaoming to the front of me. Panda. Stop pretending to be asleep. Get up. Seeing my keeper had arrived, I had no choice but to open my huge eyes and rub my massive head against Luo Anqi. My getting up was no small matter. It scared the 2 medical staff so much they nearly wet themselves. This wasn't this tiger, tranquilized the 2 medical staff stammered. Holy crap. How did this tiger get up? Did the tranquilizer wear off? The tiger won't bite. Will it? The tourists watching the tiger were dumbfounded. It had only been a few minutes, and the tiger was already awake. This bearded dog was pretending to be asleep. Does he want to eat someone? The woman with the mole near her eye suddenly shouted. The young man next to her wanted nothing more than to beat her up. Can't you see the tiger is nuzzling its keeper? But this keeper is really beautiful. And so brave. She's not afraid of such a big tiger. Luo Anqi rubbed my big head, stroking my fur. Big sister. I want to pet him too, Zhou Xiaoming said, reaching out to touch my big head. I didn't refuse. It was this little girl who helped me activate the system. I couldn't help but stick out my big tongue and lick the little girl's face. Zhou Xiaoming giggled from the tickling. Zhou Xiaoming was laughing, but everyone else was terrified, especially her parents. Xiaoming, come back. Zhou Xiaoming's father was scared to death, afraid I would snatch his daughter away. A newborn calf truly isn't afraid of a tiger. Luo Anqi returned Zhou Xiaoming to her father and said with a smile, Sir, don't worry. Panda is very smart and never bites people. Zhou Chang nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. That tiger is exceptionally smart. If it weren't for him earlier, our whole family would have been eaten by that lion. Daddy. I want to play with the big tiger, Zhou Xiaoming struggled, trying to get down. Daddy. I want to play with the big tiger too, the 3-year-old boy. Zhou Yuan also cried out. Zhou Chang was speechless. He held one child in each arm and got directly onto the rescue vehicle. Luo Anqi smiled, came over to me, and vigorously kneaded my neck. Panda. I'm going to prepare some beef for you now. You wait here. I was thrilled to hear that. The reason I grew so big was that Luo Anqi often gave me extra meals of beef. I have a huge appetite. I can eat 30 pounds of beef in one sitting. This beef wasn't provided by the zoo. Luo Anqi bought it with her own money. Luo Anqi seemed to come from a prominent family. A young lady who decided to become a zookeeper. I don't know what she was thinking. After instructing Lu Ming to look after me, Luo Anqi drove away. She was going to buy beef. Not just for me, but for the other tigers as well. Sigh. My wallet's going to be empty again. Luo Anqi sighed. Even with the 100,000 yuan monthly allowance her father gave her, it wasn't enough. Every day, she spent 3,000 yuan on 60 pounds of beef. And that was being frugal. If she bought as much as they could eat, 3,000 yuan a day wouldn't be enough. Maybe I can do some live streaming to earn extra money, Luo Anqi thought. However, she didn't know that at this moment. Inside the mysterious Special Affairs Handling Office in Kyoto, the large conference room was silent. 2 rows of agents stared grimly at the big screen. Several videos were playing on the screen, one of which showed a tiger and a lion in a frantic, bloody fight. A middle-aged man with a square face, sitting at the head of the table, looked at the video on the screen and suddenly spoke. Xiaojun, what do you think we should do about this Lion King? Kara, this Lion King, Kara, has likely awakened and become an evolved beast. But this Kara is too brutal. He started attacking humans as soon as he awakened. I feel we should kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. A young soldier said decisively. The square-faced middle-aged man nodded. In recent months, there had been many incidents of animals injuring people. These animals had all grown much larger and were extremely ferocious. The Special Affairs Handling Office was established 2 months ago for this very reason. To study what was causing these animal mutations. Through research, they determined that a mysterious substance had appeared in the world. They named it Spirit Qi, which could also be called an evolutionary Qi or longevity Qi. Because of the added Spirit Qi, many animals had changed, showing signs of atavism. This Lion King, Kara, was a prime example. What do you plan to do about that Tiger King? Panda, this Tiger King, Panda, doesn't harm people and even save them. His keeper, Luo Anqi, can even command the animal. He's a good tiger. The young soldier concluded that Panda was a good tiger. I'm asking if you can tell whether this panda has evolved. The square-faced middle-aged man asked again. The young soldier carefully watched the video and shook his head. He probably hasn't evolved. What do you all think? The square-faced middle-aged man asked the others. He probably hasn't evolved. Compared to an ordinary tiger, Panda is just a bit bigger. There's no other difference. The square-faced middle-aged man stared at the video, his fingers tapping on the table. After a long while, he said, Xiao, Jun, you are in charge of the Lion King Kara at Qingshan Wildlife Park. You must kill him as soon as possible. As for the Tiger King, don't touch him for now, but monitor him closely. If he awakens and evolves, report it immediately. Understood. As for the rest of you, closely monitor the wild animals in zoos. If any animal harms a person, go immediately. Dismissed. After everyone had left, the square-faced middle-aged man opened other videos. In one, a 20-meter long giant python was constricting a large water buffalo before swallowing it and disappearing into a river. On a plateau, a nearly 3-meter long silver wolf king was running at high speed through a valley, shaking off a pursuing helicopter. Sigh. It can even dodge bullets. I wonder how many more people this wolf king will eat. No one knew the pressure he was under. In less than 3 months, some very terrifying creatures had appeared. In the future, even more terrifying creatures would surely emerge. It seems I need to contact that little girl from the Luo family. The tiger she raised hasn't even awakened yet. But it can fight an evolved beast, and even win. Its potential is huge. The square-faced middle-aged man saw me lick the little girl's face and found it very heartwarming. Qingshan Wildlife Park. Luo Anqi drove a pickup truck into the tiger enclosure. When I saw her, I immediately rushed over. My favorite beef has arrived. Luo Anqi quickly got out of the truck to stop me. Panda. Calm down. The zookeeper lady is so brave. She dares to stop a hungry tiger. So this is the tiger that was bitten by the Lion King. Gotta. Kara is famous now. He's caused quite a stir online. Because he flipped a car, then broke into the tiger enclosure, scaring more than 30 tigers, and even injured the Tiger King. Panda. Yeah. It's this dumb tiger. So useless. My hearing is so sharp I can hear the rustling of grass from 100 meters away. Let alone voices from 30 meters. What the hell, I was the one who drove that Lion King. Gotta. Away, if Kara hadn't run. I definitely would have killed him. When did he become a dumb tiger? This is infuriating, and I'm even stronger now. I could definitely crush that Lion King. Luo Anqi didn't hear the two girls talking 30 meters away. She was busy setting up her live streaming equipment, preparing to stream the tigers. Because she was too poor, a single tiger could eat her out of house and home, let alone more than 30 of them. Oh no. Here come 2 more, 500 pound tigers. Yuanzi. Tuanzi. You two wait a minute before you eat. Luo Anqi quickly stopped the 2 tigers that had just arrived. These 2 500 pound tigers, though not raised by her from birth, were Panda's right-hand men. She had to buy extra beef for these 2. Indeed. I was very hungry. But in order not to offend this little ancestor, I could only wait patiently. At the same time, I called out to my 2 underlings, telling them to wait as well. Wow. The zookeeper lady is amazing. Is this a wildlife park? The tigers here are practically semi-wild. The zookeeper lady isn't afraid of them at all. What is she doing live streaming? Looks like it. Ever since they heard that a lion had killed someone at Qingshan Wildlife Park, some of the braver people immediately came to the park, specifically to see the lions and tigers. How strange. In the past, if a tiger killed someone, the zoo would be closed immediately. Why isn't it closed this time? I don't know. But I heard it's not just Qingshan Wildlife Park. Other zoos have also had incidents of animals harming people. No way. Is that true? Luo Anqi blocked the 3 giant tigers, preventing them from eating the beef in the back of the pickup truck. This time, she had spent 10,000 yuan on 200 pounds of beef. It was all her private savings, completely wiped out in one go. After setting up the live streaming equipment, Luo Anqi grabbed the scruff of my neck and said, Panda, I've prepared 200 pounds of beef this time. You can call a few more friends over to eat. Fearing I wouldn't understand, Luo Anqi gestured with her hands. I looked at the beef in the truck and drooled. I felt like I could eat an entire elephant right now. But for the sake of my brothers, I'd better eat a little less. I let out a loud tire roar. Soon, the sound of rustling footsteps came from the woods. Thump. 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 29 tigers appeared, including me, Tuanzi, and Yuanzi. There were a total of 32 big tigers. Luo Anqi was clearly a little scared. But with me by her side, she felt much more at ease. 32 big tigers. 200 pounds of beef. It seemed a bit little, but that was all the money she had. Wow. So many tigers. In the nearby vehicles, many tourists were extremely excited to see so many tigers. What shocked them even more was that these tigers didn't rush forward to eat the beef in the pickup truck, but waited quietly. Luo Anqi nervously opened her live stream. This was her first time streaming. Before, she had only made videos. The moment she went live, Some of her previous followers saw the notification and entered the stream. Wow. What is this tigers? It's actually tigers Anchi. My little fairy. Where are you? Wha? Why are there so many tigers? What does your family do? Aren't you afraid of getting arrested for keeping so many tigers? Holy crap. Holy crap. This is insane. Luo Anki, seeing the number of viewers increasing, smiled happily. Hello everyone. I'm Anchi. I just saw someone ask what my family does. My family is just an ordinary family. I'm a zookeeper. And this is Qingshan Wildlife Park. When she made short videos before, she never mentioned what she did. So her fans didn't know she was a zookeeper at a zoo. What Qingshan Wildlife Park? Isn't that the wildlife park where someone was killed? Anchi. My little fairy. I'm so jealous you get to feed tigers. Anki patted my big head. And the camera perfectly captured this moment for the live stream. Wow. Wow. Wow, Anki. My little fairy. You're so brave. Suddenly, a special effect appeared on the screen. An airplane. User Xiao Feiyu sent an airplane. Thank you, Xiao Feiyu. For the airplane, Luo Anki said gratefully. This was the first gift she had received. Hey. Using a tiger to gain fans and donations. Found a way to harvest leaks. Have we? Luo Anki frowned when she saw this, but said nothing. Why aren't you talking? This cowardly tiger was seriously injured. And now he's being used to harvest leeks. Your Qingshan Wildlife Park is really something. Luo Anqi didn't reply. But someone in the live chat immediately helped her fight back against the hater. Look at this idiot. Do you have any idea how much money Anqi spends on these tigers every month? 100,000. She spends 100,000. Every month she spent all her savings on beef. This was a comment from a user named Yutong. It didn't end there. The user named Yutong continued to post comments. You damn hater. All you know is how to flame people. Do you know that Panda was injured by the lion because he was saving someone? You damn hater. Luo Anqi couldn't help but smile when she saw this. Her best friend's temper was as fiery as ever. Heh. Spending 100,000 a month on beef for tigers. What a joke. The zoo provides for the tigers. Why would a zookeeper need to buy her own? And you say Anqi spends 100,000 a month. Where does she get 100,000 a month? Besides, this tiger is no match for the Lion King. A hater is a hater. They have to hate no matter what. In a villa in Jiangcheng, a long-haired beauty was furious. Jiang Yutong really couldn't take it anymore. You damn hater. Anqi's dad gives her 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses. You damn hater probably don't have that, and everyone knows Panda saved people. You're the only damn hater who doesn't. That's right, we all know Panda saved people and drove the lion away. It wasn't the security guards who saved him from the lion's mouth. At this point, some of the informed fans started to vouch for Luo, Anqi, and me. The big tiger. Seeing this, Anqi finally felt a little better. The haters were, after all, a minority. Hello everyone. All the donations I receive will be used to buy beef. Luo Anqi said simply. Then she climbed onto the pickup truck and threw a piece of cut beef towards me. But this time, I didn't snatch it. Instead, I was overcome with immense joy. A voice echoed in my mind, host Jiang Feng. Level top tier fierce beast. True Love fans 3. Sincere likes 786. Lottery draws 9 black iron treasure chests. Stored 1 drop of white tiger blood essence. In just a few minutes of live streaming, I had gained over 700 sincere likes and 2 True Love fans. I could even see who the True Love fans were. One was my keeper, Luo Anqi, and the other was Jiang Yutong. I didn't know who this Jiang Yutong was. She was probably someone from the live stream. I immediately shouted in my mind. System. I want to draw ding. Thank you for playing. Draw again. Ding. Congratulations. Host. For obtaining 1 pound of spirit stones. Draw them all. Ding. Congratulations. Host. For obtaining 3 pounds of spirit stones. 1. Vermilion fruit. 1 origin returning pill. And 1 pound of black ironstone. All have been stored and can be claimed at any time. Hearing the system's reply, I was overjoyed. I actually got 3 pounds of spirit stones and a vermilion fruit. As for the black ironstone and the origin returning pill, they must be good things too. Panda. Why aren't you eating luo? Anchi shouted from the pickup truck. She was worried I had some serious injury that the doctor hadn't noticed. Actually, I had been busy with the lottery and hadn't noticed the beef. Hearing Luo Anki's shout, I suddenly felt extremely hungry. Seeing my hungry expression, Luo Anchi laughed. She introduced to the audience in the live stream. Panda was just letting the other tigers eat first. Wow. Panda is so caring, I really want to. Pet Panda. Hey. Pet Panda. Be careful Panda doesn't pet you. Luo Anki thanked the audience for their donations while throwing me a 2-pound piece of beef. I caught it with my big mouth and swallowed it in one bite. The 2-pound piece of beef entered my stomach, and I felt it quickly start to decompose under the action of my stomach acid. My digestive ability is too powerful. I was still a little hungry. I shouted in my mind. Claim origin. Returning pill. The next moment, a huge warm current flowed from my stomach throughout my body. Comfortable. I felt that this 1 origin returning pill was equivalent to 5 pounds of spirit stones. My strength soared, and I was now 70% full. Luo Anki was still live streaming when she suddenly noticed the number of viewers in her stream was skyrocketing. At the same time, Luo Anchi's viewer count was rising. I was also incredibly excited. Although the number of True Love fans hadn't increased much, the sincere likes quickly surpassed 1. Ling ling ling. Could it be that the system can also sense when people in Luo Anki's livestream like me, respected host? This is the invincible luck system. The system can sense any source of praise directed at the host. It is recommended that the host interact with these people frequently to obtain luck points. Interact frequently. I could feel a dark line forming on my forehead. If I were to interact with these people, wouldn't I scare them to death? This system must be faulty. Whatever. Seeing the sincere likes rapidly increasing, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Holy crap. Holy crap. This tiger is laughing. How is that possible? How can a tiger laugh? He's really laughing. I've already taken a screenshot. I'm in love, so it's not just Shiba Inus that can smile. Tigers can too. From now on, I'm a fan of Panda Panda. I love you, ding, congratulations. Host. For interacting with others. Please keep up the good work. I was stunned. I had actually gained a dozen True Love fans. And the system just said, congratulations, where's the reward? Ding host has obtained 10 black iron treasure chest lottery draws, which can be exchanged for 1 bronze treasure chest lottery draw. What, there's such a thing? Are there silver, gold, diamond, star, and king treasure chests after this? Respected host, please play fewer games to avoid delaying important life matters. After the gold treasure chest is the purple gold treasure chest. There are no diamond or star treasure chests. Diamonds are worthless. Like charcoal. If the host really likes diamonds, the system can exchange a planet's worth of diamonds for the host. Haha. I laughed. No. No. I don't want diamonds. All right. Please continue your efforts. Host. And gain a large number of True Love fans. I looked at the panel and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Holy crap. That demonic laugh. This tiger's intelligence is really high, Panda. Laugh again. And I'll send you a rocket. This is from my savings. Suddenly, Luo Anki's livestream was filled with special effects again. Rockets filled the sky. I'll start with 20 rockets. Wow. Principal Wang is here, starting with 20 rockets. Isn't that a bit stingy? 20 rockets, whoa. I couldn't save that much in a year. Luo Angqi saw it too, and couldn't help but say, thank you, Principal Wang, for the 20 rockets. If Principal Wang comes to Qingshan Zoo, I'll have Panda thank him properly. Ha ha ha, Anqi. My little fairy. You're so naughty. Having Panda thank Principal Wang. Wouldn't that scare him to death? Ha 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 ha, I want to be thanked by Panda too. I wonder if my 100-something pounds are enough for Panda's meal. I wonder how Panda will thank Principal Wang. I'm so excited. Just then, the screen was once again dominated by the rocket special effect. Damn. Another 20 rockets. It has to be Principal Wang. No wonder so many buxom women like him. If I were a woman, I would definitely pursue him. Luo Anki, after all, came from a prominent family and naturally wouldn't be intimidated by these gifts. Thank you, Principal Wang. For the rockets. Come visit Qingshan Wildlife Park when you have time. Panda. Come, thank Principal Wang for the rockets. You guys have beef to eat now. Luo Anki patted my big head and shouted. Hearing Luo Anqi's words, I couldn't help but let out a roar, and at the same time, commanded my underlings to roar as well. For a moment, the live stream was filled with the sound of tiger roars. These tigers are so obedient, I really want to pet their big heads. It would be so awesome. I have to go to Qingshan Wildlife Park once. Me too. For a moment, the screen was filled with comments about going to Qingshan Wildlife Park. Luo Anqi was also shocked to see the number of viewers in her stream had reached over 80. Ling ling ling. Of course. The gifts were mainly from Principal Wang. The value of the other gifts was less than 20. 000 yuan. 00 yuan. But that was still terrifying. Panda. Are you full? I couldn't possibly nod. If I really nodded, I'd be taken away for dissection, so I let out a roar as a symbolic gesture to show I was full. That's good. Luo Anqi said to the viewers in the live stream. Hello everyone. That's all for today's stream. See you tomorrow. No. Don't go, Anki. My little fairy. I still want to see Panda. Don't turn it off. Don't turn it off. However, Luo Anqi mercilessly ended the stream. Panda. You rest well. I'll come see you again tomorrow. I let out a roar. Luo Anqi rubbed my big head and left after about 10 minutes. As for me, I led my underlings into the woods. I had accumulated so much popularity this time. I was going to start the lottery. System. I want to exchange for a bronze treasure chest draw. Ding, thank you for playing. I was stunned. 10 black iron treasure chests. Just like that system. Did you deliberately swallow them? Respected host. The higher the level of the treasure chest, the higher the chance of getting nothing. Then why didn't you say so earlier, respected host? You didn't ask. Hearing the system's reply, I was furious. Then draw from the black iron treasure chest. Dao times. Ding, congratulations. Host. For obtaining 2 pounds of spirit stones. 1 diamond. 1 tael of gold. 1 pound of silver. 1 vermilion fruit. 1 marrow cleansing pill. And 1 great ring pill. Why is there silver and gold? I was a bit surprised. Whatever. I started to consume the spirit stones. As for the vermilion fruit and the pills, I'll save them for now. In case any of my underlings get injured, these pills could be life-saving. Suddenly, I felt like my body was about to explode. System. What's going on? I asked urgently. Respected host. Congratulations. You are about to evolve into a first-order awakened beast. Please prepare sufficient energy. Energy. What energy? Spiritual energy. Vermilion fruits. Spirit stones. And pills all contain spiritual energy. The system explained simply. My body was still changing. And the aura I was emitting grew stronger and stronger, scaring my 2 underlings so much they kept backing away. After about half an hour, I felt hungry. Extremely hungry. It was as if all the food I had eaten today had been completely consumed. Claim, vermilion fruit. 10, draw lottery. 20, draw lottery. Finally, I had used up all the black iron treasure chests and got a whole bunch of insights. Time passed slowly, and I lay quietly under a tree, peacefully evolving. I woke up in the middle of the night. I had completed my first evolution. I felt an endless surge of power. If I were to face the Lion King, gotta, again, I could kill him instantly. My current strength has tripled. And my size has also grown. A little. Fortunately, not many humans should be able to notice. Was that Kara also a first-order evolved beast? But he was so weak. He wasn't a true first-order evolved beast. I pondered. Could it be that the Lion King, Kara, didn't have enough spirit stones? So his evolution was incomplete, otherwise, I would definitely not be his match. Suddenly, I looked towards the lion enclosure. A strange fluctuation was coming from there. Its spiritual energy. I was very familiar with it. Even from this distance. Spiritual energy was drifting over. Is there some treasure over there? I'll go take a look. With that, I started, running towards the lion enclosure. The tiger enclosure is huge. And it's still several kilometers from the lion enclosure. The closer I got to the lion enclosure, the richer the spiritual energy became. Roar. 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 A series of roars. Inside the lion enclosure, many lions suddenly erupted, roaring angrily at their former companion. In an instant, the entire Qingshan Wildlife Park became lively. Not only were the animals scared, but even the security guards in the duty room and the staff living in the zoo were also startled. Lin Bin. Lin Bin. This is dispatch. Please respond. Received. A voice came through the walkie-talkie. Quick. Go to the lion enclosure and see what's happening. Be careful. All right. I'm on my way. A patrol car with added, protective bars drove towards the lion enclosure. The tiger and lion enclosures are adjacent, separated by a 6-meter-high wire fence. Normally, neither lions nor tigers can cross this fence, but during the day, the Lion King Kara crossed it. I was also preparing to cross it. This wire fence is nothing to me. Even before my evolution, I could cross it. Let alone now. Just as I was about to cross the wire fence, a patrol car suddenly drove over. The iron gate was opened, and the patrol car drove in. Seeing this, I didn't bother climbing the fence. I lowered my body and followed the patrol car into the lion enclosure. Then I quickly ran towards a hillside on the side. I wanted to see what this group of lions was up to. The tiger enclosure, including me, has a total of 32 big tigers, while the lion enclosure has 70 or 80 lions. The number of lions far exceeds the number of tigers. Now that I've entered the lion enclosure, if I get surrounded, it will be very dangerous. Although I have now evolved into a first-order evolved beast, and am not afraid of being surrounded by lions, it would be bad if the patrol guards saw me. What is that spirit stones after evolving? My eyes are extremely sharp, and I can see clearly for several hundred meters in the dark. A dark stone covered in mud. Several extraordinary male lions were fighting over it, with the lionesses roaring on the side. Could it be that the Lion King? Gotta. They came strong by devouring those stones, I guessed. As for why these male lions were fighting, it must be because the Lion King, gotta, had left, and there was no leader. Several extraordinary male lions couldn't hold back and started fighting over these suspected spirit stone treasures. I waited quietly on the side. Now that the patrol car was here, it wasn't a good time to make a move. I'll wait until the humans leave the lion enclosure. Then I'll take all the treasures. My claws are much more useful than those of ordinary lions. In the patrol car, Lin Bin watched the group of lions fighting and felt a sudden panic. The pressure the Lion King, Kara, had given him during the day was too great. He felt that these male lions were just as terrifying as Kara. Zhang Huan. Do you think we should go over and take a look? Lin Bin asked his colleague who had come with him. Zhang Huan was quite brave. He patted his chest and said, Brother Bin, it's fine. Our car is reinforced and has protective bars. It's very safe. All right then. Let's go take a look. Lin Bin agreed. The patrol car drove forward. The car's headlights caused an even greater commotion among the lions. Several male lions weighing over 500 pounds stopped fighting. They turned their gazes to the patrol car. In the dark lion enclosure, besides the patrol car's headlights, there were the lion's eyes. which glowed with a yellow light. Some even had a red glow, which was extremely unsettling. Brother Bin, these lions seem to be staring at us. I think we should go, Zhang Huan said. A little nervous, Lin Bin's heart contracted violently. He felt that the lion enclosure was incredibly eerie tonight. He even felt that the 5 male lions were not much weaker than the Lion King. Kata. And were about to become new Lion Kings. 5 of them. Each one probably had the ability to hunt a rhinoceros alone. Let's go. Let's go. Lin Bin agreed and urged Zhang Huan to leave quickly, just as the two were about to drive away from the lion enclosure. A terrifying roar shook the entire Qingshan Wildlife Park. It was extremely loud, like a clap of thunder in the night sky. Crouching on the hillside, my pupils contracted. I saw the one-eyed Lion King. Kara had actually returned, and he did so openly. He was so much stronger. Far stronger than during the day. This Lion King, Kata, was covered in a murderous aura and blood. What has he been doing? A bad premonition rose in my heart. Kara is really courting death. Since he's back, he can leave his life behind. The Lion King, Kata, appeared in the lion enclosure, his bell-like eyes staring at the Kamo patrol car. The 2 men in the car gasped. They looked at the one-eyed lion, its mouth full of blood, its expression twisted in a snarl, its fangs bared. It was terrifying to the extreme. Quick. Go, it's Kara, Lin Bin cried out. At the same time, he shouted into his walkie-talkie. Kara is back, he's in the lion enclosure. His mouth is full of blood. What Kara is back in the lion enclosure, yes, I don't know what he ate. But he's terrifying now. A whole circle bigger than the other lions. Oh no. He's charging at us, Lin Bin said urgently. Zhang Huan was also terrified. If an ordinary lion charged at them, he wouldn't be afraid. But this was the Lion King, Kata, the one who had flipped the SUV. If the Tiger King from the tiger enclosure hadn't stopped Kara from killing people, who knows how many would have been killed. Roar Kara's speed was far greater than that of the just-started patrol car. He pounced directly onto the patrol car and swiped at the roof with his claw. The protective bars were smashed directly against the roof. Fortunately, the bars were very resilient, otherwise, they would have definitely broken. Zhang Huan was trembling with fear. Fortunately, having worked with lions and tigers for years, his mental fortitude was relatively strong. He drove the patrol car towards the tiger enclosure. Just then, the Lion King, Kata, suddenly jumped off the patrol car and charged at its side. Bang! The patrol car was actually knocked over by Kara. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This strength was beyond human comprehension. Inside the car, Zhang Huan and Lin Bin were terrified. Their hearts were pounding violently, feeling like they were about to Lin Bin. Lin Bin. Get out of the lion enclosure. Quickly, Security Captain Lu Ming shouted urgently into the walkie-talkie. Captain, we can't get out. The patrol car was flipped by the Lion King. Kara, you guys have to come and save us. I don't think the protective bars can withstand Kara's attacks. Hold on. We'll be there soon, Security Captain Lu Ming also shouted anxiously. The Lion King, Kata, roared and approached the patrol car. He didn't strike it directly, but used his claws to scrape at it. The protective bars made a screeching sound. Zhang Huan and Lin Bin huddled together, seeing the protective bars being dismantled by the Lion King, Kata. They became even more terrified. Brother Bin. This Kara is like a homicidal maniac, and his intelligence is very high, Zhang Huan said, his voice choked with tears. Lin Bin was also trembling all over. This Kara's intelligence is no less than that of a 10-year-old child. He actually knows how to dismantle the fence with his bare hands. In less than a minute, the Lion King, Kata, had dismantled the protective bars. His ferocious head charged towards the car window, just as Lin Bin and Zhang Huan thought they were about to die. A deafening tiger roar echoed through the sky. But then, the two of them immediately showed expressions of ecstasy. It's Panda, the Tiger King. Panda has appeared, Zhang Huan said excitedly. But how did Panda get into the lion enclosure? Lin Bin was puzzled. In the time it took for the two of them to exchange a few words, I had rushed over and collided with the Lion King. Gotta. Kara's single eye was filled with coldness and murderous intent. His limbs had evolved. And his claws had become longer and sharper. When not attacking, they were hidden. But once he attacked, it was with earth-shattering force. I was still fearless. I extended my sharp claws and swiped at the Lion King. Gotta. With a tearing sound, my right front paw left a deep bloody gash on Kara's face. Kara tried to bite my neck but missed, and was instead sent flying by my left front paw. The gap was too big. Even though the Lion King, Kara, was 30% stronger than during the day, he was still no match for me, who was close to 700 pounds and had become an evolved beast. I charged fiercely at the Lion King. Kara, intending to end this Lion King's life. The Lion King, Kara, suddenly roared and then retreated rapidly. I was about to give chase when I saw a group of lions surrounding me. They roared at me while sending a dozen male and female lions to attack the patrol car. With a bang, the patrol car's glass was shattered. Damn it. Kara is using a diversion. I didn't dare to chase Kara anymore, because I was afraid the two people in the patrol car would be torn apart by the lions. I roared and charged towards the patrol car, sending two male lions flying. At the same time, I blocked the side where the protective bars had been destroyed by Kara, preventing the lions from attacking the people inside. Inside the car, Zhang Huan and Lin Bin watched as I used my body to block the broken car door. Two moved for words. Heavens. Their hearts had been on a roller coaster, on the brink of death several times. It was Panda who saved them. If it weren't for Panda, they would have been torn to pieces by the lions. Panda. Thank you, Zhang Huan suddenly shouted. Outside the car, I heard the notification and was overjoyed. Another True Love fan. No. Two of them. Awesome. Two more black iron treasure chests. Looking at the dozens of lions in front of me, I was dismissive. A bunch of perms. What are they worth? I can take them out one by one. If it weren't for that shameless Kara making the pride attack the two security guards, I would have been able to finish him off. Completely. Roar. Roar. A dozen male lions and over 60 lionesses roared furiously at me. But not a single one dared to charge forward. The pressure I had just exerted on them was too great. Not a single lion was a match for me. The two men here, seeing that I was unmoved by the lions' roars, I couldn't help but praise. Majestic Panda is so powerful that Kara is no match for Panda at all. If it weren't for us getting in the way, Panda would have definitely killed Kara. Lin Bin sighed with emotion. At the same time, he reported everything that had happened to Captain Lu Ming via the walkie-talkie. Although the two of them were in pain now and their spines were injured, their worried hearts finally settled. With Panda here, their lives were not in danger. In less than 10 minutes, several large vehicles drove over. Their headlights illuminated the lion enclosure. In the front patrol car, in the passenger seat, Lu Ming saw a terrifying scene. Dozens of lions were surrounding the overturned patrol car. On one side of the patrol car sat a striped, ferocious tiger. It was huge, just sitting there. It was about 2 meters tall. I didn't expect Panda to be so smart, to know how to defend against the lion's attack on Zhang Huan and Lin Bin. Another security guard said excitedly. Dozens of lions attacked the patrol car and even flipped it over. Just at the critical moment, a ferocious tiger appeared and blocked the lion's attack. If you told someone this, they probably wouldn't believe it. But they saw it with their own eyes. I had driven away the lions and saved people. Lu Ming gave the order. Yes. Captain, should we drive Panda away? The water truck driver asked. Lu Ming looked at me and considered for a moment. No need. Panda doesn't harm people. All right. Captain. At this moment, a person in full gear on the water truck took out a high-pressure water gun and sprayed it at the pride of lions. Although the high-pressure water gun couldn't kill the lions, its attack was still very powerful, and it scared all the lions away. Captain, how do we rescue Zhang Huan and Lin Bin? A young security guard swallowed hard. That tiger was sitting right next to the car. It was too terrifying. Who would dare to go down? Security Captain Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He was in full gear. With a slightly trembling hand, he opened the car door. In reality, he knew that if I wanted to attack him, let alone this gear, even gear 10 times tougher wouldn't be able to withstand a single swipe of my claw. Go down and pull them out from the other side, Lu Ming said. With that, Lu Ming got out of the patrol car. Just then, I suddenly moved and walked into the distance. Lu Ming was startled by my movement. It wasn't until I left that he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his back was drenched in sweat. He now greatly admired Luo Anqi. She dared to pet Panda and even face more than 30 ferocious tigers directly. He couldn't develop that kind of courage in 10 lifetimes. Finally, Lu Ming managed to get the two men out of the car. Then he quickly arranged for them to be taken to the ambulance. Only then did he let out a big sigh of relief. Looking at the two who had survived a great disaster, Liu Ming sighed with emotion. Zhang Huan and Lin Bin looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Lu Ming was very surprised. Captain, you haven't experienced despair and hope. What happened today is enough for the two of us to brag about for a lifetime. Then you should thank Xiao Luo. If she hadn't raised Panda to be so friendly and powerful, what would you have to brag about? Without Panda, you probably wouldn't even be able to find your bones now, Lu Ming said with a laugh. Yes. Yes. We should thank Miss Luo. The two of them nodded repeatedly. All right, so you two don't have to work for the next few days. I will report what happened tonight to the higher-ups. They might send people to investigate. Just tell them the truth. All right. Captain, by the way, where did Panda go? He didn't run out of the zoo. Did he? No. He went in the direction of the tiger enclosure. That's good. Lu Ming knew very well that with Panda's jumping ability, he could easily clear the zoo's wire fence. If he wanted to get out, he could. Just like the Lion King. Gotta. It seems I have to talk to the leadership. He had to tell Xiao Luo. Otherwise, if Panda really ran out, who knows how many people he would scare, except for the overturned car. All the other vehicles drove out of the lion enclosure. I, who was waiting on the hillside, saw Jiang Ming and the others leave. And then I quickly jumped off the small hill and ran towards the place where the spirit stones were produced. I wanted to see if they were spirit stones. If they were. Then, my return scared the lions that were still there into retreating. Repeatedly, I ignored them and dug into the pit with my claw. Ding! My claw hit something extremely hard. I found the right spot and dug hard, pulling out a stone from 2 meters underground. This stone weighed no less than 100 pounds. What is this? Is it a spirit stone? I asked doubtfully in my mind. Respected host, do you wish to use 3 black iron treasure chest lottery draws to appraise this treasure? Damn it. I still have 3 black iron treasure chest lottery draws. Don't appraise it. Put this stone in the storage. Respected host, storing this stone requires 5 black iron treasure chest lottery draws. Do you wish to store it? Hearing this, I wanted to vomit blood. Why does everything require lottery draws? I'll carry it back to the tiger enclosure myself. I have a feeling this is a spirit stone. Otherwise, why would the Lion King, Kara, suddenly evolve? Don't store it. I'll carry it back myself. With that, I used my right front paw to lift the 100-pound stone and headed towards the tiger enclosure. The whole world went crazy. But they were also afraid of me. For a moment, they just surrounded me and roared, "Get lost." You bunch of idiots, I let out a long roar. If you dare to surround me again, I'll slaughter all of you besides. I only took the biggest spirit stone. The small ones are still there, aren't they? My roar was like rolling thunder, and it scared the pride of lions into fleeing in disarray. A bunch of trash. Seeing this, my fat tiger face broke into a brilliant smile. And then I carried the 100-pound spirit stone and ran towards the tiger enclosure. At the same time, Luo Anqi, who had just woken up, suddenly received a call from Security Captain Lu Ming. What, Captain Lu? You're saying that Panda broke into the lion enclosure yesterday and saved 2 security guards? Luo Anqi was extremely surprised. It was incredible. Yes. Xiao Luo. If it weren't for Panda, Zhang Huan and Lin Bin would have died. The Lion King, Kata, appeared, and he was terrifying. Let me tell you secretly, at least 5 people died at the hands of the Lion King. Kara. Yesterday, their bodies were dismembered. Don't tell anyone else, Lu Ming said in a low voice over the phone. This matter couldn't be spread, or it would definitely cause panic. What? Such a serious thing happened. Luo Anqi was horrified. Yes. Xiao Luo. You have to be careful. That Lion King, Kata, is very vengeful. Then is Panda in danger? Luo Anqi suddenly worried about my safety. On the other end of the phone, Security Captain Lu Ming gave a wry smile. How could Panda be in danger, that terrifying Lion King, Kata, if he hadn't shamelessly summoned the entire pride to attack the 2 security guards? He would have been killed by Panda long ago. Don't worry, Xiao Luo. Panda will be fine. That Lion King, Kata, is no match for Panda. Just be careful yourself. You're from the Luo family, so you must know about some of the special things that have been happening. Yes. My dad told me. Luo Anqi was born into the wealthy Luo family. So they naturally knew that some special things had been happening in the last 2 months. A special gas had appeared in the world. Experts had already studied it and named it Spirit Qi. This Spirit Qi could actually make animals evolve. A 20-meter-long python. A silver wolf as fast as lightning. A divine eagle with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters, even in the deep sea. A terrifying octopus appeared and capsized a cargo ship of several thousand tons. In short, all sorts of strange things were appearing. And humans, the rulers of the world, also had evolved individuals, but they were extremely rare. And their abilities were extremely unstable. It seemed they were forcibly evolved. No. I have to go see Panda. If Panda is hurt, that would be bad. Luo Anqi started to wash up and pack her things. Ding dong. Who is it? Luo Anqi was a little puzzled. So early, Anqi. It's me. Yutong Jiang Yutong shouted from outside the door. Luo Anqi quickly opened the door. Outside stood a woman in white casual clothes. She was about 22 or 23 years old, with skin as white and delicate as jade, thin and rosy lips, and a slender and well-proportioned figure. She was simply perfect. At the woman's feet was a large samoyed, its fur snow-white, a true king among dogs. Luo Anqi was a little jealous. Her best friend from college, Jiang Yutong, had such an amazing figure, although she was also a great beauty. Her figure was far inferior to her best friend's. I sigh. Yutong, you're dressed so beautifully. Who are you going to see? Of course. I'm here to see you, Jiang Yutong said with a grin. Luo Anqi rolled her eyes at her best friend. Yutong, I have to go to work at the zoo. I don't have time to play with you. You don't have to play with me. I'll go to the zoo with you, Jiang Yutong said with a giggle. Why are you going to the zoo with me? When did you start liking other animals? Heh. You know what's been happening lately? My dad told me to go to the zoo with you, to see if there's anything strange. And I have to see Panda, Jiang Yutong said bluntly. Luo Anqi nodded. Although Panda hadn't evolved yet, he had defeated the already evolving Lion King, Kara, which showed his potential. Ding dong. Luo Anqi was speechless. Who could it be now? She opened the door to see two young people standing outside. A man and a woman. Dressed in black. With straight postures. They looked clean and capable. Like government officials. Hello. Are you Miss Luo Anqi? The young woman asked with a smile. Yes. I am. Can I help you? Luo Anqi had already guessed who these two were. Her dad had called her yesterday. But she still needed to confirm. Miss Luo. Hello? My name is Li Hai. We would like to go to Jinshan Wildlife Park with you to take a look. Here are our credentials. Li Hui took out her credentials from her bag. Anqi looked at them. Special Affairs Handling Office. It was exactly what her dad had told her yesterday. That someone would come to find her today. Hello. You're going to the wildlife park. You must be going to see Panda. Right? Luo Anqi asked. Inside the room? Jiang Yutong was also listening intently. Yes. Li Hui smiled and nodded. Then what do you plan to do with Panda Luo? Anqi stared nervously at the two people in front of her. She was afraid the people from the Special Affairs Handling Office would take me away. In her heart, I was her family. Raised by her since I was a cub. She would not allow anyone to take me away. Hui smiled and said, Miss Luo. Don't worry. We won't do anything. We're just going to take a look at Panda. Luo Anqi was relieved and nodded. All right. Then let's go. But I have to buy some beef first. Soon, two cars were heading towards Qingshan Wildlife Park. Anqi. Do you think Panda has evolved? Jiang Yutong. In the passenger seat. Spoke up. I don't think so. If he had evolved, his size would have increased. That Lion King, Kara, grew a lot. And evolved beasts are very restless. Panda is very gentle. Luo Anqi didn't hide anything from her best friend and told her directly. Yeah. My dad even told me to send Dabai to the inspection station. Jiang Yutong said, glancing at the Snow White, Samoyed in the back seat. Then has Dabai become very restless? Luo Anqi couldn't help but ask. No. Dabai is also very gentle. Then that's fine. Just keep him for now. But be careful. Luo Anqi reminded her. An hour later, Luo Anqi had bought 500 pounds of beef and entered the tiger enclosure of Qingshan Wildlife Park with Jiang Yutong and the two people from the Special Affairs Handling Group. Panda, Luo Anqi shouted. She panicked. She couldn't see a single tiger. Where had all the tigers hidden in the woods? Could they have all escaped this morning? Security Captain Lu Ming had told her that the Lion King, Kara, could climb over a 6-meter high wire fence. So I definitely could too. Now that she couldn't see me or the other tigers, she was naturally anxious. Awu, a familiar roar came. Luo Anqi was relieved. She saw a striped, ferocious Tiger King rush out of the woods. An invincible aura radiating from him. Luo Anqi was overjoyed. She had been worried sick. Afraid I had run out of the zoo. Panda. Where did you run off to, Luo? Anqi grabbed my ear and said angrily. Actually, I had been evolving inside. I only came out when I heard Luo Anqi's call. I let out a soft awu and rubbed against Luo Anqi. Looking pitiful. In the car, Jiang Yutong saw her best friend pulling the ear of this 3-meter-long, ferocious tiger and couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. This best friend of hers was too brave. In the other car, the two staff members of the Special Affairs Handling Office. Li Hui and Shuze. I had grave expression. They took out a tablet-like device. A very bright red dot appeared on the device, with some dimmer dots next to it. Each red dot displayed a number. They pointed the device at me, who was not far away. The brightest red dot shot up from 10 to 100 and was still climbing. Finally, stopping at, the two of them looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. Miss Luo. Can we get closer to Panda? Li Hui swallowed hard. The device in her hand could display living creatures within 30 meters. And even some treasures that emitted spiritual energy. Of course. Not all treasures could be detected. For example, treasures that didn't emit spiritual energy. This device couldn't detect. Of course. What is this device? Luo Anki was a little curious when she saw the thing in their hands. This is the latest spirit detector developed by the Research Institute. It can detect the spiritual energy in a person's body. For example, you only have 2 points. This spirit detector is the first generation, so there might be errors in the measurement. Li Hui said with a smile to Luo Angqi. Then she and Shuze cautiously approached me. I was really too big, which made her nervous, even though she could take down 10 people with her bare hands. Her body couldn't help but tremble in the face of this behemoth. Shuze next to her was the same. It was really hard to imagine that such a behemoth, an evolved beast, could be so gentle. Luo Angqi's interest was piqued when she heard Li Hui's introduction. There was such a device, but when she heard that her spiritual energy was only 2 points, her confidence took a hit. How many spiritual energy points do you have? How many does Panda have? Luo Angqi asked curiously. Look, I have 4 points, and Shuze has 5. As for Panda, Li Hui took a deep breath. How many does Panda have? Luo Angqi was anxious. Almost 200, and still rising, Li Hui said excitedly. I listened to the two of them talk and was also a little curious about the tablet in the woman's hand. Could it measure spiritual energy? This was high tech. Hearing that my keeper's spiritual energy value was only 0, I couldn't help but laugh. This keeper is too much of a weakling. I actually have 200 points. If I were to release my full aura, my spiritual energy value would soar, even higher. After all, I had suppressed my aura. I didn't believe this tablet could even sense that 200 points. So many. Luo Angqi was a little incredulous. She grabbed my ear and came over to Li Hui's side. She saw a particularly red dot, with the number on it, stopping at 212. No longer jumping. Holy crap. Panda. You've evolved again. Luo Angqi held my big head and said excitedly. Then she observed carefully and found that my body seemed a little bigger. Yes. Miss Luo. Panda has definitely evolved again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a high spiritual energy value. In our statistics, among all the land creatures so far, Panda can rank in the top 20. Li Hui said excitedly. The animals measured before, although their spiritual energy values were high, they were all very restless and would attack humans at the slightest provocation. Some even killed and ate people. Only I, this super big tiger, was the most gentle. This was a good sign. What top 20 panda? You're awesome. Luo Angqi kissed the king character on my big head again and again. Only top 20, my panda should be number 1. I thought to myself, woof, woof, woof. Just then, a big white dog got out of the car. It had only barked twice when it saw me and immediately started whimpering. I didn't expect a samoyed to be here. This is a good toy. I walked directly towards the samoyed. This move scared Jiang Yutong so much that she retreated back into the car, screaming in terror. Anki. Help, Dabai is going to be bitten to death. Anki couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yutong. It's okay. Panda doesn't bite people. He just wants to play with Dabai. Look. Jiang Yutong clutched her chest and looked out the window. Sure enough, she saw me playing with Dabai, but the scene was too beautiful. My huge paw was batting at her Dabai, while Dabai was trembling, not daring to move. Luo Anki. Quickly get Panda away. All right. All right. Panda. Don't scare. Dabai. Come. Come. Eat some beef. With that, Luo Anki threw the beef from the car towards me. Seeing this, I had no choice but to lift my thick paw from Dabai's head and start eating heartily. I ate the beef, finishing 50 pounds in one go. So satisfying. I wonder if this keeper has any more money to buy beef. The money from Principal Wang's donations is probably almost gone. Next time Principal Wang comes, I'll have to put on a good show and try to scam a small fortune out of him. Xiao Lua. The scale is here. Just then, Security Captain Lu Ming appeared, carrying a scale. Luo Anqi thanked him happily. At the same time, she started her live stream and shouted to the viewers. Hello everyone. Today we're going to weigh Panda. How much does he weigh? Great, weighing a tiger. This is a first. I guess Panda is 550 pounds. Well, I guess Panda is 600 pounds. How can he be 600 pounds? Even the Lion King isn't pounds. The Lion King is nothing. Panda is the strongest. Heh. The Lion King injured Panda. And you still say Panda is the strongest, a useless tiger plus a stupid cat. Lions are much stronger than bearded dogs. Damn it. This is a tiger live stream, Lion fans. Get out. The screen was filled with profanity. Luo Anqi was also a little helpless. Whenever she started a live stream, two groups of people would immediately start arguing. One saying lions are stronger, the other saying tigers are stronger. And they had to determine a winner. Everyone, pay attention. Let's see how much Panda and the other tigers weigh. Luo Anqi said with a smile. Tuanzi, get on. Tuanzi looked at me blankly. He didn't understand what was going on. I quickly patted my underling. The keeper is telling you to get weighed. I also wanted to see how much Tuanzi weighed. Last night, Tuanzi had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. He had scraped a layer off that 100-pound stone. Tuanzi understood my meaning and quickly walked towards the scale. Holy crap. Panda is so smart. He can even command Tuanzi to get weighed. Zuka cute Panda. I really want to hug him. It's a pity the flights are suspended. Otherwise I would go to Jiangnan province to see Panda. Luo Anqi looked at the weight on the scale and was shocked. Anqi. My little fairy. How much does Tuanzi weigh? We can't see. Tell us quickly. Luo Anqi didn't keep the viewers in suspense and announced the answer directly. Tuanzi is 586 pounds. What? Tuanzi is 586 pounds. Then Panda must be over 600 pounds. Terrifying. Terrifying. Who said Panda isn't 600 pounds? Look how much bigger Panda is than Tuanzi. Quick. Quick. We want to see how much Panda weighs. Alright. I'll weigh Panda now. Luo Anqi was also looking forward to seeing how much I weighed now. I obediently walked onto the scale and sat down. Luo Anqi also started to adjust the camera. She aimed it at the scale. 650 pounds. 700 pounds. 780 pounds. Finally, my weight settled at 785 pounds. Everyone present gasped. The live stream instantly exploded. Holy crap. Holy crap. Panda is 785 pounds. Is this a new record? But Panda doesn't look that big. How can he be so heavy? Awesome Panda is only years old. Right? At his peak. He'll be at least 1,000 pounds. With that weight, he could probably slap the shit out of me. On the side, Li Hui and Xu Zhe from the Special Affairs Handling Office were also quickly reporting all kinds of information about me. Panda. Qingshan Wildlife Park Tiger. 2 years old. Weight, 785 pounds. Spiritual energy value, 212. Friendly to people. Currently no threat. Soon. The two of them reported my information. Luo Anqi pulled my ear and looked at me in disbelief. Panda. How did you change so much? Although many people knew that there was more spiritual energy in the world. And there were many strange animals in the news. As long as the government didn't officially announce the evolution. She couldn't just say it on the live stream. Woof. 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 Just as I was proud of my weight. That Samoyed suddenly ran towards the woods on the side. Dabai Jiang Yutong shouted, worried about her beloved dog, and followed it into the woods. Jiang Yutong's action directly scared Luo Anqi. There were 29 tigers in there, and they weren't as friendly as I was. Yutong. Don't run around. Luo Anqi hurriedly chased after her. I had no choice but to follow. These foolish humans. Really? For a dog. They would rush into danger without a second thought. It's really a headache. Why is that Samoyed so stupid? There are many tigers in those woods. If things go wrong, they'll all die. Don't worry. With Panda there, they'll be fine. The people in the live stream were very confident in Luo Anchi. With my nearly 800-pound frame there. Which tiger would dare to make a move, just like that? 4 people and 3 tigers followed the Samoyed. My eyesight is very sharp. I clearly saw the Samoyed heading straight for the tiger's resting place. Has this Samoyed lost its mind? Doesn't it know this place is very dangerous? I can guarantee that Tuanzi and Yuanzi won't bite. But I can't guarantee that the other 29 tigers won't. After all, those 29 tigers are semi-wild. Unless I'm present. There's a high probability they will attack humans. As for that Samoyed, it's even more likely to die. At this point, I took the lead and rushed ahead of the crowd, just in time to see the Samoyed barking at the group of tigers. Its eyes fixed on that stone. Drooling. Holy crap. This dog smelled the spirit stone. I was a little shocked. This dog's nose is really good. Then, Luo Anchi, Jiang Yutong, Li Hai, and Su Dei also arrived. The 4 of them also saw the stone. More than 20 tigers were lying quietly next to the stone. Spirit stone. Why is there a spirit stone here? Li Hui was shocked. Their special affairs handling office had also obtained spirit stones. But they were only palm-sized. The spirit stone here was as big as a millstone. Close to 100 pounds. Miss Luo, can you ask Panda to bring that stone over to us? The higher-ups are in great need of this stone. Li Hui said in a low voice. She was also a little embarrassed. Luo Anchi looked at Li Hui. She didn't really want to do this. But this Li Hui was sent by the higher-ups. Since the higher-ups needed this stone, she could only do her best. Panda, can you give me that stone? Luo Anchi leaned close to my ear and whispered, at the same time, gesturing for me to bring that stone over. Hearing Luo Anchi's words, I suddenly extended my paw. Luo Anchi was a little confused. Like a monk who can't figure things out. You idiot. Of course it's for beef. I let out a dissatisfied awoo and pointed my paw at the car in the distance. Oh. You want beef? All right. I'll buy you 300 pounds tomorrow and let you eat your fill. Luo Anchi promised. However, I remained unmoved and gestured again. Luo Anchi had raised me since I was a cub and was very familiar with my personality. You think it's too little, it's okay. I'll prepare more for you for a few days. Luo Anchi quickly agreed. Only then did I show a satisfied expression and swaggered towards the spirit stone. This spirit stone was what I dug up from the lion enclosure yesterday. I know there must be more spirit stones in the lion enclosure. But I don't know if there are any in the tiger enclosure. If there are, that would be great. Just like that. 4 people and 6 security guards watched as I brought the huge stone out from among 29 big tigers. And the 29 tigers didn't make a sound. They couldn't help but marvel at my power. Bang, I threw the stone at Luo Anchi's feet. Although this spirit stone is not small, it can't compare to my keeper. As long as I have my keeper, I will have true love fans. And humans, I will give me likes and luck points. So I can draw from treasure chests and become stronger. And Luo Anchi will give me beef. The keeper is still the best. Panda. You're amazing. Luo Anchi had to admire my intelligence and power. Li Hui and Xu Zhe were also excited. They didn't expect to have such a big harvest this time. Miss Luo. Thank you so much. You've done our office a great service. You're welcome. It's what I should do. But you have to guarantee Panda and the others food for 15 days. They want beef. Luo Anchi said with a smile. No problem. Miss Luo, we will definitely deliver the beef. Li Hui agreed immediately. At this moment, he was filled with immense joy. Soon, The 100-pound spirit stone was loaded into the car by Li Hui. And he and Zhu Zhe left the power NMO. So, this livestream had earned me another batch of True Love fans. I looked at the panel in my mind and was overjoyed. Host Jiang Feng. Level First Order Evolved Beast. True Love fans 58. Lottery draws 125. Stored in iron treasure chest 1 drop of white tiger blood essence. 28 pounds of spirit, stones, etc. I smugly looked over the panel. I actually had so many lottery draws and so many treasures. 28 pounds of spirit stones. That should be enough for Tuanzi and Yuanzi to evolve. I decided to let my 2 underlings evolve into evolved beasts tonight. As for Lua Anki, I don't know how to make her evolve. Humans should be able to absorb spiritual energy through some kind of breathing method. Right, I don't know if my keeper has one. During the day, I heard that the 2 people who took the spirit stone had spiritual energy values of 4 and 5, while Luo Anqi only had 0. She was clearly a weakling. I have to help. Don't I have pills and vermilion fruits? I definitely can't take out the pills. But I can take out the vermilion fruits for Luo Anqi to eat. Yes. That's what I'll do. I glanced at the sun in the sky. It was too hot. I was too lazy to move. So I lay down under a tree to cool off. Lying flat is really too comfortable. Soon, I fell asleep. At the same time, on the highway, Li Hui and Xu Zhe were driving towards Kyoto with the 100-pound spirit stone. This spirit stone was the largest one their Special Affairs Handling Office had ever found. There would surely be even bigger ones in the future. But in this era, it's all about being one step ahead. One step ahead. One step immortal. Although Daxia is very powerful, there are still many enemies eyeing it covetously. They are trying every means to destroy Daxia. If those hostile countries surpass Daxia in this transformation, then Daxia will be in danger. The 2 of them, as members of the Special Affairs Handling Office, had to deliver this huge spirit stone to the Research Institute as soon as possible for the scientists to study. Suddenly, a huge roar echoed across the wilderness. Then, a terrifying golden lion appeared in the wilderness and ran towards the highway. Li Hai, in the passenger seat, was startled. He looked out the window and was instantly terrified. Why is there a lion here, and it's one-eyed? Li Hui said in horror to Zhu Zhe beside him. Xu Zhe also saw it. Right in front of him, a one-eyed male lion was rushing towards him at an incredible speed. Much faster than a car. It was getting closer and closer. Could this be that Lion King? Kara Xu Zhe said with a tremor in his voice. Quick. Step on it and ram through this Lion King. Kara is already a first-order evolved beast. His strength is over 4 tons. He could kill us in one go, Li Hui shouted in terror. Xutze, after all, was a member of the Special Affairs Handling Office. Well-informed and experienced. He himself was also evolving. Although he hadn't reached the level of a first order, evolved one. He was much stronger than an ordinary person. He immediately floored the accelerator. And the car shot up to Stopadeshet Quam. And the speed was still increasing. Besides their car, there were other vehicles on the highway. The moment the one-eyed Lion King, Kara, appeared, some of the drivers were instantly terrified. Some drivers, out of fear, even crashed into other vehicles. The one-eyed Lion King, Kara, who was still running in the wilderness, leaped onto the highway and then slowed down, blocking the path of the speeding car. Ram through Li Hui shouted. He didn't know why the Lion King, Kara, was here or why he was after them, but he knew that if they couldn't break through, they would surely be killed by the Lion King. Kara. Shuze floored the accelerator and charged towards the Lion King. Kara. If it were an ordinary lion, he was absolutely confident he could run it over. But against the Lion King, Kara, he didn't know if he had a chance. Froom. Vroom. Vroom. The exhaust pipe roared. Kara's single eye stared at the speeding car. That eye was cold and terrifying, without a trace of fear. The Lion King. Kara moved, charging head-on towards the car. Bang. The two collided. The Lion King. Kara was sent tumbling for dozens of meters, while the car was in a miserable state, directly launching into the air and flipping forward. The car's windows all shattered, and the millstone-sized spirit stone also fell out of the car's trunk. The Lion King. Kara let out an excited laugh when he saw the spirit stone. Then he stood up and walked to the stone. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the car, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. But in the end, the stone in front of him was more important. So Kara picked up the spirit stone and jumped off the highway, disappearing from everyone's A5er sight. Many people saw this scene and were shocked. It was simply beyond their imagination. A lion got on the highway, crashed into a speeding car, and stole a stone from it. It was really too bizarre. Hello? Is this the Public Security Bureau? There's a lion on the Jiangcheng highway that robbed a car and stole a stone. The people in the car are in an unknown condition. A driver directly reported to the police. What? A lion robbed a car of a stone? Yes. I saw it with my own eyes. Right on the Jiangcheng highway. Sir, do you know that filing a false police report is illegal? What the hell do you mean? A false report, this is real. Come and see for yourself, sir. Did you see this with your own eyes? Of course I did. That lion was huge. And it was one-eyed. Very terrifying. Wait. Sir. You said the lion was one-eyed. Yes. All right. We'll be there soon. On the highway, a long line of cars was blocked. The cars behind didn't know what had happened. In one car, there was a woman in her 20s named Huang Shihan. She was an outdoor blogger. She had just witnessed the lion robbery, even after the lion left. She still couldn't believe it. A robbery, this is a hot topic. Her dashcam had recorded the entire process. She was going to post it online now. It would surely get a lot of views. Huang Shihan immediately edited the video and posted the edited version on the largest video website in Xia country, with the title, Why a Lion Blocked the Road to Rob. Soon, her comment section started to get comments. Holy crap. A lion on the highway robbing a car. Too scary. Wow. This lion is huge. Look at its eye. So scary. Why does it only have one eye? Holy crap. Isn't this that Lion King? Kara. Who killed someone? Why hasn't he been killed yet? Someone recognized Kara. The Public Security Bureau's car also arrived. They immediately went to the overturned vehicle. The two people inside were covered in blood, their breathing faint. The Public Security Bureau officers carried the two people out of the car. They found their credentials. The moment they opened them, their pupils contracted. They recognized these credentials. Special Affairs Handling Office. This was big trouble. The captain of the Public Security Bureau immediately called and notified the director. Quick. Quick. Rescue them, as long as there's a chance. We have to save them. The medical staff began to treat Li, Hui and Xuze inside the Special Affairs Handling Office. The square-faced middle-aged man, Zheng Long, was listening to a call from Jiangcheng. Actually, he didn't need the call to know what had happened. Any special incidents that happened online were immediately sent to his computer. We must ensure their lives and at the same time, hunt down the Lion King. Kara, if you encounter him, kill him immediately. Yes. Director. Zheng Long frowned. He lit a cigarette. He was under immense pressure right now. The Lion King. The Silver Wolf King. The Python King. The Eagle King. And the Wild Boar King. When could these things be cleaned up? I wonder how that Tiger King is evolving now. At the same time, night fell. In Qingshan Zoo. I took out 20 pounds of spirit stones from the system storage and gave 10 pounds each to Tuanzi and Yuanzi. I wanted my 2 underlings to also become evolved beasts. I just don't know how long evolved beasts can live. It should probably double, so they can live for 30 or 40 years. If they evolve again, living to 100 won't be a problem. I thought happily. On the side, Yuanzi and Tuanzi were also absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. Their auras growing, stronger and stronger. Just as I was closing my eyes to rest, I suddenly heard a strange, eerie sound, as if it was coming from the lion enclosure next door. What are those lions up to? Forget it. I'm too lazy to care. With this time, it's better to lie. Flat. At this moment, in the lion enclosure, the Lion King, Kata, had appeared again. But this time, he didn't appear openly. Instead, he secretly made a large hole in the wire fence and then called the Pride of Lions. One by one, the lions left through that large hole. Lion, lionesses, and cubs all left the lion enclosure under the leadership of the Lion King, Kata, deliberately avoiding the surveillance cameras. The security guards didn't notice at all. After the last lion left the lion enclosure, the Lion King, Kata, glanced in the direction of the tiger enclosure, his single eye radiating hatred. In the end, the Lion King, Kata, he did not go to the tiger enclosure, but quietly led the Pride of Lions away. Why is there no sound? Did all those stinking lions die? I thought maliciously, but it's good that it's quiet. I can lie flat and sleep well. I glanced at Tuanzi and Yuanzi and saw that my 2 underlings were fine. Their auras growing stronger. Hey. When the keeper comes tomorrow, she will definitely be surprised by Tuanzi and Yuanzi's changes. I'm not worried about being dissected anymore. After all, those 2 people who were clearly not ordinary said the word evolution. That means there are now many people and animals evolving. If they still dissect a friendly tiger like me, that would be a bit unreasonable. Just as I was continuing to lie flat, in the Jiangnan Provincial Public Security Bureau, due to the attack by the Lion King, Kata, the Jiangnan Provincial Public Security Bureau held a meeting early in the morning. Why haven't you killed that lion? Kata. Yet the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Public Security Bureau, Tianfeng, gave his subordinates a tongue lashing. Director, that lion, Kata, is extremely cunning. He doesn't appear during the day at all. He only comes out at night, and his movements are extremely swift. His speed is extremely fast. We can't kill him. In fact, he even counterkilled 3 of our men. A captain from the Public Security Bureau was very helpless and heartbroken. He couldn't imagine a lion being so terrifying. It wasn't afraid of being shot at and could even counter-kill Public Security Bureau officers. This was very terrifying. Director Tianfeng also knew how difficult the Lion King, Kata, was to deal with. But now was not the time to talk about how difficult he was. But to kill him. You mean you can't kill Kara for the time being, Director? Either give us more powerful weapons, or notify the higher-ups to send that kind of existence. Send that kind of existence, no. They are not a match for the Lion King, Kara. Yet, if they are injured, the consequences will be unimaginable. Channel, I will provide you with more powerful weapons. You must kill the Lion King, Kara, as soon as possible. Director Tianfeng said sternly. Yes. Director, I will definitely kill him as soon as possible. Lion King Kara. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just as everyone was discussing how to handle the matter, Director Tianfeng's phone rang. What? All the lions in your Qingshan Wildlife Park have disappeared? Director Tianfeng said angrily. What about the big tiger? Have the tigers disappeared? No. The tigers are all there. All the lions have disappeared. There's a huge gap in the wire fence. The surveillance didn't detect any. Trace of the lions last night. The director of Qingshan Zoo informed Director Tian Feng of the current situation at the zoo via the phone. You guys quickly take stock of all the animals in the zoo. I'm on my way now. Tian Feng practically roared. After hanging up the phone, Director Tian Feng immediately commanded, Team 1. Everyone. Follow me to Qingshan Wildlife Park. The Public Security Bureau immediately sounded the alarm. 3 police cars carrying a dozen fully armed men drove towards Qingshan Wildlife Park. At this time, in Luo Anqi's home, 2 beautiful women were looking at short messages and news with grave expressions. That Lion King, Kara, actually attacked the Special Affairs Handling Office's vehicle and even stole that spirit stone. No way. Is the Lion King, Kara. That smart Jiang Yutong found it incredible. Yesterday, she had played with her best friend, Luo Anqi, all day and was tired. So she went to bed early and didn't notice what had happened. As a result, she saw countless text messages and news early in the morning. Luo Anqi's phone also had 2 missed calls. One from her dad and one from the zoo director. That Lion King, Kara, actually dared to steal the spirit stone. And that modified car, it didn't even get a scratch after hitting him. This Kara is too terrifying. Luo Anqi thought. Still, feeling a lingering fear. I wonder how Li Hui and Xu Zhe are doing. They shouldn't be dead. Right. They've both practiced martial arts and eaten a lot of spirit fruits. Their physical fitness is far superior to ours. Speaking of spirit fruits, Jiang Yutong, I was envious. Although her family was also quite good. It was nothing compared to the top families in the country. Not even close to the first-class families in Jiangnan province. Like the Luo family. Luo Anqi always had a sense of worry. I wonder how Panda is doing. No. I'll make a call first and ask. Soon. Luo Anqi dialed the number. Hello. Director. What happened? Today, all the lions in the lion enclosure have run away. The Public Security Bureau is coming to inspect the zoo's current situation. With a focus on the tigers. They're worried the tigers have also run away. What director? You must not let the Public Security Bureau hurt Panda and the others. I'm on my way now. After hanging up, Luo Anqi rushed out the door. Wait for me. Anqi, I'll go with you. Jiang Yutong also couldn't wait. The 2 of them and a dog got into the car and sped towards Qingshan Wildlife Park. As they passed a park, Jiang Yutong suddenly screamed, her voice trembling. Anqi. Look. Is that a lion? Luo Anqi heard her and also looked over. One look was all it took. And she almost got into a car accident. She saw a terrifying scene. 2 lionesses seemed to be tearing at a corpse. Lions, there are 2 lionesses. They seem to have killed someone. You call the Public Security Bureau quickly, okay? I'll call right now. Jiang Yutong quickly took out her phone to make a call. Luo Anqi was really shocked. She felt that lions had invaded the human city. Overnight, humans seemed to no longer be the masters of the world. It was really too shocking. People with weak hearts would be scared to death. What you said, there are lions in Meteor Park. Okay. Okay. You guys leave as soon as possible. We will divert people over there. Jiang Yutong hung up the phone. But she had a bad feeling. From the phone call, she could tell that the Public Security Bureau was in a mess and very anxious. Anqi. Should we leave Jiangcheng? Jiang Yutong said nervously. Luo Anqi was also in a panic. Let's go to the zoo and see first. Inside Qingshan Wildlife Park, I was lazily lying on a huge rock, watching the hurried security guards and some public security officers enter the tiger and lion enclosures. I guessed something must have happened in the lion enclosure, but it's none of my business. I just need to lie flat. Then I stretched lazily, rolled over, and even rubbed my back against the stone. I grunted, contentedly. Beside me, 2 giant tigers were also lying down. They were Yuanzi and Tuanzi, The two underlings had successfully evolved and become first-order evolved beasts. Captain Liu. Has anything happened on the tiger's side? The captain of the Public Security Bureau asked the zoo's security captain. Liu. Ming. No. Nothing has happened on the tiger's side. Fortunately, nothing happened in the tiger enclosure. Otherwise, the zoo staff would have gone crazy. Nearly 100 lions collectively escaped from the zoo. And they have already injured people. No matter what, their zoo cannot escape responsibility. When will the keeper of the tiger enclosure arrive? It should be soon. Lu Ming was also waiting for Luo Angqi. Can the keeper of the tiger enclosure really command this group of ferocious tigers? The captain of the Public Security Bureau was a little skeptical. 32 giant tigers. 3 evolved beasts. It was terrifying. A little girl could control this group of ferocious tigers. It was really hard to believe. New problem. Panda and the others are very gentle. Captain, you'll know in a minute, Lu Ming said, confidently. Just as the two were patrolling, a small car entered the tiger enclosure. Luo Anki got out of the car first. Seeing that everything was fine in the tiger enclosure, she breathed a sigh of relief. The captain of the Public Security Bureau, Gao Bing, stepped forward and conveyed the higher-up's message to Luo Anqi, which was to see if Luo Anqi could command the tigers in the tiger enclosure. If not, these tigers must be locked up, or even shot. The harm caused by the lion pride has already shaken Kyoto. We must not let the tigers become like the lions. Luo Anqi didn't expect the situation in Jiangcheng to be so serious. She said to Captain Gao, no problem. Panda and the others won't harm humans. After speaking, Luo Anqi walked towards me alone. Everyone watched Luo Anqi. They really admired her. A little girl dared to walk alone towards 32. As the lead tiger, I lay on the giant rock. I already saw my pooper scooper. And I saw those people looking over here. I felt a bit uncomfortable. Panda Tuanzi, Yuanzi, Luo Anqi started calling out. Tuanzi and Yuanzi didn't react much, but their eyes even showed a fierce glint. Because they had evolved, their appetites were huge, and they hadn't eaten anything yet. However, their fierce glare wasn't directed at Luo Anqi, but at those strangers. Smack, smack, smack times I went up and gave them 2 slaps. These 2 underlings were getting too big for their britches. If you scare my pooper scooper, I'll beat you so hard your own parents. You won't recognize you. You can't even tell the difference between one full meal and a lifetime of full meals if I don't teach you a good lesson. You'll definitely. Young Tuanzi and Yuanzi were suddenly slapped by me and immediately lay down, looking wronged, on the ground. Luo Anqi didn't see the fierce glint in the 2 giant tigers' eyes. Instead, she scolded. Panda, why did you hit Tuanzi and Yuan? She reached out and grabbed my ear. Looking like she wanted to avenge my underlings, I stood up from the giant rock, stretched lazily, and looked at my pooper scoopers. Little car. I immediately let out a dissatisfied howl. Yesterday, you took away my spirit stones and said you'd let me eat all the beef I wanted. But now I don't even see a single cow hair. Luo Anqi instantly understood what I meant and couldn't help but find it funny. In the distance, the Security Bureau agents were watching with trembling hearts. They had just seen the fierce glint in the 2 giant tigers' eyes. But after I slapped them, the 2 giant tigers lay down obediently. It was clear that I had absolute leadership over the streak of tigers. Captain. What does Panda mean? Security Bureau Captain Gao Bing asked Lu Ming. He's probably hungry. Hungry then, isn't Miss Luo in danger? No. Panda won't hurt people. And he definitely won't hurt little Luo. Luo Anqi glanced at the security agents in the distance, thought about what they just said, and couldn't help but pat my big head. She leaned close to my ear and said, Panda, how about I ride you? Let those people see that you're very friendly. What the F times, CK, ride me. I scratched my ear and stuck out a paw, looking like I wanted to run away. Fine. Fine. Fine, I'll let you eat all the beef you want for 5 days. Okay, Luo Anki readily agreed. Then grabbed my fur and tried to climb up. But my back was very smooth and high. Luo Anki actually couldn't climb up. Panda. Squat down, Luo Anchi grabbed my ear and pulled hard. I was a bit speechless. This stupid pooper scooper couldn't even climb onto my back. Seeing this, I had no choice but to squat down. Luo Anchi finally climbed onto my back. Carrying my 100-pound pooper scooper felt like I was carrying nothing at all. Go over there, Luo Anchi directed. Following my pooper scooper's orders, I walked toward the security guards and security bureau agents. Holy crap, Anchi is actually riding Panda. Jiang Yutong started recording a video of Luo Anchi. Luo Anqi's actions shocked everyone. A phrase couldn't help but pop into their minds: beauty and the beast. Just like that. Luo Anchi rode me over to the security bureau agents and smiled. See, Captain Gao. Panda isn't dangerous at all. Right, you can rest assured. Gao Bing nodded. I'm very relieved. Such a huge tiger is as obedient as a little kitten. It's really too incredible. Just as everyone was taking pictures of Luo Anchi and me, Gao Bing's walkie-talkie rang. Gao Bing. Lion King Kara has appeared at Meteor Park, and there are over a dozen lionesses. What Lion King Kara has appeared, Chief? I'll go support them right away. Gao Bing was extremely shocked, but his reaction was very fast. Then, the walkie-talkie broadcasted, the chief's voice again. That breeder can command that big tiger. Ask the breeder if she can bring the big tiger to help. What? Let the tiger help? Gao Bing doubted his own ears. Yes. This is also an order from above. Just ask. Gao Bing didn't understand. But he had to follow orders from above. Miss Luo. It's like this. Lion King Kara has appeared at Meteor Park and has started hurting people again. The higher-ups are asking if you could bring this tiger. So we can go support them together. What, let Panda go? Luo Anchi was dumbfounded. Yes. Didn't Panda defeat Lion King Kara before, and you can command Panda? Luo Anchi nodded. Then turned to me and said, Panda, you know that Lion King Kara has appeared again. He's hurting people again. Let's go save them together. Okay. I stuck out a paw, indicating. Fine. 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 No problem. Great. After we finish the job, we'll go buy beef immediately. The group sprang into action. Luo Anki led me into the cargo hold of a large truck, and along with the security bureau's vehicles, we sped toward Meteor Park. To be honest, this was my first time leaving Qingshan Wildlife Park. I was a bit excited. Unfortunately, the cargo hold was enclosed, so I could only wait a bit to see the outside world. Luo Anki kept petting me. She was worried about the lion attacks, especially that Lion King Kara, who was terrifying to the extreme. With one swipe of his paw, he could slit the throat of an armed security agent. For a time, the security agents didn't dare enter the park at all. The security bureau chief's face was extremely gloomy, filled with fury. Jiang City was under his jurisdiction. But today, there were massive casualties in Jiang City, and they were killed by animals. Even over a dozen security agents were dead or injured. It was unimaginable. Soon, the large truck stopped outside the park. The chief immediately walked up. Chief, I brought the Tiger King, along with his breeder. Luo Anki Gaobing reported immediately. Open the cargo hold, the chief waved his hand. The door was slowly opened by a security agent. The moment the door opened, a massive head appeared. The security agent who opened the door was so scared he suddenly fell flat on his ass. On the ground. The other security agents also raised their handguns and shotguns in terror. Don't be afraid, don't be nervous, Gao Bing quickly blocked. In front of everyone. Tiger King. Slow down, Luo Anchi shouted from inside the cargo hold. She was worried that I might get angry because I wasn't used to the cargo hold. One person and one tiger walked out of the truck under everyone's watchful eyes. When I fully appeared in front of them, All the security agents were terrified. This tiger was too big, even bigger than that terrifying Lion King from before. My body alone was nearly 4 meters long. And with the tail, I was a full 5 meters long. That massive head was perfectly round, giving off a rather festive vibe. However, up close, everyone felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts. Seeing the many security agents trembling, Luo Anqi quickly said, "Don't worry. The Tiger King is very gentle. If you don't believe me, come pet him." All the security agents started rolling their eyes. "Lady, you're calling this giant beast gentle. Do you think we're blind?" That day, I saved a 5-year-old girl from Lion King Kara's mouth and successfully blinded one of Lion King Kara's eyes. Because of this, I became famous in the wildlife park, hunting humans. Subsequently, Security Bureau Chief Tian Feng immediately notified my pooper scooper, Luo Anqi, asking if she could lead to me to help with the rescue. After my pooper scooper agreed, she immediately drove and led me toward Meteor Park at top speed. To be honest, this was my first time leaving Qingshan Wildlife Park. I was a bit excited. Unfortunately, the cargo hold was enclosed, so I could only wait a bit to see the outside world. Luo Anqi kept petting me. She was worried. I was nervous. Meteor Park was the most crowded park in Jiang City yesterday. But today, it had become a purgatory. It was unimaginable. Armed security agents walked into the park one by one, but they were attacked by elusive lions, especially that Lion King Kara, who was terrifying to the extreme. With one swipe of his paw, he could slit the throat of an armed security agent. For a time, the security agents didn't dare enter the park at all. The security bureau chief's face was extremely gloomy, filled with fury. Jiang City was under his jurisdiction. But today, there were massive casualties in Jiang City, and they were killed by animals. Even over a dozen security agents were dead or injured. It was unimaginable. Soon, the large truck stopped outside the park. The chief immediately walked up. "Chief, I brought the Tiger King, along with his breeder." Luo Anqi Gaobing reported immediately. "Open the cargo hold." The chief waved his hand. The door was slowly opened by a security agent. The moment the door opened, a massive head appeared. Sure enough, the security agent who opened the door was so scared he fell flat on his ass on the ground. The other security agents also raised their handguns and shotguns in terror. "Don't be afraid, don't be nervous," Gaobing quickly blocked, in front of everyone. "Tiger King." "Slow down," Luo Anqi shouted from inside the cargo hold, worried that I might get angry because I wasn't used to the truck. One person and one tiger walked out of the truck under everyone's watchful eyes. When I fully appeared in front of them, all the security agents were terrified. This tiger was too big, even bigger than that terrifying Lion King from before. My body alone was nearly 4 meters long, and with the tail, I was a full 5 meters long. That massive head was perfectly round, giving off a rather festive vibe. However, up close, everyone felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts. Seeing the many security agents trembling, Luo Anqi quickly said, "Don't worry. The Tiger King is very gentle. If you don't believe me, come pet him." All the security agents started rolling their eyes. "Lady, you're calling this giant beast gentle. Do you think we're blind? With those sharp teeth and claws, who would dare pet him? That's just asking for death." The chief was also terrified. But after all, he was someone who had seen big scenes, so his psychological fortitude was still decent. "Miss Luo, can you command this Tiger King, Chief?" Tian asked. "I can." Luo Anqi nodded repeatedly. "Good. Miss Luo, Lion King Kara is currently in the dense forest. He's leading a pride of lions and devouring people inside. I need you to command the Tiger King to hold off Lion King Kara while we exterminate the other lions first." Tian Feng explained his plan. Luo Anqi felt a surge of fear. Chief Tian said the lions were devouring That definitely meant they were devouring humans. Panda. Go hold off Lion King Kara. The rest of us will deal with the other lions. Luo Anki gestured wildly at me. Hearing Lion King Kara's name, I instantly flew into a rage. I let out a roar and waved my paw. My meaning was obvious. I can go in alone. If a bunch of trash goes in, I'll still have to protect them. Security Bureau Chief Tian Feng didn't understand. Luo Anqi was a bit embarrassed. This panda was actually looking down on the security agents. Miss Luo. What does the Tiger King mean? Tian Feng asked. The Tiger King says it's enough for him to go alone. He doesn't need anyone following him. Luo Anqi translated. My meaning. Alone. How can that work? Besides Lion King Kara, there are over 20 male lions and 40 or 50 lionesses. How can he, a single tiger, fight them all? Tian Feng felt that this breeder might not have understood the tiger's meaning. Stop dawdling. I had no choice but to let out another roar. This time, Tian Feng finally understood what I meant, especially those massive, bell-like eyes, which gave off an aura of absolute dominance, as if saying, everyone here is trash. All right, Miss Luo. Let the Tiger King go in alone. We will provide long-range support. Tian Feng agreed. Long-range support sniper rifles, Luo Anqi asked on a whim. Sniper rifles aren't very effective. Tian Feng looked embarrassed. We do have sniper rifles, but they're useless. First, the park is densely wooded, so the sniper's line of sight is restricted. Second, whenever a sniper fires, those lions can always sense it and immediately dodge. It's terrifying. Just now, I saw a security agent use a handgun. The bullet hit a male lion, but it didn't penetrate the flesh. It got stuck in the skin, and the agent himself was torn to pieces by the lion. These male lions seem to have started evolving. Their skin is incredibly tough. I didn't listen to their nonsense and walked straight into the park. My footsteps were very light. I smelled a thick scent of blood. This bloody stench was stirring up my beastly nature, making me restless. After I walked into Meteor Park, my giant bell-like eyes narrowed. I saw corpses. Corpses all over the ground. The corpses were covered in claw marks. These corpses were all elderly people. It was truly unimaginable that in an era of peace, in Jiang City, the most developed city in Jiangnan province, there would one day be such a tragic scene. I felt countless pairs of eyes watching me. Among them, one gaze brought me no small amount of pressure. Lion King Kara. This Lion King Kara had gotten stronger again. How could it be so fast? This shouldn't be. I found it a bit strange. Every time I saw Lion King Kara, he would get a little stronger. But no matter how strong Lion King Kara got, to me, he was still trash. I just walked toward the depths of the park at a moderate pace. Miss Luo. Will the Tiger King be okay? Like this Tian? Feng was worried. In his mind, tigers always set up an ambush and waited for prey to pass by before delivering a fatal strike. How could one just swagger in like this? He should be fine. The Tiger King is very strong. The zoo's security captain said the Tiger King isn't afraid of the lion's attacks at all. One slap per lion. Just like swatting flies. Luo Anqi comforted herself. In truth, she was also very scared. After all, Lion King Kara, it was too brutal. So many people surrounded and attacked him. Yet they couldn't kill him. And he even counter-killed over a dozen security agents. These fallen agents were elites. Among elites, that's good then. I hope the Tiger King can kill this Lion King Kara. Everyone looked at me with hopeful hearts. They had never thought that one day, when facing a brutal lion, they would actually have to ask a tiger for help. It was truly quite strange. Two male lions suddenly attacked me from both sides. I fiercely bit into a male lion's throat. Compared to me, these two semi-evolved lions were leagues behind. Beautifully done. As expected of the Tiger King, Tian Feng punched a stone pillar heavily. Extremely excited, They had lost over a dozen security agents just to kill a few lions. But the moment this Tiger King made a move, he reaped the lives of 2 male lions. His strength was truly formidable, so this is an evolved beast. It's too terrifying. Luo Anqi was also thrilled. She knew the tiger she had raised since he was a cub was amazing. It's just that he ate a bit too much. When I killed the 2 male lions, deep in the park, a one-eyed lion's eyes radiated a cold, intense killing intent, as well as an extremely vicious and venomous glare. His gaze turned toward the people outside the park, eager to strike. Ultimately, he withdrew his gaze and retreated toward the rear. I felt that most terrifying gaze disappear, and that fierce aura was moving away. Damn it, trying to escape again. No way. I chased after that fierce aura, moving like a shooting star, chasing the moon, leaving behind an afterimage in the dense forest of the park. What's wrong with the Tiger King? Tianfeng asked worriedly. Luo Anqi also couldn't tell what I was trying to do. Just as Tianfeng wanted to observe further, a series of roars swept toward them. Then, dozens of terrifying lions charged out of the park. Open fire, Tianfeng decisively ordered. He himself also started shooting. The first few lionesses that charged forward were immediately riddled with bullets. However, the lions behind them easily rushed through the bullet-covered area and arrived right in front of the leading security agents. A scalp-numbing scene unfolded. The dozen or so security agents at the front were the first to have their throats slashed by the lion's sharp claws. Luo Anqi felt her mind go completely blank. She wasn't that scared when looking at the corpses earlier. But when the security agents died right in front of her, she was stunned. She didn't know what to do. A female security agent grabbed Luo Anqi and ran toward the riot control vehicle. Tianfeng also directed everyone to retreat toward the vehicles. At this moment, the snipers in the distance finally played their part. It was hard for them to hit the lions in the dense forest. But now that the lions were out in the open and charging straight at people, they were easy targets. Sniper bullets pierced through the bodies of the lionesses one by one like death rays. Some lionesses, even after their bodies were pierced, didn't stop and still tried to attack the security agents. The male lions were much more terrifying. They could actually dodge sniper bullets. Quick! Retreat into the cars, Tianfeng shouted. Even with the sniper's long-range support, over 20 security agents still lost their lives. This time, a total of 40 security agents died here. They were all young men who had just stepped into society. And they were gone, just like that. We must kill all these lions sitting in the passenger seat. Tianfeng pulled out his handgun and fired 3 shots at a pouncing lioness. However, these 3 shots didn't kill the lioness. The bullets were blocked by the lioness's right front paw. The lioness crashed into the off-road vehicle's bull bar, denting it inward. Chief, bullets are flying everywhere. But it's very hard to kill the lions. Luo Anqi and a female security agent were terrified inside the car. 2 male lions were currently attacking the vehicle. Luo Anqi was truly scared witless. This was her first time encountering such a situation. Just 1 or 2 minutes into the fierce battle between the security agents and the pride of lions, I rushed back. I realized I couldn't catch up to the one-eyed Lion King Kara in a short time. So I had to return. I was worried about my pooper scooper. Sure enough, the pride of lions had attacked the convoy. Even my pooper scooper was under attack and in extreme danger. The wind follows the tiger. The clouds follow the dragon. As fast as the wind was, that's how fast I was. This time, I didn't hold back and struck with full force. With one swipe of my paw, a lion was turned into meat paste. It was incredibly simple, leaving the 100 or so security agents completely dumbfounded. When I returned, the pride of lions started to run. They were afraid of me. Even the Lion King wasn't my match. So how could they defeat me? However, I didn't want to easily let off these brutal lions. Speaking of which, some lions are actually quite gentle. But under Lion King, Kara's leadership, they had gone mad with slaughter. And I chose to stand on my pooper scooper's side. My pooper scooper raised me from a cub. and she provides me with unlimited beef. Plus, I need to gain true fans and likes from humans to use for the lottery draws. No matter how you look at it. I finally stopped. When I looked around, I was shocked. I had actually run for dozens of miles. Where is this? I looked around and saw it was a residential area. Many people were looking at me in terror. Even some pet dogs out for a walk were the same. Lying on the ground and letting out whimpering sounds. Upstairs, some people started taking out their phones to record. A tiger actually appeared in our neighborhood. This tiger is way too big. Isn't it? Could it be the tiger that escaped from Qingshan Wildlife Park? Holy crap. A tear. What a huge tiger. The peace of the neighborhood was broken by my intrusion. On the rooftops, phones appeared one after another. I didn't move recklessly. I was afraid of scaring those dog walkers to death. Also, I wanted to see if I could gain some true fans. After all, I'm still very cute. However, I didn't gain a single true fan. But my likes increased quite a bit. What a domineering tiger. It's covered in blood. Could it have eaten someone? One person said. It's possible, hearing that the tiger might have eaten people. Some people trembled in fear, and their phones even dropped from the 7th or 8th floor to the ground. I still didn't move. I was waiting for my pooper scooper to arrive. Big tiger. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out. Immediately after, a little girl around 5 years old walked out from the stairwell and ran straight toward me. Danger, little girl. Go back quickly, little girl. It's too dangerous ahead. Go back quickly. Seeing this scene, the crowd shouted in terror, telling the little girl to hurry back. Zhou Xiaomeng acted as if she didn't hear them at all. She walked right up to me and used her chubby little hand to grab my whiskers. It hurt a little. That was my feeling. I bared my teeth. This scene scared silly everyone who was watching. The crowd thought the big tiger was going to eat the little girl. However, to everyone's surprise, the tiger didn't move. Instead, it let the little girl play with its whiskers. Holy crap, am I blind? This tiger might be full. Quick. Call the police. Get the security agents to come rescue the little girl. A group of people collectively called the police. Zhou Xiaomeng played with my whiskers for a while, then walked around to my back and grabbed my tail. Why does this little brat like grabbing my tail so much? I was speechless. This little brat was seriously gutsy. To think I'd run into this little brat while chasing lions. Must be fate. Holy crap, don't they say you can't touch a tiger's backside? That little girl not only touched it but is also pulling such a huge tiger's tail. She really is a newborn calf that doesn't fear the tiger. At this moment, Zhou Xiaomeng's father, Zhou Chang. I also noticed this scene. His heart leaped into his throat. Fortunately, the tiger didn't make any further moves. He really wanted to carry his daughter back, but his legs were like jelly. Just then, the security vehicles and the truck appeared. Luo Anqi saw me and also saw a little girl pulling my tail. She was truly speechless. It's this little brat again. Her guts are way too big. If this were any other tiger, it would probably bite that little head to pieces in one chomp. Luo Anqi came up behind me and picked Zhou Xiaomeng up, while also grabbing Zhou Xiaomeng's hands to stop her from pulling my tail. Little girl, where are your parents, big sister? Put me down, I want to play with the big tiger. Zhou Xiaomeng struggled, wanting to get down. The crowd's gaze focused on Luo Anqi. They only felt that this woman was not only beautiful, but also incredibly domineering, completely ignoring the tiger's presence. Even if she raised this tiger, she shouldn't be. This bold Luo Anqi sent Zhou Xiaomeng home, then grabbed the scruff of my neck with one hand, preparing to put me into the cargo hold. This time, I didn't want to ride in the cargo hold. I wanted to walk around outside. I suddenly started walking away. Luo Anqi didn't understand, so she could only jog alongside me. But soon, she couldn't run anymore. Tiger King. Wait, carry me, seeing my panting pooper scooper. I squatted down. Luo Anqi took the opportunity to sit on my back, riding me toward the outside of the neighborhood. The crowd was stunned once again. their eyeballs practically falling out. You can do that. Tianfeng was also shocked. Miss Luo. What is the Tiger King? Trying to do the Tiger King doesn't want to go into the cargo hold. I'll ride the Tiger King back. And buy some beef for him along the way. Is that okay? Luo Anqi asked. Softly. Pleading. Tianfeng was extremely helpless. Can I say no? Those two giant bell-like eyes are staring right at me, just like that. To reward me. Luo Anqi led me to the meat market to buy beef. Boss. Give me 50 pounds of beef. At this moment, everyone in the meat market was dumbfounded. They looked at me in terror, doubting their own eyes. Hearing Luo Anqi's voice, the beef stall boss happily shouted before even stepping out of the shop. Coming right up, Luo Anqi was his big customer. Every month, her spending here exceeded 100,000 yuan. When the boss walked out of the shop, holding 50 pounds of beef, he was instantly dumbfounded. He saw a terrifyingly huge tiger standing next to Luo Anqi. He was so scared that the beef he was holding fell to the ground. I let out a dissatisfied roar. This boss is too unhygienic. He actually let the beef fall on the ground. I walked over. In an instant, everyone ran into the shops and locked the doors and windows. Luo Anqi quickly explained. Everyone, don't be afraid, this is the Tiger King. He's very gentle. The beef shop boss stared blankly as I approached. Suddenly, his legs gave out, and he sat on the ground. I used my paw to pick up the beef from the ground, then skillfully turned on the faucet outside the beef shop, washed the beef with my paws, and then tossed it into my mouth and started chewing. Seeing me skillfully turn on the faucet, Luo Anqi felt something wasn't quite right. At this time, the security agents also caught up. They clicked their tongues in wonder. This tiger was too smart. Some people started taking out their phones to record. Captain Gao Bing didn't stop them. After all, the higher-ups hadn't banned the spread of information about evolved beasts. I quickly polished off the 50 pounds of beef, getting about a third full. I looked at my pooper. Scooper. Luo Anqi understood instantly. Boss Li, give me another 500 pounds of beef. I want to take it back to the zoo. She currently had over 3 million in her card. Part of it was from her dad, and part of it was from live streaming donations. This money should be enough for me and my brothers to eat for a few days. What? 500 pounds? I only have a little over 200 pounds left in the shop right now. The boss said awkwardly. Then how about this? Pack it all up, and I'll take it. Starting tomorrow. I want 500 pounds of beef every day. Luo Anqi stated. A number. The beef shop boss was instantly overjoyed. All right. Beautiful. We'll stick to the original price of 50 a pound. I'll deliver it to the zoo once a day. Great. Pleasure doing business with you. Luo Anqi smiled and scanned the QR code. Settling today's bill. Tiger King. Let's go. I picked up the large bags in my mouth, carried Luo Anqi on my back, and headed toward Qingshan Wildlife Park. Meanwhile, on the Great Xia Dynasty's largest video platform, which had over 10 billion daily active users, the previous trending videos were all about things like the ceiling of the entertainment industry, or whatever. But starting yesterday, all the trending videos had turned into evolved animals, a 20-meter long python, a golden eagle with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters. The most popular one was the escapee from Qingshan Wildlife Park. Lion King Kara, intercepting a specially made vehicle at high speed and snatching a strange stone from it. Last night, someone even made a video specifically ranking the combat power of evolved beasts. In the land and air rankings, Lion King Kara ranked third. First was the Golden Eagle King, and second was the Python King. As for the creatures in the ocean, there was no ranking yet. The terrifying creatures in there were too numerous. An octopus king that could casually overturn a ship weighing thousands of tons had way too much strength. However, this ranking was temporary. Perhaps some new terrifying creatures would appear soon, like a super-fast leopard king or a wild boar king. They were also extremely terrifying. Going out this time allowed me to harvest quite a few true fans and likes. I exchanged them all for iron treasure chests and didn't redeem any bronze treasure chests. Those bronze treasure chests were a massive scam. There was actually a 20% chance of drawing nothing. It really broke this tiger's heart. There were too many things in my storage space. But the most precious ones were still the white tiger essence blood, spirit stones, and bone-forging pills. Looking at Tuanzi and Yuanzi, who were only a bit smaller than me, I pondered whether I should let my other 29 underlings become evolved beasts too. Tuanzi and Yuanzi were male tigers. Out of the 29 tigers, 18 were our tigresses. I think the tigresses should also evolve. 65 pounds of spirit stones should be enough for 6 tigers to evolve. You 6. Come here. I called out to 4 tigresses and 2 male tigers. Hearing my voice, the 6 tigers quickly came over. Although they couldn't understand my words, they could understand my meaning. Seeing the pile of spirit stones I gave them, the 6 tigers roared with excitement. They knew this was good stuff. The 6 tigers expressed their gratitude to me. Holy crap. Tiger King. Where did you find these spirit stones? Luo Anshi had just walked in and found me giving spirit stones to 6 tigers. This was too extravagant. Nowadays, the most expensive things on the market are spirit stones and spirit fruits. After all, a low-grade spirit stone can sell for millions. She had just seen me give a large pile of spirit stones to 6 tigers. She looked at me and asked, Tiger King, where did you get these spirit stones? I pointed to the lion enclosure. There's a pit in that lion enclosure. Last time, I even dug up a 100-pound spirit stone from that pit. The lion enclosure. Let's go find some more. Luo Anki said excitedly. I got up, shook myself, and then carried my keeper on my back and ran towards the lion enclosure. At this time, people from the Special Affairs Handling Office were inspecting the lion enclosure. They were caught off guard when they saw a person riding a huge, ferocious tiger flying towards them. One person. I was so scared he froze. Tiger King. Stop, Luo Anchi shouted anxiously. I stopped. The people inside were all reaching for their weapons. If I charged forward any further, those people would probably open fire. I'm not afraid. But I can't endanger my keeper. Fortunately, the director of the Public Security Bureau, Tian Feng, was inside. When he saw us, he immediately walked over. 5 people from the Special Affairs Handling Office also appeared. Tian Feng introduced them. Oh, it's Miss Luo. Hello. Captain Luo Yuan immediately greeted her with a smile. I looked at the man in front of me and felt that his physical fitness was not bad. If I ate him, my strength would definitely increase by 10%. I finally understood why the Lion King, Kara, attacked humans. It could increase his strength. Driven by instinct, he did such a thing. I can't wait any longer. I have to finish my work and go lie down. In one leap, I arrived at the place where the spirit stones were dug up. This place is full of pits. No wonder these foolish humans can't find the spirit stones. It turns out this place has been dug up by the lions. That Kara's intelligence is not low. I muttered to myself. I didn't hesitate and started digging. Dust flew everywhere. And along with it, some irregular stones appeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. This digging speed was no less than that of an excavator. A public security officer picked up a palm-sized stone and examined it. Suddenly, he shouted excitedly. This is a spirit stone, what? This is a spirit stone, quick. Go to the next corner and see Captain Luo Yuan, also shouted, disregarding his image. Soon, a person took out a small knife and lightly cut a corner of the stone. A crystal clear, rich aura flowed out from that corner. It really is a spirit stone. Collect all the spirit stones and send them back to Kyoto. Luo Yuan ordered. Suddenly, a head-sized stone flew out of the hole. And then I also walked out of the hole. My paw holding a stone of about pounds. I ignored everyone, suddenly wrapped my tail around my keeper, and put her on my back. The others looked at the departing figure with a dazed expression. Captain, that tiger took the biggest spirit stone. A female member of the Special Affairs Handling Office said with her mouth agape. That's what she said. Luo Yuan opened his mouth. Don't worry about it. Keep digging. Collect these spirit stones. This time, we'll use a special plane to transport them back. Yes. Captain. A group of people were bitterly lying on the spirit stones. Luo Anki smiled, waved at me, and then drove away. She didn't go back to her nearby residence, but went straight to the Luo family home. The Luo family compound was also in Jiangcheng, but in the suburbs, dozens of miles away. Report. Luo Anki has taken the spirit stone. She is heading towards the suburbs, probably back to the Luo family. Do we need to stop her? The director of the Public Security Bureau, Tianfeng, responded on the walkie-talkie. No. You protect her secretly. Make sure she gets back to the Luo family safely. Tianfeng knew Luo Anqi's importance. Luo Yuan. Sort out the spirit stones. Director Tian. Thank you for your trouble this time. These spirit stones need to be sent back to Kyoto immediately. No trouble at all. Tell them to be careful. 3 evolved ones took more than 80 pounds of spirit stones to Jiangcheng Airport. Luo Yuan stayed behind. On the other side, Luo Anki returned to the Luo family. The Luo family was located in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, covering no less than 30 acres. Dad. Come out quickly, Luo Anki shouted. The head of the Luo family, Luo Zhipeng, appeared. He was in his 50s, wearing a suit, looking very clean and capable. Anqi. What's wrong? Luo Zhipeng asked with a smile. This daughter of his was usually very calm. Why was she in such a hurry today, Dad? Look what this is, Luo Anqi said mysteriously. Luo Zhipeng looked over. The stone still had mud on it. Instantly, his pupils contracted. However, he glanced around. Anqi. This is a spirit stone. Where did you get it? Luo Zhipeng asked in a low voice. Dad. The Tiger King gave it to me. The Tiger King. Where did the Tiger King get the spirit stone? Speaking of which, Luo Anqi was a little embarrassed. The Tiger King dug it up from the lion enclosure. The Tiger King took the spirit stone and left. And no one dared to stop him. Speaking of which, Luo Anqi was a little proud. The tiger she raised was just that powerful. Strong. Strong. Luo Zhipeng said with a wry smile. But he wasn't worried. Since it was tacitly approved, there was no problem. Dad. See if you can use this spirit stone to become an evolved one. Luo Zhipeng understood his daughter's intention and immediately nodded. I know how the keeper absorbs spiritual energy. Qingshan Wildlife Park. I was lying on the big green stone, thinking. When I evolved, I ate the spirit stones directly. The other tigers also smashed the spirit stones and absorbed the spiritual energy in them. But the effect was too poor. I wonder if humans have a better way. It was another dark night. I looked at the music and rolled over. Lying comfortably, the bright crescent moon moved slowly. In the neighboring lion enclosure, the people from the Public Security Bureau were still digging for spirit stones. In the lion enclosure, the captain of the Public Security Bureau, Gao Bing, was still on patrol. This lion enclosure had been completely sealed off by the Public Security Bureau and the Special Affairs Handling Office. They needed to excavate this area. Small excavators had even been brought in. Every excavation was done carefully, for fear of crushing the spirit stones. I wonder how many spirit stones are in this garden. Gao Bing stroked his chin and said, Captain, I estimate there are still quite a few. It's a pity that Big Tiger took the biggest spirit stone and gave it to that keeper. If I had known, I would have become a keeper too, a public security officer said with a smile. The two of them were chatting and laughing in the car, while the others were sleeping soundly in the modified RV. No one dared to set up a tent in this lion enclosure. Just as the two were chatting, a woo-woo sound was heard. What's that sound? Gao Bing immediately became alert. The public security officer next to him hadn't noticed yet. He shone his flashlight outside. And the next moment, he almost had a heart attack. The yellow soil on the ground was constantly heaving, as if something like a snake was slithering around. The two of them didn't know what it was. The unknown is the most terrifying. I'll go down and take a look, Gao Bing said. Taking a deep breath. Captain, look. It's rats, under the illumination of the light. Some rats appeared on the ground, and they were very large. Gao Bing also saw it and was dumbfounded. The thing that was causing the ground to constantly loosen was actually rats. Gao Bing took out his walkie-talkie and shouted, "All units. Attention, all units. Attention, rats have appeared in the lion enclosure. And there are a lot of them. And they are very large." At Gao Bing's shout, many people were woken up. More than 100 public security officers turned on the lights of a dozen vehicles. For a moment, the lion enclosure was brightly lit. Countless rats were also illuminated by the sudden light. Under the illumination of the headlights, everyone was terrified, constantly swallowing. They had never seen such terrifying rats before. Huge rats were devouring spirit stones, then struggling in pain, and finally growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. This wasn't one or two, but thousands. In just a short while, the spirit stones underground were probably all eaten by the rats. Sound the horn and drive these rats out, the director of the Public Security Bureau, Tianfeng, ordered. However, under the sound of the horns of a dozen cars, the rats not only did not retreat, but instead let out sharp squeals. Waves of sound waves rushed towards the more than 100 public security officers. The swarm of rats also charged towards the vehicles. Fire, Tianfeng decisively ordered. The bullets formed a channel of death, killing countless rats. But it didn't have much effect. There were too many rats. Tianfeng was sweating profusely. Their ammunition was limited and couldn't kill all the rats here. Notify Security Captain Lu Ming to bring the Tiger King for support, Gao Bing shouted. Tianfeng started to contact Lu Ming. Hello. Director Tian Wat, you're trapped by rats and need the Tiger King's support, Lu Ming gasped. More than 100 public security officers, with many guns and ammunition, were still trapped. It showed how ferocious these rats were. You want me to command the Tiger King? How can I command him? He knew very well that if he woke the Tiger King, he would probably be slapped into a meat patty. Lu Ming's heart pounded. Tiger King. Lu Ming shouted from the car. I heard him but ignored him. I also heard the gunshots from the lion enclosure. But what does that have to do with me? Continue sleeping. Tiger King. Lu Ming had to shout again. Instantly, two ferocious tigers stared at him and let out low growls. Lu Ming's heart sank. Then he thought of Luo Angqi. The doo-doo sound almost drove Lu Ming crazy. Captain Lu. What's the matter? It's the middle of the night. Why was Captain Lu calling him Xiao Luo? It's bad, Director Tian, and more than 100 public security officers are trapped by a swarm of rats. He asked me to bring the Tiger King. But the Tiger King is ignoring me. Liu. Ming was about to cry. Captain Lu. How about this? Connect your phone to the loudspeaker. I'll see if I can get the Tiger King's attention. After a while, Lu Ming pointed the loudspeaker at me, who was 20 meters away. Tiger King, Luo Anqi's loud voice came through. I reluctantly got up from the big green stone. I heard the panic in Luo Anqi's voice and immediately knew the seriousness of the matter. Since it was my keeper asking for help, I'll help. I called Tuanzi and Yuanzi and told them to come and see the world too. I led the two tigers into the lion enclosure. The next moment, I was a little shocked. There were endless rats. Too many to count. And some of them had evolved and were very large. I gathered my chi and my dantian, and with all my might, I let out a furious roar. This roar, I held nothing back. The sound shook the heavens. A terrifying wave rolled forward. In that instant, thousands of rats within 200 or 300 meters fell to the ground, motionless. The rats further away also fell to the ground, then struggled to get up. Staggering as if they were drunk, the people in the 15 cars held their heads and let out muffled groans. I looked at the scene in front of me and was a little dazed. I seemed to have overdone it, but the effect was excellent. Go kill the rats. I ordered my 2 underlings. Tuanzi and Yuanzi roared and pounced on the rats, although they were not as powerful as me. Their strength was comparable to the Lion King. Kara. Killing these rats was a piece of cake. This Tiger King is too terrifying. Gao Bing shook his head and said after a long time. I slowly walked forward and saw many spirit stones, but they were stained with rat blood. And I felt they were dirty. I was too lazy to collect them. However, Tuanzi and Yuanzi were not like that. The 2 big tigers were frantically devouring the evolved rats. I saw it and didn't stop them. After all, those evolved rats were more nutritious than beef. Under the deterrence of the 3 tigers, the rats that were not dead fled frantically. Soon, the lion enclosure was quiet, with only a field of dead rats. I've eaten. Let's go back to sleep. I roared. Tuanzi and Yuanzi obediently walked towards the tiger enclosure. They were now first-order evolved beasts, and because of their innate tiger bloodline, they were far more powerful than other first-order evolved beasts. I estimate that besides the Lion King, Kara, those male lions are no match for Tuanzi and Yuanzi. I was also preparing to go back to the tiger enclosure when I smelled a faint fragrance, like that of a ripe fruit. It's June now, and many fruits are indeed ripe. But this fruit is not so fragrant. I decided to go and see what kind of mutated fruit had ripened. In a flash, I jumped over the fence, not back to the tiger enclosure, but to the black bear enclosure. What is the Tiger King doing? Tianfeng was shocked. Now, this big tiger's movements were his top priority. Quick. Quick. Check the surveillance. What is the Tiger King doing in the black bear enclosure? Tianfeng shouted. In a few breaths, I arrived at the black bear enclosure. There were a few black bears here. Only about 20. This group of black bears was very sharp and sensed my arrival. For a moment, the black bears all roared at me but didn't dare to get close. The pressure I exerted on them was too great. I looked at the largest black bear, which was wearing a piece of clothing, and asked curiously, "Where did you steal that kasaya from the black bear king?" Was stunned. He looked at me and sensed that I had no intention of attacking. So he stopped, roaring at me. Sigh. So stupid. I left the black bear enclosure. I had been to the black bear enclosure once, but I didn't know what animals lived next door. I lightly jumped over. One look was all it took. It was actually my favorite animal. The national treasure. The giant panda. I saw 5 giant pandas still eating bamboo in the middle of the night. The fragrance was coming from the bamboo. The bamboo shoots were like white jade, emitting a delicate fragrance. I suddenly felt a little hungry. These 5 national treasures were also extraordinary. Much larger than the pandas I had imagined. Probably around 300 pounds. They were black and white. Extremely cute. The 5 national treasure pandas didn't pay any attention to my arrival and continued to eat the white jade bamboo shoots. I walked towards the 5 national treasures step by step and extended my paw. "Can you give me one?" The national treasure next to me looked at my extended paw, then picked up a bamboo shoot from the ground and handed it to me. Thanks. I didn't care if this national treasure could understand me. I started to peel the bamboo like a panda and took a bite. It was a little numb and not very tasty, but it had a hint of spiritual energy. It was useless to me, but the national treasure was so enthusiastic I couldn't just take a bite and throw it away. I had no choice but to eat the whole bamboo. Holy crap. Why is the Tiger King eating bamboo? The security guards and public security officers in the surveillance room were dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone saw that I only ate one bamboo shoot and then stopped. They were very strange. I think we need to check that bamboo shoot, Lu Ming said, looking at the live-in pandas. Although their size was far from the Tiger King's, they were much larger than before. Could it be that the pandas are also starting to grow bigger? Gao Bing was itching to know, but to ask him to snatch the national treasure's bamboo. That would be a little embarrassing. I watched the 5 pandas eating bamboo with great relish. I'm leaving. You guys are so nice. I'll give you a vermilion fruit each in return. Then I used my body to block the camera and then gave each panda a vermilion fruit. The vermilion fruit was even more advanced than the white jade bamboo shoots. The 5 pandas smelled the unique scent and immediately ate them. After eating the vermilion fruits, the 5 pandas all handed me the bamboo in their hands. I don't eat bamboo. I waved my white paw and then left gracefully. I was very curious to see if these 5 pandas would become super pandas. At this time, Qingshan Wildlife Park was peaceful and quiet. But the outside world was in an uproar. The kangaroo country in the southern hemisphere, with a population of tens of millions, was being attacked by frenzied animals. There were 3-meter-tall kangaroos, camels as heavy as tree stumps, and countless spiders and rats. These semi-evolved animals had gone crazy, devouring everything they could see, from trees to encroaching on human territory. Every day. It was useless. These 2 countries were also in a mess. The lighthouse country's horses, crocodile, and wild boars also started to attack humans. At this time, the kangaroo country thought of Daxia. So far, Daxia was the calmest country in the world. The kangaroo country began to ask Daxia for help, wanting Daxia to send special forces to eliminate the animals in their country. However, they didn't think about how they had treated Daxia before. Now they want our help. That's a pipe dream. However, at this time, I was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Seeing my keeper and her best friend constantly scrolling on their phones, I became anxious. Why aren't they live streaming yet? I want to gain fans. If I don't gain fans, I can't draw from the lottery. Although I'm also absorbing spiritual energy and becoming stronger. It's not as fast as drawing from treasure chests. I had to nudge. My keeper, Luo Anki, was a little strange about my reaction. Panda. What's wrong? Because of the rat tied in the lion enclosure last night. The zoo was safe only because of me. Early this morning, Luo Anki came to the zoo and tidied up a room. From now on, she would live here in case of emergencies. I nudged the live streaming equipment. Luo Anqi immediately understood. Her delicate face blossomed into a smile. The great Tiger King actually wants to live stream. Is this to get fans to donate so he can buy beef on the side? Jiang Yutong said timidly. Anqi. What does Panda want to do? He wants to live stream. Luo Anqi replied. What? How can Panda want to live stream? Jiang Yutong's eyes were filled with disbelief. A tiger wanting to live stream. No one would believe it if you told them. Panda is too smart. Luo Anqi nodded. Panda's intelligence should be at the level of a 5-year-old child. Hearing this, I let out a low growl at Luo Anqi, feeling indignant. What the hell? The intelligence of a 5-year-old child. My Panda's IQ is definitely at least 250. In human terms, I could definitely to get into a 985 university. All right. Panda. I'll start the live stream for you now. Luo Anqi said, stroking my big head. Soon, Luo Anqi started the live stream. The moment the stream started, the number of viewers skyrocketed, reaching over 10 Null, in 1 minute, and still, climbing rapidly. Oh my god. Miss Anki is finally live. I missed you so much, holy crap. I just came in and saw a big tiger, so cute, Anchi. My little fairy. I saw you walking Panda yesterday. It was so cool, looking at the flood of comments. Luo Anki smiled and turned the camera towards me. Hello everyone. Let's take a look at Panda. He's gotten fatter these past 2 days. Come on. Panda. Say hello to our friends. My gaze was sharp. Seeing that the number of viewers had reached over 20,000 and was still climbing. I was thrilled. I happily let out a brilliant tiger roar. Avu. As a greeting to the viewers in the live stream, however, at this moment, a notification suddenly appeared in my mind, telling me that my true love fans had exceeded 300. Damn it. Only 300, so few. But at least I had 200 more black iron treasure chests. Hehe. I can draw again later. I quickly called over my 30+ underlings and had them act silly to help me gain fans and luck. I saw Yuanzi and Tuanzi take the lead, majestically galloping towards me. On the side, Jiang Yutong Samoyed saw this and was so scared it trembled, burying its head in Jiang Yutong's arms. Now it was Jiang Yutong's turn to be speechless. Dabai had actively gone to the tiger's gathering place before. So why was he so scared today? Actually, when Luo Anki saw the 30+ tigers, she was also quite scared. But with me by her side, she didn't show it. After all, besides me, Tuanzi, and Yuanzi, she had only occasionally fed the other tigers and wasn't familiar with them. I roared and had my 30+ underlings line up. Now, among my underlings, 8 have become first-order evolved beasts. Standing there, they looked very majestic. Holy crap. Holy crap. These are Ardaxia's tigers, so majestic, those trash from the kangaroo country would be eaten in one bite. Yeah. The kangaroo country is a bunch of robbers. They take Ardaxia's money and then work against us. They deserve to be wiped out. Luo Anki looked at the comments on the screen, chatting and laughing with her fans. On the side of the tiger enclosure, the director of the Public Security Bureau, Tian Feng, looked at these tigers with a frown. He was thinking more deeply than Luo Anki. He knew that the Tiger King could lead the Tiger Pride now. But what if one day, the Tiger King, left the zoo who could command this group of tigers? This further strengthened his belief that these tigers must be taught not to attack humans. At the same time, the director of the Kyoto Special Affairs Handling Office, Zheng Long, was also watching this live stream. Although he was based in Kyoto, the information of any evolved beast that appeared in the entire Daxia would appear on his computer. He was even very aware of any special events that happened abroad. Now, seeing that Luo Anqi didn't dare to touch the other 29 tigers, he frowned and picked up his mobile phone. Teacher, go to Jiangnan City and contact the keeper of Qingshan Wildlife Park, Luo Anqi. Once you're there, get familiar with the tigers there as soon as possible. Yes. Director. Zheng Long hung up the phone and focused on the computer. On the computer, a series of terrifying videos were playing. In the middle of the sea, a small cargo ship was sailing when suddenly, several huge and terrifying tentacles appeared and slammed onto the cargo ship, instantly capsizing and sinking it into the sea. This video was taken by a satellite. But this monster was too big, far exceeding an octopus, and the satellite footage was not very clear. Since the Research Institute discovered the mysterious gas in the air 3 months ago, the satellites have been affected. Many old satellites have even lost their signal, and even newly launched satellites lose contact from time to time. Perhaps it won't be long before humans lose their God's eye view. By then, we won't know what terrifying monsters have appeared on the blue star. I heard that the lighthouse country has already produced a second-order evolved one, with strength reaching 10 tons. But when will our Daxia produce a second-order evolved one? We need to speed up. Now. The Lion King, Kara, is also missing. And the so-called satellites can't even monitor him. Thinking of this, Director Zheng Long's face grew even more worried. Qingshan Wildlife Park. Anki was still interacting with her fans. Ding dong. Ding dong. Here. Phone suddenly rang. She looked at it and saw it was a number from Kyoto. Who is this? In the end, she still answered. Hello. Miss Luo. A very elegant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Luo. Anki was a little puzzled. She went to a small car on the side and asked, Hello. Can I help you? I was sent by the higher-ups to feed the tigers with you. My name is Liu Shiyi. Luo Anqi was a little surprised. She didn't expect the higher-ups to be so thoughtful. All right. All right? When are you coming? I'm on my way to Jiangcheng now. I'm expected to get close to them. Is that so? All right. But this process might take a lot of time. Luo Anqi said in a low voice. The voice on the other end of the phone came again. It's okay. Miss Luo. Listen to me. Now. Take some beef and personally feed each tiger. Get close to them. Luo Anqi glanced at the other 29 tigers without any fear. After all, I was always behind her. Luo Anqi ended the call. She took out a small knife from the car and said to the viewers in the live stream, I've decided to personally feed the other 29 big tigers. You guys watch how they eat meat. Holy crap. Anqi. My little fairy. You're awesome. You even dare to feed unfamiliar semi-wild tigers. You don't have to go so hard for a live stream. All right. I'm going to start feeding the other tigers now. Watch this. Then, Luo Anqi sat in the back of the pickup truck, cut off a piece of beef, and said to me, Panda, have a big tiger come up, but don't bite me. I felt a little baffled. Why did my keeper suddenly want to feed the tigers? But since it was my keeper's wish, I'll go along with it. So I grunted a few words to an evolved tiger, and he easily jumped onto the back of the pickup truck. This jump also scared Luo Anqi. Then she cautiously began to feed this tiger and even patted its big ear. The big tiger seemed a little annoyed and let out a low growl. Luo Anqi. Seeing this, I quickly pulled back. Roar, I was furious. I went up and gave my underling a flurry of smacks on the head. What's wrong with this guy? Can't he tell who's the boss here? Does he still want to slack off after I taught him a lesson? That Tier 1 evolved tiger let out a wronged whimper. Having no choice, he rubbed his massive head against Luo Anqi to apologize. This scene left the live stream. Viewers shocked again. Holy crap, Pangda is so smart. His IQ is even higher than my son's. Ha ha ha. Then your son is just too dumb. This bearded dog can't even beat the lion. King Kara. And you call that high IQ? Damn. The lion fanboys are at it again. The tiger. King can't beat a lion, what a joke. Just look at our Pangda's massive build. How fierce. He could crush that lion dog to death just by sitting on it. Oh, look. The tiger fanboys are here, just like that. The live stream was filled with back and forth bickering. They started arguing again. Luo Anqi felt extremely helpless about this. She finally understood that as long as the stream was on, people would argue over whether tigers or lions were stronger. So, she just ignored them. Actually, she knew that the Lion King Kara was nowhere near my match. If Kara wasn't so cunning, and if I didn't have to protect the others, I could have killed Kara several times over. But she couldn't just say that out loud. The higher-ups had specifically warned her that streaming was fine. But she absolutely could not reveal anything I had done. After that, Luo Anqi continued feeding the other tigers. This time, none of the tigers showed any signs of aggression. They didn't even look the slightest bit impatient. Every single one of them obediently accepted Luo Anqi's petting. Anqi. I want to feed them too, Jiang Yutong, who was standing to the side, couldn't hold back anymore. Sure, if you're not scared. Come on up. Luo. Enki agreed with a smile. Just like that. Jiang Yutong appeared on camera. Oh my, who is this fairy sister? She's even prettier than our Enki. I'm in love, if anyone marries her. They're kids. We'll definitely never go hungry. Who is this? Your grandpa wants her. Grandpa has a pension. Don't mind that grandpa is 80 years old. Grandpa's. The body is old, but his heart is young. Because of Jiang Yutong's appearance, the live stream completely exploded. The whole debate about whether tigers or lions were stronger died down quite a bit. Hello everyone. My name is Jiang Yutong. I'm Luo Anqi's best friend, and also her college classmate. Yutong, what a great name. Grandpa likes it. Grandpa feels like spring has come again. Jiang Yutong looked at the comments, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But she hadn't forgotten what she came here to do, feed the big tigers and build a close relationship with them. This concerned the fate of the entire Jiang family, so she gathered her courage and started feeding the fierce tigers. Under the pickup truck, I was pawing at the head of the Samoyed. Dabai. This big white dog was way too timid. But he was indeed very beautiful. Without a single stray hair. Pure white and stunning. He could be called the heavenly king of the dog world. Awu Dabai trembled all over. Too scared to move an inch. So useless. I looked at Dabai's violently shaking body, and instantly lost interest. Just then, I moved. A massive, goofy head suddenly popped into the camera frame. Holy crap, scared the hell out of me, oh. It's just Pangda, I immediately let out a brilliant tiger smile. Then silently looked at the system prompt panel. Host Tiger King. Level Tier 1, Evolved Beast. True Fan Sank. 653. Lottery draws 6. 812. Black Iron Chest Storage White Tiger Essence Blood X 1 drop. Spirit Stones X5. Zuguo X7. Ha ha ha, I actually gained so many true fans this time, even the likes surpassed 100. 000, just as I was, feeling smug. However, in a mysterious conference room, a plot targeting the Tiger King, it was underway. There are spirit stones and even spirit fruits in the Qingshan Wildlife Park. I hacked into their network. The bamboo the pandas eat has started to mutate. What mutated bamboo? Can this bamboo help us evolve? It should. Even if it can't make us evolve. It can at least help some evolvers become half-step evolvers. But there are 32 fierce tigers in there. The strongest one is the Tiger King. I've looked into it. This Tiger King's combat power is incredibly strong. It's very likely not inferior to the Lion King Kara. That strong Kara is an existence that can't even be killed by machine gun fire. How can we kill a fierce tiger like that? It doesn't matter. Our target this time is the pandas' bamboo shoots and the giant pandas themselves. Those giant pandas are also evolving now. If we eat their meat, who knows? We might be able to evolve too, exactly. Those giant pandas weigh at least 300 pounds. That's enough for us to complete the mission. Alright. It's settled then. Let's go over the plan. Once this succeeds, we'll start dealing with those 32 fierce tigers. Their flesh and blood will be ours. This group of mysterious people began their plotting. The next day, Luo Anqi appeared. Beside her were two other people. One was her best friend, Jiang Yutong. Her skin was as white and delicate as jade. Her facial features were exquisite. Her nose was perky. And her figure was absolutely perfect, having curves in all the right places. The other person was not inferior to Jiang Yutong in the slightest. She wore simple, casual clothes. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her beauty was breathtaking. I glanced at my pooper scooper, then looked at this unfamiliar woman. Her body contained a powerful force. But compared to me, she was just trash. I stretched lazily and stuck out my long tongue and licked my pooper scooper. Luo Anqi was forced to step back repeatedly from my licking. Tiger King. Stop licking. Let me introduce you to someone. This is Liu Shiyi. From now on, she'll be raising you. along with Yutong and me. I looked at this unfamiliar woman, took a step forward, and rubbed my massive head against this beautiful woman. At this moment, Liu Shiyi's entire body went stiff. She was a Tier 1 evolver, and a combat-type evolver at that. She hadn't even felt fear when she saw the Python King, who ranked second on the Evolved Beast leaderboard, but now, she was terrified. The oppressive aura this Tiger King gave her was far stronger than the Python King's. No wonder the higher-ups sent her here to be a breeder. So the fierce tiger was actually this powerful. She figured that aside from those terrifying monsters in the ocean, on this land, there was absolutely no evolved beast that could threaten this Tiger King. Even that Golden Eagle probably wasn't a match for the Tiger King. Liu Shiyi compared them in her mind. Shiyi. Don't be scared, Pengda is just saying hi to you, Luo Anqi said with a smile. Liu Shiyi forced an incredibly pale smile. She really wanted to say she wasn't afraid, but her tongue and mouth wouldn't obey her. She couldn't speak a word. Her entire body was stiff. She never thought there would come a day where she would be scared, speechless. This is suppression on a biological level, the thought popped into Liu Shiyi's mind. I licked this new pooper scooper and suddenly thought I should give her a welcome gift. I hadn't given anything to Luo Anqi and Zhang Yutong either, so I might as well give gifts to all three of them together. I ran back to the side of the big blue stone and started pretending to dig for something. What is the Tiger King doing? The beautiful Jiang Yutong found it a bit strange. Let's go over and take a look, Luo Anqi said with a smile. She wasn't afraid of tigers anymore. Even if I wasn't here, she'd dare to walk around the tiger enclosure alone. The three breeders walked toward me. I pulled out the dog-head gold nugget and the head-sized diamond, along with 3 Zhu Guo. I held the 3 Zhu Guo in my paws and handed them to the 3 pooper scoopers. When Liu Shiyi saw the fruits, her pupils shrank. She stared in disbelief at the 3 fruits in my giant paws. Tiger King, where did you pick these fruits? How strange. I've never seen this kind of fruit before. Luo Anqi was a bit puzzled. She took one from my paw. Anqi. This is a Zhu Guo. Liu Shiyi gulped and said, what a Zhu Guo. Luo Anqi was in disbelief. It blooms once a century and bears fruit once a century. Zhu Guo in this world should have gone extinct long ago, but now that spiritual energy is reviving, Zhu Guo have appeared again. But those Zhu Guo are either eaten by wild beasts or hoarded by certain people. There are very few mature Zhu Guo sold publicly. If you really want to buy one, don't even think about it without 30 million. And now, 3 Zhu Guo have appeared right in front of them. Their actual value exceeds 100 million Pengda. Where did you find these fruits? And they're fully mature too. Luo Anqi grabbed my ear and asked. I got them from the lottery, I said, but the sound that came out was just a woo. A whoa. I already told you. Whether you can understand it or not depends on whether you know tiger language. I roared proudly. Of course. Luo Anqi didn't understand tiger language. She got anxious. Pangda. Are there any more? If there are, let's go pick them. Luo Anqi knew the value of Zhu Guo. Of course there are. I still have 36 Zhu Guo in my storage space. With a whoosh, I went behind the big blue stone and pretended to dig out 3 more Zhu Guo. As for the rest, I was planning to use them to help my other underlings evolve. What? There are 3 more Pangda. What else are you hiding under that big blue stone? Luo Anqi was incredibly curious. Liu Shiyi and Jiang Yutong were already numb to the shock. Especially Liu Shiyi. She knew exactly how much effort the Research Institute had put into getting just 2 Zhu Guo. Not only did they spend 80 million in cash, but they also owed a lot of favors, and now, this tiger had somehow picked 6 Zhu Guo from God knows where. And there were probably more. She originally thought this was going to be a miserable assignment, but she never expected it to be a stroke of massive luck. This made Liu Shiyi rejoice inwardly. Holy crap, such a huge diamond, and dog-head gold and silver Pangda. How did you hide so much good stuff? Luo Anqi yelled. She couldn't even imagine it. A natural diamond the size of a human head. Have you ever seen one? A dog-head gold nugget weighing over 10 pounds. These were all priceless treasures. Lu Shiyi and Jiang Yutong also came over to look at the things under the big blue stone. Yuanzi and Tuanzi automatically walked away, to let the three of them dig around. Soon, the three of them had dug out everything under the big blue stone. Luo Anqi grabbed my massive head and stared straight at me. Bangda. When did you collect all these things? What a pity. If this were in the past, we'd be rich. But now, these things are worthless. Anqi. These things aren't as useless as you think. If I'm not mistaken, this piece of black iron should be black rock cloud iron. It can be used to forge powerful cold weapons. And this jade should be spirit jade. It stores a lot of spiritual energy. And this wood should be red sandalwood. Lu Shiyi identified the items on the ground one by one. I was surprised. This new pooper scooper was actually this impressive. She recognized all these things, honestly. If it wasn't for the system's introduction, I wouldn't have recognized them at all. But in my eyes, these were all just trash. They were completely useless. I nudged Luo Anqi's hand, gesturing for her to eat the zhu guo. Bangda. Are you telling me to eat the zhu guo? Luo Anqi was amazed. I gave a grunt of confirmation. All right. Then I'll eat it. Luo Anqi nodded, heavily. Her father had become an evolver. So it was about time it was her turn. Jiang Yutong was also incredibly excited. 2 zhu guo were enough to make her an evolver. Wait, Lu Shiyi stopped the two of them. What's wrong? Luo Anqi's expression turned a bit ugly. Was this Lu Shiyi going to make them? Hand over the zhu guo, Lu Shiyi quickly explained. Anqi. Yutong. Before eating the zhu guo, it's best to warm up first to get your blood flowing faster. At the same time, you need to breathe rhythmically. Only then can you maximize the absorption after consuming the zhu guo. Hearing this, Luo Anqi hurriedly asked, Warm up. How do we warm up? This is a breathing technique collected by our Special Affairs Bureau. Follow along with me. Or just watch how I breathe. Though, ordinary people can't learn it. Liu Shiyi explained. Okay, Luo Anqi said excitedly. She had wanted a breathing technique for a long time, but her Luo family's breathing technique was called the thunder breathing technique. It was meant for men to practice, although women could practice it too. After practicing it, their chests would become flat and their voices would turn deep and rough. She didn't dare to practice it recklessly. Lu Shiyi started teaching the two of them the breathing technique. I got a little interested. I'm a tiger. I only need to devour spiritual items and digest them instinctively to get stronger. This was my first time seeing a human breathing technique. However, after one glance, I stopped watching. What kind of garbage breathing technique is this? It's far worse than my instinctive breathing. Sleeping is still the most comfortable. I lay flat again. Shiyi. Why are you looking at the stone? Pangda sleeps on Luo Anqi found Lu Shiyi's behavior very strange. She kept circling the big blue stone that Pangda slept on, as if that big blue stone was some kind of treasure. I also looked at this new pooper scooper speechlessly. I was having a perfectly good sleep. But this new pooper scooper kept walking circles around me, occasionally touching the big blue stone. Anqi. This big blue stone is very likely a spirit stone, Lu Shiyi said excitedly. Luo Anqi was dumbfounded. What a spirit stone? Aren't spirit stones all underground? This big blue stone is above ground. And it's always been where Pangda sleeps. How could it be a spirit stone? It really might be a spirit stone, Lu Shiyi said anxiously. Luo Anqi and Jiang Yutong, who were currently adapting to their newly enhanced strength, heard this and came over to my side. I rested my massive head on my paws. I didn't care if this was a spirit stone or not. Anyway, this is where I sleep. No one is taking it away. I sprawled out on the stone like a mollusk, completely motionless. Seeing me like this, Luo Anqi couldn't help but laugh. Shiyi. Let's just leave it alone. This stone is where Pangda sleeps. If we move it, Pangda will be unhappy. Lu Shiyi was still a bit unwilling to give up. This big blue stone weighed no less than 10,000 pounds. maybe even tens of thousands of pounds. If it was a spirit stone, it would definitely set a record. But it was the Tiger King's sleeping spot. After weighing the pros and cons, Liu Shiyi decided it was best to give up. All right, let's go take a shower. I'm all sticky. It's so uncomfortable, Luo Anqi said with a smile. The three super beauties were now also Tier 1 evolvers. They walked toward the rooms the zoo had provided for them. The rooms were right in the tiger enclosure. Watching the figures of the three pooper scoopers, I kind of wanted to go take a look. But looking at my own body, I decided to forget it and go back to sleep. While I fell into a deep slumber, several uninvited guests arrived at the zoo. Several dark figures scaled the back mountain and slipped into the zoo. They headed straight for the National Treasure Panda enclosure. They easily vaulted over the 6-meter high wire fence, moving like APEs, completely silent. Soon, they arrived at the panda enclosure. Do it, the leader whispered. 5 men in black instantly charged at the 5 giant pandas who were still eating bamboo. They all held sharp weapons in their hands. They were aiming to kill the 5 giant pandas. The 5 giant pandas had been happily eating their white jade bamboo, but were startled by the sudden attack from the men in black. Their small eyes darted around, in panic, not knowing what to do. In an instant, 2 giant pandas were impaled. The other 3 giant pandas shrieked in terror. This cry instantly alerted the monkeys and black bears in the neighboring zones. The monkeys grabbed fruits and hurled them at the men in black. The black bears started roaring and frantically battering the wire fence. The men in black hadn't expected 3 pandas to dodge their assassination attempt. And with such incredible speed, now they had alerted the black bears and monkeys. They immediately panicked. Quick. 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 Grab these 2 pandas and the bamboo shoots, and let's retreat immediately. The 9 figures grabbed the 2 giant pandas and the white jade bamboo shoots, rapidly retreating from the panda enclosure and running toward the back mountain. Liu Ming, who was still in the security room. He was looking at the camera feed of the panda enclosure and was just about to go check it out when he suddenly heard the beast roars coming from that direction. Did something happen, Captain? Someone killed 2 giant pandas and took them away. An urgent and furious voice came through the walkie-talkie. What? 2 giant pandas were killed and taken away. Who are they? Such audacity. Hurry up and chase them. I'll notify Captain Gao right now, in just a few short minutes. The entire zoo was on high alert. To think someone actually dared to sneak into the zoo, assassinate the pandas, and take them away. What absolute sheer audacity. What? Something happened at the panda enclosure. 2 giant pandas were kidnapped. Luo Anqi had just finished showering and was chatting with Lu Shiyi and Jiang Yutong when she heard the commotion in the zoo. She was instantly furious. All 3 super beauties were evolvers. Upon hearing the news, they sprinted straight toward the panda enclosure. Wait. Anki, let's bring Pangda along. That group of people is definitely not simple, Lu Shiyi suggested. Luo Anqi agreed and immediately ran toward where I was sleeping, and shouted. I was already awake. I had heard the sounds of the disturbance, as well as the roars from the black bear in the bear enclosure. I thought it was that sneaky, murderous black bear king who couldn't sleep. But I never expected that someone actually killed giant pandas and took 2 of them away. I was furious, absolutely enraged. Didn't they know that giant pandas were my favorite, like a gust of wind? In just a few breaths, I dashed out hundreds of meters, then vaulted over the wire fence and entered the lion enclosure. Luo Anqi, Jiang Yutong, and Lu Shiyi were dumbfounded. They were evolvers too, the exact same tier as me. But this speed, they couldn't even hope to catch up to Quick. Quick. Chase after him. The 3 beautiful breeders sprinted toward the lion enclosure. In less than 100 breaths, I crossed the lion enclosure, the black bear enclosure, and arrived at the panda enclosure. I smelled the scent of blood. Looking at the remaining 3 National Treasure giant pandas, my blood felt like it was boiling. I paused for 3 breaths. Then, like a bolt of lightning, I darted into the back mountain of the Qingshan Wildlife Park. At this moment, I had no other thoughts but murder. In this life, I am a tiger, but I don't hate humans. I even quite enjoy being served by them. But toward those humans who hurt giant pandas, my heart held nothing but killing intent. I had never been to the back mountain, but I had gazed at it from afar. The environment was far worse than the zoo. On the rugged mountain path, I saw the security guards and safety personnel. I didn't stop. With a burst of speed, I leaped right over them. The zoo's security guards and safety personnel were scared half to death. In this pitch-black mountain forest, a supermassive creature suddenly darted out. Who wouldn't be terrified? Was that the Tiger King Gao Bing? Captain of team, one of the security bureau, said with lingering fear. I think so. A security guard stammered. Could it be? Why did the Tiger King come out? Could it be that the Tiger King is here to hunt down those poachers? Gao Bing voiced his guess. If that was the case, it couldn't be better. In the mountain forest, I followed the thick scent of blood, moving in a straight line. I picked up 11 different scents. 2 of them were the familiar scents of the giant pandas. The smell of blood was too strong. The 2 giant pandas weren't dead yet, but they were on the verge of death. I had to rescue the 2 giant pandas as quickly as possible and treat them. Faster, I need to be even faster, like the wind was beneath my feet. I vaulted over the mountain peak. I saw 3 cars and a small truck at the foot of the mountain. They hadn't started their engines yet, which meant the people were still coming down to the mountain and hadn't gotten into the vehicles. There's still time, moving like lightning. I charged down toward the foot of the mountain at top speed. Very quickly, I arrived on the main road at the foot of the mountain. I saw that in the distance. The 3 black sedans and the small truck each had a driver sitting inside. The driver in the truck was holding binoculars, looking up at the mountain. Their theft of the evolved pandas and white jade bamboo shoots this time was a massive taboo. But as long as they weren't tracked down, they could cultivate more evolvers, making it all worth it. A panda weighing over 300 pounds must have a lot of spiritual energy in its meat, and if they successfully cultivated the white jade bamboo shoots, their family could become the absolute top family in Great Xia. They might even control Great Xia suddenly. The truck driver saw a figure rapidly leaping and charging toward them from behind the vehicles. At this moment, the 9 men in black appeared on the main road, carrying the white jade bamboo shoots and the 2 giant pandas. Quick, get in, something is chasing us from behind, the truck driver roared. The 9 men in black panicked. But they were well-trained mercenaries after all. They didn't lose their cool. They tossed the 2 dying giant pandas into the truck, then immediately piled into the sedans. The sedans had already started. The moment the 9 men in black got into the cars, the sedans shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring. Less than 20 seconds after the cars left, I appeared. I saw the cars driving away and immediately gave chase. I didn't chase them in a straight line. I directly charged up the winding mountain road. Inside the truck, the driver handed the binoculars to a man in black and said urgently, "Quick, look, and see what's chasing us." The man in black had already taken off his mask, revealing a man in his 30s. The man took the binoculars and looked back. He didn't see anything. This time, they had originally planned to steal all 5 giant pandas, then use the flesh and blood of these 5 giant pandas to help the dozen or so half-step evolvers in their family become true evolvers. Most importantly, it was for the elders in the family. They couldn't wait any longer. Death was terrifying. But what was even more terrifying was seeing hope right before death, the hope of immortality. But they hadn't expected the other 3 giant pandas to be so agile, dodging the daggers of 3 men. There's nothing there, impossible. I clearly saw a rapidly moving figure just now. Look closer, the driver insisted. He had a bad premonition in his heart. A sense of crisis coming from an unknown creature. The man in black was also trained. He didn't get impatient, but observed carefully. He still didn't see anything behind them. Just as the vehicles took a turn and headed downhill, the man in black, I spotted a figure. It was too fast. It was moving at high speed toward the winding mountain road below. There is something. It's too fast. A terrifyingly fast creature emerged from the shadows. identified by the man in black as the Tiger King of the Qingshan Zoo. This massive, bulletproof predator charged the three-sedan convoy with such speed that the guards nearly collapsed in fear, realizing their firearms were useless against its hide. The men frantically ordered their drivers to accelerate, knowing that being caught meant certain death at the claws of a high-tier mutant. The leader of the men in black yelled. The three sedans sped up, exceeding 100 miles per hour. The truck in the back was also accelerating. The driver was terrified. He had seen the video of the Lion King Kara ramming into a car at high speed without a scratch. It showed just how powerful these kings of beasts were, even if this Tiger King wasn't as strong as the Lion King. It still wasn't something they could fight against. I sprinted at top speed. The distance between me and the truck getting closer and closer. My first goal was to intercept the truck and rescue the two national treasure giant pandas. My second goal was to slaughter every last one of these poachers. I closed in on the small truck. Getting closer and closer. A murderous aura enveloped him. For a moment, he actually lost control of the truck, crashing it into the mountain wall. Then, the truck tipped over onto its side. I hadn't expected this truck to actually lose control. This is bad. My original intention was to force the truck to stop, then carefully rescue the two national treasures. But now the truck was about to flip. These two national treasures would very likely suffer an impact, causing secondary injuries and ultimately death. In a split second, I slammed into the truck, and at the same time, a pair of terrifying giant paws clamped onto it. My body scraped violently against the guardrail. I felt a sharp pain. Good thing I have copper skin and iron bones for the two national treasure giant pandas. I'm going all out. I let out a furious roar. The terrifying sound echoed through the mountains. Under my full force resistance, the small truck came to a dead stop. I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it stopped. It's fine. My claws tore open the door and I entered the cargo hold. I saw the two black and white national treasures lying in the cargo hold, having bled quite a bit. Damn it. Claim Marrow Cleansing Pill X2. Great Restoration Pill 10-2. Zhu Guo X Dose. In an instant, these items appeared in my paws. I pried open the giant pandas' mouths and shoved the pills, and Zhu Guo all in. Quick. Let's go. Suddenly, I heard the two people in the front cabin talking in low voices. I sneered, then walked out of the cargo hold and went to the front of the small truck. The man in black and the driver looked at the striped, fierce tiger in front of them. A fear they had never felt before surfaced. The throats of the two thieves were instantly slit by my claws. They deserved to die. There are still 7 people left. I went back to the cargo hold to check on the giant panda's condition. Thankfully, the giant panda's breathing had become a bit heavier. They were out of danger, but they still couldn't be moved. I have to wait for people to arrive before I go hunt down those guys. I've already memorized the sense of those 7 people. Even to the ends of the earth, they won't escape my pursuit. On the winding mountain road, the safety personnel and the zoo's security captain drove down the back mountain in pursuit. About 5 minutes later, a police car appeared in front of me. Gao Bing was the first to step out. He saw the small truck, and he also saw me in the cargo hold, along with the 2 national treasure giant pandas. The national treasure giant pandas are really dead. The others were also extremely heartbroken and furious. Why are these stupid humans crying? Don't they know to come over and check Pangda? What does this mean? Gao Bing was a bit confused. Security Captain Liu Ming was also scratching his head. He climbed into the cargo hold and saw the chests of the 2 national treasure pandas rising and falling. The next moment, he became ecstatic. Captain Gao, the giant pandas aren't dead. What? They aren't dead. That's wonderful. Quick. Get the medical staff here to treat them. Gao Bing shouted loudly. Liu Ming wanted to move the giant pandas. I was infuriated by his action. This stupid human, can't he see the wounds on the national treasure's bodies? Moving them recklessly will cause secondary injuries. So dumb. I let out a roar at the security. Captain. Liu Ming was so scared he fell right out of the cargo hold. Don't move them. The giant pandas are injured. They can't be moved recklessly. The medical staff is here. I looked at the medical staff. These were two familiar faces. Last time, it was these two medics who helped stitch up my wounds. With a leap, I jumped out of the cargo hold and dashed down the mountain. I wanted to go hunt down those damn thieves, Pangda. Don't go Luo Anki, who hadn't gotten out of the car yet, saw me leaving and immediately shouted. I stopped in my tracks. What does this pooper scooper want to do? Luo Anki hurriedly got out of the car, ran to my side, and grabbed my ear. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid I would just run off. Liu Shiyi and Jiang Yutong felt the same way. I have to go hunt people down, I roared. No one understood tiger language. Captain, these two people were probably killed by the Tiger King. A safety officer whispered. If they're dead, they're dead. Just a bunch of human scum. Gao Bing snorted coldly. How strange. What's going on with these two national treasure pandas? They're actually recovering rapidly, a medic said in surprise. Recovering, that's great. Gao Bing instantly felt relieved. Miss Luo, you guys take the Tiger King back first. We need to go hunt down that group of scum Security Bureau Team 1, Captain Gao Bing ordered. All right. Captain Gao, Luo Anqi, Liu Shiyi, and Jiang Yutong pulled me toward the zoo. However, I didn't want to go. I wanted to go hunt down those scum Pangda. What's wrong? Let's go back. I'll get you some beef to eat. Luo Anqi smiled and said. I let out a long roar. Miss Luo. What's wrong with the Tiger King? Gao Bing was worried. He saw that I had the wounds on my body and was worried something might happen to me. Luo Anqi sensed the murderous aura radiating from me, as well as the killing intent in my massive bell-like eyes. This was something she had only seen when I was hunting down the Lion King Kara. She gulped. Captain Gao. Pangda might want to go hunt down those thieves. Hunt down the thieves. Gao Bing was shocked. I couldn't wait any longer. With a sweep of my tail, I scooped my pooper scooper onto my back, then dashed downward. Those thieves. I absolutely must kill them. Luo Anqi let out a yelp. But it was useless. She could only tightly grip my tiger fur. Gao Bing was stunned. But he didn't dare to stop me. He could only immediately report this to his superiors. In the dark of the night, I ran along the main road with my pooper scooper on my back. I could clearly distinguish the scents of those people. But the distance between me and them seemed to be getting further and further. It doesn't matter. As long as these people aren't taking a plane, I can catch up to them, on my back. Luo Anqi had already recovered her wits. She pulled out her phone and started reporting the situation to the director of the Security Bureau. Dianfeng, what is your current location? Luo Anqi glanced at her surroundings. Answering the director. We just left the Jiangcheng boundary. Pangda is taking me towards Huaishi. Huaishi, I know you're following the Tiger King. I'll contact the local security bureau to ensure they quickly apprehend that poaching gang. Understood. Director Tian. Luo Anqi hung up the phone. Right now. She only wanted to quickly catch those poachers and then take me back to Qingshan Zoo. Although riding a giant tiger was thrilling, it caused a huge scene. Plus, she was worried about the 31 fierce tigers in the tiger enclosure not following orders. After walking for 3 hours, it was already dawn. My strength had now reached the peak of a Tier 1 evolutionary beast. And soon I would be able to become a Tier 2 evolutionary beast. Just as I appeared in Huaishi with Luo Anqi on my back, many early risers saw the person and the tiger. Instantly, everyone, they was scared out of their wits and fled. Don't be afraid, this is the Tiger King. He doesn't hurt people, Luo Anqi shouted loudly. However, even if she screamed herself hoarse, no one listened to her. They all fled into nearby shops in terror and pulled down the rolling shutters. Some were even so scared they collapsed on the ground, trembling nonstop. Luo Anqi was a bit speechless. Why were they so scared? Even circuses have tigers. At this time, the Huaishi Security Bureau received a call from Tianfeng, director of the Jiangnan Province Security Bureau. informing them that a poaching gang had entered Huaishi and angered the Tiger King. The Tiger King had chased after them with his zookeeper. This sounded straight out of a novel. However, they soon spotted me and my zookeeper. I was too huge. Over 4 meters long. That massive head was terrifying to look at. They really wanted to come forward and say hi. But they didn't dare. I also noticed the police cars here. But I couldn't be bothered with them. I just followed the scent directly, brushing past the police cars. Holy shit. What a huge tiger. Is this the Tiger King? The Tiger King ranks 15th on the Great Shia Evolutionary Beast Leaderboard. So badass, a young security officer exclaimed. What? 15th? He's already in the top 10. Okay, he's exactly 10th. Some say the Tiger King's strength is vastly underestimated and he could easily rank 4th. Another young security officer said. Nowadays, many terrifying beast kings had appeared in Great Xia. Ranked first was the Golden Eagle King, because it was a flying evolutionary beast. It was incredibly fast. Even small missiles couldn't do anything to it. Second was the fierce dragon of the southwest region. Its body was over 30 meters long, with scales the size of bowls, making it invulnerable. Even large-caliber sniper rifles couldn't pierce it. It was terrifyingly powerful. Third was the Lion King Kara of Qingshan Zoo. His strength was extraordinary. He could weave through a deadly hail of bullets and instantly kill security personnel. Ranking third. Fourth was the Silver Wolf King on the plateau. Fifth was the Snow Leopard King, also on the plateau. Their strength might not be the absolute highest, but their speed left humans in the dust. Only then came the Tiger King. Because the Tiger King had once fought Lion King Kara, but got bitten and injured. He was ranked 10th. The Tiger King had always stayed in the zoo. Aside from that one time he saved someone in the zoo and fought Lion King Kara. He hadn't had any record of fighting other beast kings. No one knew exactly how strong he was. He was probably genuinely stronger than the Silver Wolf King by a few levels. The higher-ups just hadn't made it public yet. Several security officers drove behind me. But they kept a far distance. Bangda. Are you tired? If you're tired, let's take a break. Luo Anqi combed my sound fur while telling me to rest. I wasn't tired at all. This kind of running was just like walking to me. I had already caught the scent of those poachers. The distance between us was less than 10 kilometers. Soon, I would to be able to get rid of these pests. Great Xia had a population of 2.4 billion. And everyone had the dream of becoming an evolver. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was getting thicker, people no longer got sick. And their physical conditions were getting better and better. Almost everyone had started evolving. However, to fully evolve and become a true evolver wasn't that easy. Look. What a huge tiger. Who is that? Actually riding a tiger on the street. Unbelievable. That beauty is so pretty. I wonder what her background is. Some people started recording videos. But no one dared to get close. Some people, to quickly gain followers, immediately posted the video of me carrying Luo Anqi online. Meanwhile, in a small town under Huaishi's jurisdiction, 3 black cars parked. In a farmhouse courtyard, 7 men in black changed their clothes. These men were all in their 30s or 40s, with tough builds, looking like people you shouldn't mess with. Sigh. This time even Ah Jun and Ah Quan went down. I didn't expect that Tiger King to be so terrifying. We didn't even have the courage to fight back. A man with a scar on his forehead said with lingering fear. It was truly terrifying. Which idiot ranked this terrifying beast king at 10th? They screwed us over big time. A middle-aged man cursed angrily. Look at this. What is this? A man scrolling through short videos shouted in panic. What's wrong? The others were baffled. Look. This was just posted by someone in Huaishi. That Tiger King has appeared here. Hearing this, the others instantly stumbled in shock. They quickly took out their phones to check. The more they looked, the uglier their expressions became. Fuck, this beast knows where we are, let's go. The leading middle-aged man cursed and instantly ran towards the vehicles. The others also got into the cars. The 3 cars sped away from the place. Boss. What's going on? We just rested. For a bit. And that beast is already here. It must have followed our scent. Scent then, shouldn't we? Take a shower and change clothes. Shower my ass. That tiger is already here. If you want to die, you can stay here and shower, the leading middle-aged man cursed. Then slammed on the gas pedal to get away quickly. 7 or 8 minutes later, I appeared at the small farmhouse. I smelled their scent. They hadn't been gone long. Then I'll chase them. If I don't catch these people, I won't let this go. At this moment, Zheng Long, the director of the Kyoto Special Affairs Bureau, he was watching the video of my appearance in Huaishi, his face completely solemn. Just then, a young man walked in and handed a document to Zheng Long. Director, the people who ambushed the giant panda at Qingshan Wildlife Park have been identified. Zheng Long took the document. Upon opening it and seeing the names of 3 families, he was thoroughly enraged. Yuan Cheng's Liu family, Lan Cheng's Huang family, Mei Cheng's Li family, and the Fox Wolf mercenary group is also involved. Very good. Very good. It seems they really think the state has no power to deal with them. Director, should we take action? Zheng Long narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. If they took action, it could deter those families, but it wouldn't result in a death sentence. Hold off on taking action for now. Let's see what the Tiger King does. Don't interfere. Let the Tiger King teach those people a harsh lesson. Zheng Long looked at the video and suddenly smiled. If the Tiger King kills them, it has nothing to do with us. And it will still deter those people. He knew exactly how powerful the Tiger King was. The moment Lion King Kara encountered the Tiger King, he fled immediately. This showed the Tiger King's true strength. Those 3 major families were probably in for some bad luck. Then, Zheng Long looked at the constantly changing evolutionary beast leaderboard with a deep frown. Great Xia had recently seen the emergence of many terrifying beast kings. In the jungles, some poison beast kings had appeared. Their poison could easily wipe out tens of thousands of people. In the freshwater lakes, crocodile beast kings had appeared, practically invincible within the lakes. Even if missiles were fired into the water, it would be useless. In short, the current situation in Great Xia was not optimistic. However, compared to other countries, it was much, much better. Meanwhile, carrying Luo Angqi on my back, I was walking along a country road in Huaishi. I had been walking for nearly a day now. The distance between us remained a few dozen miles. I suspected someone had filmed me and posted it, which was then discovered by those poachers. But it didn't matter. I could always track their scent. Unless these people teleported hundreds of kilometers away right now, they couldn't escape my pursuit. On my back, Luo Anki was also full of energy. She was already a Tier 1 evolver. Even if she went 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, she'd be fine. Right now, she was breathing deeply. Her unique breathing technique could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Bangda, why don't you take a rest? Luo Anqi asked me. I glanced at the pooper scooper on my back and had no intention of stopping. Of course, I didn't need to rest. I had been lying around for too long. Getting some exercise once in a while was pretty nice. I didn't want to become an obese evolutionary beast. Luo Anqi immediately understood what I meant. So, I sprinted rapidly in the direction of those poachers. Soon, we left Huaishi and arrived at Yuancheng. Yuancheng's Liu family. The Liu family was a first-tier family, perhaps even surpassing first-tier, reaching the level of Great Xia's top-tier families. The Liu family's businesses extended to the Sakura country and the Lighthouse Nation, covering transportation and electronics. It was just that they couldn't enter Great Xia's political system. In the main hall of the Liu family compound, the previous head of the Liu family. Liu Ji leaned on his cane with a worried look. Damn it, the Foxwolf mercenary group is a bunch of trash. They couldn't even handle this little thing, Patriarch. Should we take action and keep this Tiger King here? His flesh and blood contain endless spiritual energy. If we can consume it, we will definitely become evolvers. The Liu family butler asked in a low voice. Liu Ji narrowed his eyes in thought. He was already 95 years old. Because spiritual energy had appeared in the world, his health had improved a lot. But wanting to become an evolver was incredibly difficult. Previously, the Liu family had prepared over 20 caddies of spirit stones for him. He used them all. But it still didn't make him an evolver. Most of the spiritual energy in those spirit stones was wasted. Since he couldn't become an evolver through spirit stones, he would do it through the flesh and blood of half-evolutionary beasts. He had eaten a lot of mutated beast meat, but it was still useless. Although the flesh of these half-evolutionary beasts was decent, it couldn't compare to a true evolutionary beast. When they learned that there were fully evolved beasts in Qingshan Wildlife Park, at first, their primary target was me, but feeling that I wouldn't be so easy to capture, they locked their target onto the national treasure, the giant panda. Moreover, they found that the bamboo shoots the panda ate seemed to have mutated as well. This was a godsend, opportunity they absolutely couldn't miss. So, the Liu family contacted 2 other super first-tier families and hired the Foxwolf mercenary group. However, the result was a failure, and it even drew out a Tiger King. Do it, I will use this tiger to become a true evolver, Liu Ji said sternly. He couldn't wait any longer, because he was dying. Yes, Patriarch, I'll go make the arrangements right away, the butler replied, and then left. Approaching the outskirts of Yuancheng, I walked on the Grand Bridge with the pooper scooper on my back, feeling much better. Looking at the great river, I truly felt a surge of emotion. Luo Anqi was still sitting on my back, pointing her phone camera at the great river. At my request, she started a live stream. Since those poachers already knew my whereabouts anyway, we might as well live stream to gain followers, while simultaneously keeping those poachers in a state of extreme panic. It was a punishment for the poachers. Hello, friends. The Tiger King and I are currently on the bridge. Look. The Great River is truly beautiful. You're on the bridge over the Great River. That's a bit better. Miss Anqi. Whatever you do, don't get close to the riverbank. Cherish from your life and stay away from the Great River. Why can't we get close to the Great River? Luo Anqi was a bit confused as to why so many viewers were telling her to stay away from the river. So, Luo Anqi asked the question in the live stream. Land creatures are evolving, and the creatures in the Great River are evolving too. And it's far more complex than on land, second only to the ocean. I scrolled past a video taken right in the section of the river you're at. Terrifying rolling waves appeared, with a diameter of no less than 15 meters. I suspect it's a super giant crocodile. I saw it too. I feel like it's a giant seahorse. I say it's a fish. Luo Anqi looked at everyone's guesses and felt a bit nervous. But they were on the bridge, dozens of meters above the water. Even if the creatures in the water were terrifying, they couldn't do anything to the people up here. Okay. Thank you, everyone. The Tiger King and I, it won't get close to the water. Listening to the pooper scooper's voice, I carefully peered at the river surface and, if you noticed, there were indeed quite a few creatures. However, these creatures were far too weak. Even before I evolved, these creatures were nowhere near my match. We continued forward. Along the way, those passing vehicles were also live streaming me. As I walked, I looked at the Grand Bridge ahead and suddenly stopped in my tracks. Pengda. What's wrong? Anqi asked. Then, she jumped off my back and walked in front of me. She saw my 2 massive, bell-like eyes staring intently at the bridge surface. The next moment, the bridge surface suddenly cracked. The dense cracks were very, very small, about the size of a strand of hair. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see them. How could this happen? Luo Anqi was anxious and worried. This grand bridge cost over 10 billion to build and had only been open to traffic for 3 years. Was it about to collapse? I stopped staring at the cracks on the bridge, used my tail to wrap around the pooper scooper, lifted her onto my body, and then carried her towards the opposite side. This bridge would definitely collapse within 3 days. After Luo Anqi live-streamed the grand bridge over the river, many people went to inspect it. This inspection was no small matter. It scared them silly. Too many fine cracks had appeared around the bridge. Who knew what evolutionary beast was ramming it from underwater? Meanwhile, in Yuanheng, Luo Anqi was riding me as we continued to chase those poachers. By this time, she had already turned off the livestream. Just as I was getting closer and closer to the Fox Wolf mercenary group, Yuancheng's Liu family also started preparing. The current head of the Liu family, Liu Fan, was 56 years old this year. He had passed the peak of his life, and his body was failing him. But the world entering a new era had given him hope of regaining his vigor. Patriarch, that Tiger King has entered the encirclement. As long as he falls into the trap, he will definitely die. The corners of Liu Fan's mouth curled up slightly. He was very excited. A tiger's entire body was a treasure, especially the caterpillar down below. Not to mention, this was an evolved Tiger King. Once they took him down, their Liu family would gain quite a few more evolvers. Where is he right now, Patriarch? The eldest young master is currently on the Tiger King's inevitable path. He has already made preparations to kill the Tiger King in one fell swoop. Very good. Go prepare. I want to see with my own eyes. You all kill this Tiger King. Patriarch Liu Fan and his elderly father held down the fort at the Liu family estate. They were just waiting to skin the Tiger King, pull out his tendon, eat his flesh, and drink his blood to become evolvers. At this moment, carrying Luo Anqi on my back, I entered the inner city area of Yuancheng. Yuancheng didn't have a large population, and the facilities were very old. The rebar in the bridge over the river was completely exposed. I looked at the woods on the opposite side of the river and sneered. My nose could track scents from 100 miles away. How many human scents were in there? I could smell them crystal clear. I even saw someone aiming a sniper rifle at me. I was just too big. These poaching mercenary groups actually dared to bring sniper rifles into Great Xia. It was also because of the great changes in the world, every day. Many humans died at the hands of evolutionary beasts. Otherwise, how could they possibly bring guns into Great Xia? None of these things could deal with me. The only thing that posed a slight danger was the bomb under the bridge. I smelled the gunpowder, although it was sealed very well and the scent was extremely faint. I still smelled it. Although the bomb wouldn't harm me much, the foolish pooper scooper would definitely be blown to bits. With a curl of my tail, I set the pooper scooper down from my back, and then walked at a moderate pace towards the 100-meter-wide bridge. The Tiger King is here, everyone get ready, hehe. Since he's here, let's set off some fireworks for him first. He shouldn't be blown into a bloody pulp. Right, the Liu family's eldest young master, Liu Xuan, seemed very relaxed. He was a Tier 1 evolver, with strength exceeding 1 ton. Dealing with a Tier 1 evolutionary beast felt like a breeze to him, especially after making so many preparations. Don't worry. Even though they say this Tiger King isn't as good as the Lion King, it's fine. Liu Xuan felt reassured. His father and grandfather were both counting on this Tiger King to become evolvers. And he also wanted to taste what tiger meat tasted like. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were waiting for the Tiger King to enter within 10 meters of the bomb, and then they would detonate it. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. I had already discovered where the bomb was. I started to accelerate. In just 3 seconds, I accelerated to the absolute limit, exceeding 60 meters per second. Like a gust of wind. I was only slightly slower than a bullet train. Moreover, my acceleration was too fast. Quick. Quickly detonate the bomb, Liu Xuan screamed. He was a bit scared. This tiger's speed far exceeded his imagination. It was too fast. He had never thought before that a tiger could be this fast. Boom! The bomb exploded under the bridge. Instantly, flames shot everywhere, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The bridge was instantly blown to pieces. Rubble flew everywhere, smashing into the water and splashing up 7 or 8 meters of water. Thick smoke billowed. Was this tiger dead or not? No one could see what the situation on the bridge was. Seeing this, Luo Angqi was terrified and screamed. Pungda pungda. She now knew why I had put her down. It turned out I had long sensed that a bomb was planted on the bridge. Her eyes were red. Once again, she felt she was too useless, unable to do anything. That feeling truly made her hate herself to the core. Gunfire suddenly erupted. Densely interwoven muzzle flashes shot everywhere, making Luo Angqi shudder all over. Eldest young master. Run. This beast can't be killed, a Liu family security guard shouted loudly. Liu Xuan was scared senseless. He was also a Tier 1 evolver. But compared to this Tier 1 evolutionary beast, Tiger King, the difference was night and day. Even a bomb couldn't hurt it. 7 minutes later, sniper rifles and Gatling guns were also useless. How could this tiger be so powerful? He saw it very clearly. The Tiger King wove through the bullets, always able to dodge them by a hair's breadth. It was too terrifying. Flee. I must flee, or I'm dead. In the main hall of the Liu family, the former patriarch Liu Ji and the current patriarch Liu Fan watched the footage transmitted back from the battlefield. From their initial calmness, they turned to panic. They never imagined that such a setup would be completely useless against the Tiger King. Even an elite infantry company wouldn't be able to break through such a setup. Blood splattered. The vice captain of the Foxwolf mercenary group had his throat easily slit by my claws. Then came the second one. Quick. Send people to support Xuan Air. Everyone gets a heavy reward of 5 million, yes. Patriarch, the butler, began to command the half-evolvers recruited by the Liu family, promising each of them 5 million. The half-evolvers were thrilled. Just killing a tiger and they could get million, what a surprise. In the past, they only made 3 or 4,000 a month. It was only after their bodies grew stronger and they applied to be security guards for the Liu family that they reached 50,000 a month. Now, they were being offered 5 million to kill a tiger, over a dozen half-evolvers, gripping the long spears forged for them by the Liu family. Directly, boarded a bus and set off. On the streets of Yuancheng, a sports car was speeding, wildly, crashing into quite a few street stalls. He was terrified. Fortunately, he had driven a sports car there, and he was at the very back. Otherwise, he would be dead. It was too terrifying. This tiger's speed, strength, and reflexes all exceeded imagination. A single swipe of its claws could reap the life of a mercenary. The Foxwolf mercenaries were all elite warriors who had participated in regional wars. I have to go home. We must gather all our forces to kill this Tiger King. His flesh and blood must be extraordinary. Liu Xuan drove the sports car, fleeing rapidly towards the Liu family estate. On the streets of Yuancheng, I followed at a leisurely pace. I memorized the scent of the man who ran away. Following this person, I might be able to deal with the people behind him as well. Just now, I wiped out over 20 gunmen. It was too easy. Even though these people held sniper rifles and machine guns, it was useless. They couldn't hurt me. I could react within 0.1 seconds. Even if I didn't dodge, those bullets would be blocked by my skin. I have copper skin and iron bones. Even a sharp knife couldn't slice open my skin. Ah, a tiger. There's a tiger. Everyone run. The tiger is on the street eating people. When everyone saw me, regardless of gender or age, they fled frantically. Some even tripped and fell head over heels. Don't go. I don't eat people, I roared helplessly. Unfortunately, no one could understand tiger language. Sigh. Am I really that scary? Just as I continued running forward, a toddler not even 2 years old, suddenly appeared at the intersection, stumbling towards the opposite side. And at this moment, a large truck drove out from the diagonal opposite side. The large truck was already braking, its tires rubbing against the ground, emitting an ear-piercing screech. My eyes were very sharp, even from 50 or 60 meters away. I could see it clearly, like a bolt of lightning. I lunged towards the little boy. Holy shit, that tiger is going to eat the kid. The people hiding in the back shops were terrified. They could only watch helplessly. In just 2 seconds, I dashed to the intersection 60 meters away. With a sliding tackle, he slid on the ground, landing on my back. The little boy in my mouth was completely unharmed. The impact hurt me a little, but it was nothing serious. The little boy was so scared he burst into tears, his little hands grabbing wildly at my face. I quickly put down the little boy I was holding in my mouth. The truck had stopped. The driver was petrified. The surrounding people were also scared. Silly. They were only focused on looking at the tiger. Who would have thought such a thing would happen in just a few seconds? It was a miracle. Seeing this once in a lifetime was already lucky enough. A young woman excitedly walked towards the 2-year-old boy, completely ignoring me by his side. The young woman came up to me, picked up the little boy, and then bowed deeply before finally leaving. The driver was sweating profusely. The weather was already hot, and this sudden scare made him sweat like a light rain. Not just on his forehead, but even his pants were wet. It wasn't until I walked far away that the driver finally snapped out of it. What a terrifying tiger, its throat was so big. It could probably swallow him in one bite. I continued to chase the man driving the sports car, daring to ambush me. I had to deal with him. Holy shit, did anyone film the tiger saving that person just now? Haha. I got it, I'm going to post it online right now. A young man laughed excitedly. What, you filmed it? Send it to me first. I'll give you 500 inches your dreams. Don't even think about it without 50. 000, the restaurant owner said disdainfully. You're the one dreaming, it's just a video. And you want 000, even an idiot wouldn't buy it. I'll take it. A middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat of a luxury car worth tens of millions shouted. The young man threw a smug glance at the restaurant owner, then transferred the video to the middle-aged man in the luxury car, making 50 in an instant. The young man was incredibly proud. Although the great Xia currency had depreciated and the prices of vegetables and meat were skyrocketing, houses were cheap. With an excited heart, the young man chased after the direction I left in. He felt that as long as he kept filming this, Tiger King, what was he doing in our Yuan Cheng? Saving people, saving my ass. He's not a god. How could he know that little boy was going to be hit by a car? I feel like he's chasing someone. A group of people who had just witnessed me saving the boy discussed. Soon, following the scent, I arrived at my destination. Looking at the estate on the distant mountain, I slowed down. On a mountain less than 100 meters high, a massive estate was built here. The Liu family. The Liu family had a history of over 100 years. The family's wealth was incalculable. Ocean shipping, electronics, and pharmaceuticals made their family filthy rich. Super profitable. Companies like these never went public. But for those unprofitable companies, the Liu family would slap a high-tech innovation label on them, take them public one by one. And then the Liu family would start harvesting the leaks from these listed companies. Their methods were truly brilliant. Dad, that tiger is chasing me. It's too terrifying, Lu Xuan, who had crashed his 10 million yuan sports car, said excitedly and fearfully. Lu Fan's face was solemn. Through a drone, he had seen how terrifying the Tiger King was, facing heavy machine guns as if they were nothing, weaving through them at will. Now, the Tiger King was heading straight for their Liu family. Activate those modified humans, have them rush over immediately. Lu Fan couldn't care less anymore. Yes. Yes. Yes, Dad. Let those modified humans deal with this vicious beast. Lu Xuan agreed 10,000 times over. asking him to face the tiger king. He simply didn't have the courage. Following Lu Fan's orders, the behemoth that was the Lu family sprang into action. The Lu family estate occupied the entire mountain, covering an area of over 600 acres. It was equipped with various high-tech products, taking security to the extreme, but facing the impending arrival of the terrifying vicious beast, the Tiger King. The people of the Lu family still felt some fear. From the bottom of the mountain, I charged up. With the king character on my forehead and my black and yellow stripes, I looked majestic. I let out a furious roar and charged towards the estate. Bang, 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 machine guns swept the area. Countless bullets covered all the space. Innumerably, bullets poured towards me. This was a zone of death. No one could dodge these bullets. Even I couldn't dodge them. Of course, I didn't need to dodge them either, except for bullets fired from large caliber guns. Bullets fired from handguns and rifles like these couldn't hurt me at all. In an instant, I dodged the bullets from 3 sniper rifles hidden in the dark. My figure leaped through the forest. That steep mountain terrain, there was like walking on flat ground to me. That beast is afraid of guns. Quick. Open fire and kill it. The Lu family's eldest young master, Liu Xuan, roared. Although the Lu family's security guards were prepared and equipped with guns and ammo, they still felt no sense of security. I entered the Lu family estate from the steep mountainside. In an instant, I killed 2 armed security guards. Once inside the estate, it was my time to shine. Smelling that familiar scent, I headed straight for the man who had fled in the sports car. People were still shooting at me, and with sniper rifles no less. I entered the estate as if there was no one there, easily reaping the lives of the gunmen one by one. In just over 10 minutes, I killed all the armed men. As for those servants, I didn't lay a paw on them. These people were just working for a living. In my past life, I was also a wage earner. Wage earners don't make things difficult for other wage earners. In the courtyard, the 3 generations of the Lu family looked furiously at the dead people in the estate. These people were all half-evolvers cultivated by their Lu family. Half of them were members of the Lu family themselves. Now, they were all dead. It was too terrifying. This Tiger King's strength was terrifying to the extreme. His strength was, at least, on the same level as Lion King Kara. Damn it, what kind of ranking did that know-it-all give? Lu Xuan said angrily. The current head of the Lu family, Liu Fan, had gloomy eyes. He was waiting. Because his strongest trump card was about to arrive. If they killed this Tiger King, their Lu family could instantly become the top family in Great Xia. Let's go. Into the basement. Done. Shut the bronze doors tightly. The entire Lu family villa was shrouded in the shadow of death. After killing all the humans who attacked me, I entered the courtyard. I smelled the scent. But it disappeared here. I also noticed the bronze doors on the ground. I struck with 70% of my strength, smacking the bronze doors so hard they shook violently. However, only a paw print appeared on the bronze doors. There was not the slightest sign of cracking. They actually built an underground fortress. It seems even if I strike with full force, I won't be able to open these bronze doors. I was getting a bit anxious. I'm a tiger who likes to lie flat. Venting occasionally is fine, but making me constantly go all out, the sofa is much more comfortable. I started preparing to evolve. Receive 10 caddies of spirit stones. Receive 3 vermilion fruits. Receive a century-old wild ginseng. Receive a marrow cleansing pill. These treasures went directly into my stomach. My aura became stronger and stronger. It stirred up a light breeze. A lot of black greasy dirt also appeared in my fur. My bones and muscles were being refined and polished bit by bit. My strength was also rising bit by bit along with it. I estimate that with one more evolution, I'll be able to tank sniper rifle bullets head-on. I felt my physical body was even harder than iron. This was a very good situation. On the streets of Yuancheng, Luo Anqi was looking around for something. Just now, a big tiger saved a child and then headed northwest. Okay, Thank you, Luo Anqi thanked them. She chased after me, while simultaneously reporting the situation to the Jiangnan Province Security Bureau Director, Tianfeng. I already know the Tiger King went to the Lu family. For now. Don't go in. Just wait at the bottom of the mountain. Once the Tiger King leaves the Lu family, just bring him back to the zoo. Tianfeng said over the phone to Luo Anqi. Don't go in. The Tiger King is going to kill people. That terrifying scene just now had deeply shocked her heart. She had always thought I didn't hurt people. But after being bombed, I suddenly exploded and killed many people. All killed with a single swipe of my claws. This made her a bit scared too. But thinking about how she had raised Pangda herself, and how he had carried her on his back for 2 days, she wasn't scared anymore. Only worried. Don't worry about it. Tianfeng stated bluntly. Bombs. Sniper rifles. Rifles. Machine guns. Etc. This has already crossed the bottom line. Not to mention using them to wipe out a filthy family. Understood. Luo Anqi hung up the phone. She didn't expect Tianfeng to actually mean this. Moreover, she hadn't seen the Yuancheng Security Bureau mobilize. Luo Anqi wasn't very familiar with this Lu family. But since they dared to send people to poach the national treasure, the giant panda, they were courting death. Although she was a zookeeper for the tiger enclosure, she also liked the fluffy national treasure, the giant panda, arriving about 3 kilometers near the Lu family estate. Luo Anqi opened her phone, tapped the camera, and aimed it at the Lu family estate. It was incredibly clear. Luo Anqi just watched the Lu family estate like this. However, most of the area was blocked by trees, so she didn't know what was going on inside. Tianfeng told her not to go in, so she had to stay here. In the main hall of the Lu family estate, the aura I emitted grew stronger and stronger, and the most shocking thing was that my body had grown even larger. From head to tail, I reached 4.5 meters. My limbs became thicker and longer, and my tail also became thicker, stronger, and more powerful. Just a little bit more. Received 10 caddies of spirit stones. Once again, a powerful, warm current flowed through my stomach to my entire body. Suddenly, a beastly roar came from the doorway. My bell-like eyes glared at the monster outside the door. This was originally a human, but it let out a beastly roar. Moreover, its limbs had become beast-like, and its entire body was encased in a layer of steel combat armor, emitting a fierce aura, flashy but useless. My eyes were filled with contempt. The Lu families. Modified human couldn't stand being despised. The modified human lunged fiercely at me, daring to take the initiative to attack this. King Hu gave you the courage. My bell-like eyes narrowed slightly, and I slightly raised a giant paw. With one slap, I sent the monster in front of me flying, refusing to be a proper human and insisting on being a beast. Do your parents? You know about this. I felt a sense of disappointment. Tiger King. You've angered me. I will tear you to pieces. The Lu family modified human, fused with lion genes, roared and charged at me again. I gave you a chance to run away. But you're useless. I actually pitied this modified human a bit. But since he didn't appreciate it, then I'm sorry. This time, I didn't hold back. Although I hadn't fully evolved into a Tier 2 evolutionary beast yet, my strength had increased by at least 30% compared to before. A head flew into the air. The Lu family's modified human was instantly killed by me. This scene terrified the others. The modified humans were the strongest force in their family, with strength exceeding 5 tons. And they were invulnerable to swords and spears. Even bullets couldn't pierce their bodies. Yet now, he was easily killed by this tiger. It was too terrifying. In an instant, the rest of them all fled into the distance. Flee. Can you escape? I moved. Although I was still evolving, it didn't stop me from killing people. Without any surprise, they were all instantly killed by me. I returned to the sofa in the main hall and continued lying there to evolve. As waves of warm currents refined my dog, bones, muscle, flesh, and internal organs. It felt so comfortable. I glanced at the surveillance camera and bared my teeth. I left the camera intact, just so the people hiding behind the bronze doors would know of my existence. In the basement, the lights were dazzling. The 3 generations of the Liu family were all here. They saw me instantly kill the modified human their family had painstakingly cultivated. The fear in their hearts was beyond measure. Dad, this Tiger King is too terrifying. Let's call the police. Let the security officers deal with the tiger. King Liu Xuan screamed in terror. He was also a Tier 1 evolver. As long as there were no accidents, he could live to at least 120 years old. He was unwilling to be killed right now. Lu Fan's face was gloomy. He had vastly underestimated my strength. Don't be afraid. This beast will leave in a while. We can't call the police right now. Lu Fan was unwilling to call the police. If they called the police, their Liu family would be finished. Liu Xuan always felt that this Tiger King wouldn't leave easily. Moreover, he also noticed that this big tiger's body was growing larger. It was evolving into a Tier 2 evolutionary beast. He hoped this tiger would quickly leave once it successfully evolved. Liu Xuan could only think this way. Outside the Liu family estate, Luo Anqi waited anxiously. Every hour, she reported the situation to the Jiangnan Province Security Bureau's Tianfeng. At the same time, inside the Kyoto Special Affairs Bureau, Director Zheng Long was also monitoring the situation at Yuancheng's Liu family. He saw me easily kill that modified human. These major families really think that just because Great Shah is in turmoil, they can casually conduct human experiments. They're too bold. Furthermore, the Kangaroo Country, the Lighthouse Nation, the Divine Eagle Empire, and the Sakura Country all want to enter Great Shia's plateau region. It seems the situation is truly critical. However, our Great Shia has prepared in advance. We'll see what the future holds. But first, we need to teach these 4 empires a lesson. Although Zheng Long sat in Kyoto and had never gone out, everything happening in the world was presented before him. Not only was it on his computer, but he also printed it out. This was to prevent a day when the blue planet's magnetic field changed, and computers and phones couldn't be turned on. Director. Bad news, a young man hurriedly came into Zheng Long's office. What's the rush, Director? Some countries around the equator have already fallen. Hundreds of thousands of people have died in the jaws of lions, cheetahs, and wild dogs. Also, venomous snakes, honey badgers, and so on have all evolved. The evolutionary beasts there are extremely terrifying. A leading elephant has grown to 7 or 8 meters tall, estimated to be over 20 tons. Zheng Long's eyes narrowed. He had actually thought of this problem long ago. The equatorial regions were rich in resources, and the wild animals there were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Because the resources were too abundant, and the people there were lazy and dirty, their favorite thing to do was $0 shopping. Their technology was underdeveloped, so they were absolutely not a match for those evolutionary beasts. Now that they were being eaten by the evolutionary beasts would inevitably evolve even more crazily. The surrounding countries would definitely suffer. Although Great Shah was far from the equator, they still had to be on guard. I understand. Pass this news up to the higher-ups. Yes. Director. It seems we must speed up our pace. I don't know where that Tiger King got those vermilion fruits, but I need to have Shi Yi help get some back. Zheng Long thought to himself, a smile appearing on his face. Yuancheng. The Liu family. Having finished evolving, I stood up and stretched lazily. Crackling sounds echoed endlessly. I felt boundless strength. Powerful, too powerful, I couldn't help but let out a long howl. The sound waves rolled out towards all directions. 3 kilometers down the mountain. Luo Anqi heard my long howl and couldn't help but be horrified. Pangda has gotten stronger again. Could he have become a Tier 2 evolutionary beast, After letting out a long howl, I cracked my neck, then grinned and walked towards the bronze doors in the courtyard. My current strength should, to be able to shatter those bronze doors. Right, in the Liu family's basement. Lu Xuan looked at the figure on the monitor in terror and screamed fearfully. Dad, Grandpa, this beast isn't trying to shatter the bronze doors. Is it? Lu Fan's body was also trembling slightly. He barely managed to stand straight, feigning calmness as he said, "A beast is just a beast. Foolish beyond belief. Wanting to shatter the bronze doors, even if you gave it 100 years. It couldn't shatter them." The Liu family's old patriarch, Liu Ji, also spoke up. Xuaner, don't worry. These bronze doors were made through dozens of processes. Even if bombarded with rocket launchers, they wouldn't blow open. For this beast to want to shatter the bronze doors is wishful thinking. Hearing his father and grandfather's words, Lu Xuan eased his worries a little. But in his heart, he was still worried about this big tiger. He had already been scared out of his wits by this big tiger. At this moment, I once again arrived in front of the bronze doors. I tapped lightly with my claws, sensing the thickness and sturdiness of the bronze doors. Very thick, very sturdy. I raised my paw and then fiercely slammed it onto the bronze doors. The collision of the two erupted, with an unparalleled, terrifying sound. Everyone was so scared they collapsed limply on the ground. I looked at the dented bronze doors and couldn't help but marvel at the sturdiness of the bronze doors, as well as their powerful resilience. However, I hadn't used my full strength yet. I also didn't want to waste time on this poaching family, so I extended my claws and fiercely swiped at the dented bronze doors. Screech, my claws embedded deeply into the bronze doors, leaving a deep mark on the bronze doors. About 3 more strikes, and I could punch through the bronze doors. I opened my large mouth and let out a long howl, then fiercely struck with my claws. The people in the basement looked at the deformed bronze doors in terror. Quick. 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 Call the police. Let the security officers come and kill this beast. Liu Fan, who had just said they didn't need to call the police, screamed in terror. Right. 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 Call the police quick. Call the police. Liu Xuan also tremblingly took out his phone and started dialing the emergency number. Hello, Security Bureau, I'm Liu Xuan from the Liu family. Our Liu family is currently being attacked by a crazy tiger. Quick. Send someone over, Liu Xuan shouted excitedly into the phone, his voice filled with extreme terror. What, the Liu family is being attacked by a crazy tiger? Are you kidding me? The young security officer answering the phone didn't believe it was true at all. Come quickly, this crazy tiger is about to break into our Liu family's basement. Come quickly, Liu Xuan was frantic. Okay. Okay. We will send someone over. Hurry up, if you don't come now, it'll be too late. Ah, Liu Xuan screamed in terror. The operator felt something was wrong and immediately reported it to his superior. Director Zhang of the Yuancheng Security Bureau heard the operator's report and said indifferently, Inuit. Li Gang. You drive a police car around for a spin and come back. If you encounter an evolutionary beast, absolutely do not interfere. Li Gang was a bit surprised but still nodded. Yes. Director. In the Liu family courtyard, with 3 strikes, I punched a hole through the heavy bronze doors. Then, seeing the people inside, I grinned. With a forceful pull, the bronze doors let out a creaking sound. Unable to withstand my terrifying strength, they were directly torn open. The 3 generations of the Liu family literally wet themselves in terror, collapsing on the ground. My nose was very sensitive, and I smelled the stench of urine. Fucking disgusting. I tore the bronze doors open to make a large opening and then walked in. 10 female relatives, 4 children, and then 3 men, a young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. Tiger King. Spare my life, Tiger King. Spare my life. It was all my grandpa and my dad who did it. They were the ones who wanted to become evolvers and sent the Foxwolf mercenary group to Qingshan Wildlife Park to kill the panda. It has nothing to do with me, Lu Xuan pleaded in terror. Lu Xuan's father, Liu Fan, and grandfather, Liu Zhi, were pale. The fear in their hearts was beyond measure. Lu Fan knew that evolutionary beasts had high intelligence. So he hurriedly said, Tiger King, please spare us. My Lu family will provide you with meat. And even provide you with female tigers. I directly finished off this guy who kept blabbering about female tigers. So annoying. I didn't waste any time and directly finished off the old man and the young man. As for the women and children, I didn't touch them. Nor could I be bothered to. I'm not a bloodthirsty tire. I still have principles. Afterwards, I walked out of the estate and ran down the mountain. 3 kilometers from the foot of the mountain, Luo Anqi saw a yellow figure rushing down from the mountain. She immediately rushed over in a hurry. Pangda, Pangda, Luo Anqi shouted loudly. I heard the pooper scooper's voice and hurriedly ran over. Luo Anqi threw her arms around my big head, incredibly excited. She had truly been too worried. Although I was very powerful, that Lu family wasn't to be trifled with either. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong, because her arms couldn't fully wrap around my neck. And I had also gotten taller. Pangda, you evolved, of course. I let out a proud roar. Wow, you're a Tier 2 evolutionary beast now. So amazing. When will I be able to become a Tier 2 evolver, Luo? Anqi wore a look of melancholy. Although you're a piece of trash. With me. Pangda. Around. Won't you become a Tier 2 evolver in minutes? I roared at the pooper scooper. However, even though Luo Anqi was very familiar with me, she still couldn't understand tiger language. All right. Pangda. Let's go back. It's been days. They even wanted to move away your big bluestone. Luo Anqi said with a smile. What? They want to move away my big bluestone. In their dreams, I instantly got anxious. That big bluestone was very smooth and round. I had slept on it for over a year. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. In this hot weather, only lying on the big bluestone was the most comfortable. Seeing my reaction, Luo Anqi knew her words had an effect and hurriedly said, Don't worry. Don't worry. The director kept it for you. You just need to hurry back. Go back. Of course I have to go back. I can gain followers. Have people serve me. And have meals brought to me every day. How comfortable is a life where I just open my mouth to be fed? I let out a low roar. Then scooped the pooper scooper onto my back and ran towards the zoo. Although the zoo was 600 or 700 miles away, for me, it was only a day's journey. If I moved at full speed, I estimated I could run back in 2 or 3 hours. My current speed far exceeded before. For a short time, I should be able to outrun a bullet train. On my back, Luo Anqi started combing my fur. She saw some scars. But fortunately, the wounds weren't deep, just barely breaking the skin. She couldn't help but feel extremely heartbroken. Pangda, when we get back, I'll prepare beef for you to eat. My drool flowed out. Beef. I love eating beef the most. My pooper scooper and I soon arrived at the edge of the Great River. Many vehicles were driving on the Grand Bridge, but they were all crawling at a snail's pace. There were a lot of vehicles jammed at both ends of the bridge. It seemed they wanted to cross, but didn't dare to. Why was this? I walked forward a few steps and felt the bridge trembling slightly. It really was trembling, and it was getting more and more violent. Luo Anqi also noticed it. She saw some grains of sand on the bridge surface actually shaking. Obviously. This bridge. What's going on? Could it be about to collapse? This is a grand bridge over the Great River. If it collapses, the only way to cross the Great River would be by ship or plane. This was no ordinary incident. However, having seen the fine cracks on the bridge earlier, even if it really collapsed, it was to be expected. Just then, a voice came from the bridge. Motherfucker, the guy's in front. Hurry up and move. A tattooed, burly man roared at the vehicles in front. We can't move. It's completely blocked up ahead. Fuck, if you don't move. I'll beat you to death. The burly man stepped out of his car. The next moment, he felt something was wrong. The bridge was shaking. He panicked, got right back into his car, and drove his SUV straight into the vehicle in front of him. Bang, the SUV rammed the small car in front directly onto the sidewalk. However, this wasn't over. The burly man rammed it again, smashing the small car into the guardrail. The small car almost fell into the Great River. At this point, the SUV didn't ram it again, but instead rammed the vehicle in front of the small car. Still at the bridgehead, I saw this scene and grew angry. I saw very clearly that the driver in that SUV was a burly man. Very well. Then I'll come and see who's burlier originally. If you wanted to leave, you could just get out of the car and walk. But you insisted on driving and ramming the vehicles in front of you. This pissed me off. Suddenly, the bridge jolted violently. That small car stuck on the guardrail moved outward a bit more, almost falling into the Great River. I moved. Screech. My claws hooked onto the small car that was about to fall into the Great River. And with a gentle pull, I pulled the small car back onto the bridge. Everyone stared at me blankly. Big tiger, a little girl shouted excitedly. Her words broke the silence. It really is a big tiger. How can there be such a huge tiger? It's even longer than a car. Am I dreaming? The tiger actually came onto the bridge. And it even saved that family. So cool. I turned my gaze to the SUV that was still ramming the vehicles in front. Very well. You've got some nerve. The burly man also saw me. He was terrified and desperately tried to rush off the bridge. He sensed the danger. I arrived at the rear of the SUV. Without any nonsense. Just like this car owner. I rammed the SUV. I also wanted to ram the SUV off the bridge. This time, it was the SUV's turn to end up on the sidewalk. Then, I rammed the SUV again. In one go. It crashed straight through the loosened guardrail and fell off the bridge. Still at the bridgehead. Luo Anshi was a bit shocked to see this. Then, she noticed the bridge was shaking even more violently. Everyone, get out of your cars and leave. The bridge is going to collapse. I felt it too. In fact, I could sense it much better than humans. I knew exactly what condition the bridge was in right now. In less than 2 minutes, it would inevitably snap in the middle and then collapse. We had to leave as soon as possible. In a few breaths, I arrived beside the pooper scooper, wrapped my tail around her, placed her on my back, and ran towards the opposite side. We couldn't stay any longer. Luo Anshi was burning with anxiety. On my back. She continued to shout loudly. Everyone, hurry up and get out of your cars, leave the bridge. However, some people just wouldn't move. Instead, frantically making phone calls for help. Of course, more people chose to get out of their cars and run madly on the sidewalks. They felt, with the bridge groaning and cracking under the strain. The protagonist cursed the foolish humans, clinging to their vehicles while trying to navigate the swaying structure. Burdened by the pooper scooper on their back. They initially held back their speed to allow for warnings. But the sound of the bridge snapping forced a change of plans. Ignoring everything else, the protagonist shifted into high gear. Desperate to clear the midpoint and reach the far bank before they were both plunged into the river below, when I suddenly heard a child's cries. I couldn't help but pause for a moment. Bangda. There's a little girl over there. Hurry. Take her with us. Luo Anshi saw that in a car on the opposite lane. There was a little girl, not even years old, crying loudly. Immediately, with one leap, I rushed to the opposite lane. My claws forcefully ripped off the door of the luxury car. I didn't choose to smash the glass. Afraid of hurting the little girl inside. The adults in this family were really something else. When fleeing, they actually forgot their child. With a gentle hook of my claws, I brought out this adorable toddler who wasn't even 2 years old. Then, carrying the pooper scooper and the little kid, I continued rushing towards the opposite bank of the great river. I sighed in my heart. This pooper scooper is simply too weak. When we get back, I definitely have to let Yuanzi and Tuanzi train her properly. Luo Anqi looked at the little girl and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, crack, 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 the center of the bridge began to collapse. The vehicles on it immediately plummeted towards the great river. Help! Some people who hadn't gotten out of their cars earlier, choosing to wait for rescue, now immediately screamed for help as they fell. No one chose to save them. Nor could they be saved. As the bridge began to collapse, human nature was revealed in this moment. Some of the stronger ones directly shoved the people in front of them aside and ran towards the bridgehead. This shove was no small matter. It set off a chain reaction. Everyone was running madly. Those who fell to the ground were directly trampled to death. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The grand bridge collapsed from the middle like dominoes, and then rapidly collapsed towards both sides. I clearly felt something was wrong. The vehicles under my feet were sliding down. Help, help, don't pull me, let go of me. Thud, thud, thud. The people whose clothes were grabbed frantically kicked at the people behind them, pulling their clothes. Soon, all these people fell into the great river. The lucky ones fell directly into the water and were temporarily fine. The unlucky ones were directly smashed into corpses by rocks and vehicles. Blood flowed in the great river. I also inevitably fell downwards. However, I was very agile. Leaping from rock to rock, I could always stay one step ahead of danger. I kind of liked this thrilling action. However, my smugness didn't last more than 3 seconds. With a loud rumble, this grand bridge, over a dozen miles long, completely collapsed and plummeted towards the great river. To prevent the little girl and the pooper scooper from being crushed, I could only leap towards the river on one side. Boom, a violent crash. The grand bridge completely sank into the river, kicking up splashes dozens of meters high. And Luo Anqi, the little girl, and I also landed in the great river at the same time. Fortunately, it was the hottest part of summer right now. If it were winter, we would have frozen to death. A large number of people fell into the water. Those who hadn't gotten out of their vehicles also followed their vehicles and sank to the bottom of the river. But those who had gotten out of their vehicles were all floating on the river surface. I immediately tossed the little girl to the pooper scooper on my back. Fortunately, this pooper scooper knew how to swim and didn't thrash around wildly. Just like that, Luo Anqi held the little girl, grabbed my fur, and followed me as I swam towards the shore. Suddenly, several miserable screams rang out from the river, sharp and piercing. I looked over. This look was no small matter. Many people were being attacked by unknown creatures in the water. Unknown creatures are the most terrifying. Worried that the pooper scooper would also be attacked by those things, I couldn't help but paddle quickly in the water. Luo Anqi was also terrified. She and I were still several miles away from the shore. Tigers are very powerful on land, but they shouldn't be that powerful in the water. Right. She also started paddling vigorously, while holding up the adorable toddler who wasn't even 2 years old. Splash, a shockwave on the river surface came towards me. The wave was huge, spreading to both sides. I noticed it immediately. Motherfucker, do you really think a tiger down in the plains can be bullied by dogs? Pangda. Am not only a king on land, but also a king in the water, so I stopped swimming and headed straight towards the creature creating that wave. Seeing this, Luo Anqi was terrified. She was worried that I wasn't a match for that unknown creature. That unknown creature was extremely large. With a loud crash, my figure disappeared. Huge waves rolled. In the murky water, I slapped the incoming creature's large mouth with one paw, then followed up with a claw strike, hooking into its flesh. The massive creature took my slap and tried to shake off my giant claws. But it was useless. It tried to dive underwater. But how could I let it have its way? So, with a forceful pull, the massive creature and I